Hey. How's that? Is that good for you? 1 2 1 2. Yep. So you have your own mix back here. We can add compression. We can add gate. We can do whatever we want with the parametric EQ. It's almost as good as those little Behringer mixers we were using earlier, but not quite. I know. Like, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was 4 or else I would have for you. And we're missing a piece of page first here.
Okay.
Joel will notice that, I promise you. Yeah, I mean, other than that, everything else in here should be ready to go. Got the labs and everything back there. Got to plug in the source. We've got sound ran up to the podium and run sound off of it.
That guy's done, you're gonna want to check it out. But don't want that. You don't want them to stay over there. Once they're mic'd up, they need to so you know that they are up. So good.
Oh,
Hey, how's it going?
good. You got a laptop you want to plug in up here?
No, because he's not presenting anything. I'm not presenting, but didn't you want to test something?
Yeah, he wants to test. With his feet.
So what are you doing, sir?
I'm the AC.
Oh, you're the AC? Okay. So do you want to just have a handheld then, or?
Yeah, that's fine for me.
What else do you get done?
But if they want to test.
Him, Mike, yeah. We need to get the person to really.
You want to plug your laptop in? I know I'm going to work, but not Mac.
I think we should have a handheld. Think on the rest of it.
Okay. No, we want to leave that up there.
What's it?
You got another handheld?
Hey, John? That's for networking.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. Speaker for speaker.
Hey, is that your Mac adapter? Huh? Is that your Mac adapter?
That's for the internet.
Okay. Wow.
One of ours.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go find Aaron to figure out the sync for his message.
Okay.
Oh, where do you want the timer to be? In the podium area.
Yeah.
What do you learn?
The only. Hey, Ryan. Good. You're on for dinner.
Whose computer is up there?
Okay.
Yeah. Stand there at the podium.
Okay.
If you're sitting here with the mic, it's the spotlight make it too difficult to see her. We put her over. So we put her
Yeah, are you
over on
plugged
this
into
side.
Is this video?
Yeah.
Definitely easy.
Okay.
You know, honestly, that's really something.
Yeah, most of them. Alright, you mess with her about where you think is the best place for her to sit. Stand up there.
Okay.
Good, Ryan, here.
Hey, Ryan, plug that in one more time.
Right.
The video?
That's through Thunderbolt, not to,
Thunderbolt.
that's not to go straight to mine.
No,
so it's
no,
not changing anything.
no. This looks good, right? Hey, that probably needs to go down.
So high end.
Oh, we could create a setup thing right here. Video inside the video, the live stream inside the live stream, inside the live stream.
So that it's been spread.
Oh,
Or, I don't care.
right.
Oh, that's not where I wanted it.
Sorry, I'll look that back up real quick.
You don't need this. Middle. Stage right in front. This will be the, yeah. And it kind of like, goes from like walking to like this. Right here. still be, yeah. And then when they like transition, that's like your transition to, I think, transition stage, right? That work?
So, what do I do all that?
Yeah. Okay.
Yo, Rob.
We put Rob.
Oh, cool. Do you not, so are we all good with testing computers?
Yeah. No, we're good.
Yeah,
Hey, you got the wrong one. That's the one I need. You had the other one.
Hey, you want me to, here, I'll go back.
That's the one, no, yeah, you're switching between the two. I don't need this.
Not the green.
No.
They were, guy that's here right now. Well, no, here before nine. Guy that's here, guy here right now.
I just want to test, do the same test as Sam did, the visual test for the working timer. Still have an hour.
Doesn't start at 9.
Biggest time.
Together.
Here, you've already got your test. I want to do the same test.
Here, yeah, I got one from here, one from here. We'll get it out.
Yeah, that's a good place. But the green slide shouldn't be there, right?
So you're the MC, or?
Yeah, he's the MC.
Okay.
Let's get him.
So let's check your microphone here. So the way this thing works is,
He kind of wants his own handheld.
apart from this. I'll put another one.
Okay.
You know, I'm gonna have to think this. So here's the way that people. And when speakers are going up, like, if I have the opportunity to talk to them, I'm gonna tell them. Because if they want to be heard, they can hold the mic like this, everybody can. And if they don't want to be heard, then they can hold the mic like this, and nobody's gonna hear them.
this far
I'm
away.
not gonna do a damn thing about it. I think that mic's too loud. But if they want to be heard, all they gotta do is lift up. I mean, the worst thing they can do is they can touch their lips on the screen. I mean, governors use this, the roads use this, kids use the same mic screen. I mean, and all these things.
Oh.
Awesome. If I was a vocalist, I would have my own mic.
Yeah.
But that's what happens. Same thing with the MC. Like make sure you hold the truth. And then one other thing to be aware of as you're walking around the room. If you get down, don't turn this. Hold the mic, walk around.
You get reasonable amount of distance from it.
Come over here. Turn right turn. It's like 10. So just be aware where these are. If you walk around like this, like way a little bit, and these should be a little bit quieter. On the side, these are pretty much still.
Okay. So I gotta run through this. How are you the first? People aren't here. We're starting in like 7 minutes. So we start at 8. 8:15 is welcoming. Oh, 8:30. Ah, okay. We got. I'm sitting here freaking out. 7 minutes. No one's here. Okay. We got only 15 more minutes that time. Okay. So what do you need in that time?
What's your name one more time? MC man, what's your name?
Ryan.
Ryan. Sean.
Hey.
Just give me a second time.
Yeah.
I'll probably meet you third time.
I would imagine.
So grab that mic. So talk how you plan on talking during the conference.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to this event where we're gonna have an amazing time. Really excited to have all of you here with us.
So one little bit of advice. Anytime you have a mic, like, you want to almost pretend like you don't talking kind of quiet.
Okay.
So like if you belt it out there, then I have less volume here, and out here I have higher fidelity.
Okay.
So like I can, if you give me like this
I
sound
can
signal,
pick it up.
Maybe like old school rap,
You want me to just drop around the right now?
just so he can get a feel for it.
talking on mic.
I'm gonna rock.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to LoopConf 2015 in Las Vegas. You want me to do it?
No.
Okay.
Hey, welcome everybody to LoopConf. This is going to be one of the most prolific, epic events that you have ever been a part of.
Cool.
Alright, man.
So does he turn that on and off as it goes on and
I'm
off?
gonna show you how to do that. So I'm gonna leave you live. Okay. So turning this mic on and off, and there's a little button right here. Down one time and set. Push it there and hold it. Turn it off.
Got it.
And for any reason that light goes off, which it will, like today, you need to come grab me.
We just find to change them around.
And for that matter, if you see any mic that's anywhere, hold that, hold on to that, that's yours.
Welcome, Tiffany. Morning. Good morning. How's it going? Doing all right?
After what?
Yo, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Ryan, put on your note, you tell the speakers, fill the
Hey,
water
hey,
bottle
hey.
before they come up.
You're gonna be the opposite.
Yeah, so I'll be the one filling up their water bottle. But if they've got there's multiple ones in there.
Yeah.
Well, you just start at the beginning, you can just, and speakers, of course, mostly speakers, not.
Turn them all the way up. All we have is the blue us shot.
Somewhere like this level, maybe.
The next level. Yes.
Maybe if I send an email to all the speakers, they get supposed to get it, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I should send an email, we need to give them directions about coming up. Please, Brian, start. Either this or no, doesn't need to be done. All those are way too up, so it's either gotta be this totally off.
I would probably do that, like setting a neutral, just right here.
Let's do this one.
Yeah.
If you do it, so like I would say when people are coming in, I prefer have it here. You want to grab one of the guys and have it put it down and start to speak. No. That's just my opinion.
No.
Oh yeah, okay, just that quick.
Hey, did you have? I don't know.
I feel like.
Yeah.
Check 1, 2, 3. 1, 1.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the level right there. All the mics on the top work. I can adjust the mic position as well.
But put it like tight. So,
How you feel about music first?
Fun.
Dude, cool as rain.
Yeah. Awesome so far. You're doing great.
Yeah, so I'm gonna. Check, check. Check, check, check. 1, 2.
Hey, 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 hey. Check, check, check. Hey, 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 hey.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can, I just gotta see if I can get a remote connected. But not a big deal if it doesn't. I know why my, you know the keynote remote on the iPhone? It will not connect my computer ever. Really? Used to, but no more. Get connected all right? Yeah. Tired because you're always messing around.
I'm gonna see if I can get this Romo set up and hopefully it would work. How's it sound now? 1, 2, 3. Hello, testing. 2, 3. Yes, no. Getting set up. Both working, hopefully. Okay. Test 1, 2, 3. Test, test. 1, 1. Test 1, 1, 2, 2. It's coming through. Hopefully this is going to work. There we go. Now it's coming through. 1, 1, 2, 2. What is this? Is this
Mixer.
Well, I know. I was thinking, what's the app? I used to. No, I know that. What's it interfacing into?
It's interfacing into a mixer back there. With all the Wi-Fi.
Sweet.
So for some reason I'm getting interference on you here.
Okay.
Well, why don't you talk in that mic?
Into this one. Okay. Test 1, 1, 2, 2. Testing. Testing. Hello. Is that coming through?
Okay, go again.
Okay. Test, test. 1, 1. Testing. Good morning, everyone.
Go with that.
Works for me. So is it going through the lab?
No, I turned it off.
Okay. I can use this. That's fine. This one? Test, test.
I'll be right there. I
Awesome. You don't want to just put it on that table, right? Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, thank you. We're going to start.
We'll just start.
We'll start, and they'll start coming in. The 120-second countdown to start has begun. 2 minutes, please start making your way in. Okay, I'm starting to see Apple logos fill up the room, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. Welcome to LoopConf, everybody. Is everybody having a good time, enjoying the venue, enjoying everything that's been going on? We're having fun? Damn right, they say. I like that. The first thing I wanted to mention about LoopConf, first, my sincere gratitude for coming to this event that is clearly, a little bit different than what we've been used to in the past. We believe a lot in putting together an event for developers of a platform that we all love that is, that we can hold at a great venue and that we can do some extra things with. So we're grateful that you're here. The other thing I want to mention is this is actually a truly global conference. We have attendees and speakers from every single continent here except for Antarctica. But the live stream might get picked up over there. But yes, this is a truly global conference. We're thankful that everybody has been able to attend. I'm going to make a disclaimer right now that I'm probably going to say we're excited or I'm excited excessively throughout the day. But we are. We're really happy to have you all here, and we're excited to have you all here. Another thing I want to mention is all of our amazing sponsors. This is happening because of our amazing sponsors. SiteGround, our premier sponsor, Jetpack, WooCommerce, Simplify Commerce, Pantheon, Microsoft Azure, WP Engine, Mandrill, Insight, Bluehost, Easy Digital Downloads, GoDaddy, Sakuri, Crowd Favorite, Sadaro, and WP SiteCare. Let's give a round for the sponsors. There are a few items of business that need to be covered before we get started with our awesome lineup, with our amazing speakers. A lineup like this is, I'm not aware of anything like this being put together ever in the history of WordPress conferences, and I want to send out some personal gratitude for all of the speakers who were willing to use their time to prepare content for this, to believe in it in the first place, and volunteer their time and prepare their talks and come and, couldn't be happier with how things have turned out. True experts in each of their fields talking about what they're best at, and we all get to just sit back and enjoy. And there's nothing better than that. So thank you to all the speakers. Yeah, again, a few items of business. If you haven't picked up your swag already, do that. There are selfie sticks in there that you can do a lot of damage with. In fact, this is going to be announced a little bit later, but we're going to have a selfie contest. Best selfie of the next 2 days. We're going to give them $250 to Amazon. So get creative. I expect almost weird, well, I'm not going to say I expect weird things, but, have some fun with the selfie sticks and put together some great group shots. Put them up on Twitter, Instagram, whatever. Use the LoopConf hashtag. We'll give away a gift card at the end. Water bottles. We have water at the back of the room. You can please. We're trying to be as green as possible, which is why the water bottles were in the bag. So fill those up as much as possible, and instead of using the plastic, if you can. Smoking areas. If you need to smoke, basically anywhere outside, just not anywhere in the conference hall, so you can go outside and take care of that. I want to go over a quick rundown of how the conference is going to work, because it's a little bit different than what most of us are used to, or what most of us have seen in the past. So every speaker is going to be allotted 25 minutes, and we're all in one track, obviously, so you don't have to make the decision between, do I want to see this genius or this genius? We get to see all of the geniuses, which is pretty sweet. So in this 25 minutes, they're going to come up and speak. There will be a 5-minute intermission. During that time, we're going to start a Q&A with that speaker. The speaker will go to the room directly behind this one, and if you have questions for that speaker or have anything that you would like them to share with you, that's the time to do it. There's no live Q&A on stage. They'll be available for the next 25 minutes after their talk, back in the back room, and you can ask anything you want, and yeah, that's how that's going to work. So there will be a little bit of shuffling between, so make sure if you are going to go back and ask questions that you take care of it during that 5-minute intermission while we're getting ready for the next speaker and getting them all set up. That's it. We're ready to have some fun. The next thing I want to do is introduce our first speaker, Pippin Williamson. Pippin is the founder of Pippin's Plugins, Easy Digital Downloads. You all use and love things that he has built. He is going to be talking today about backwards compatibility and making it a priority. The platform we love, WordPress, has always made it a priority, and he has made it one of his core beliefs, and he's going to talk to us about that today. So let's give it up for Pippin.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, let's talk about backwards compatibility. I believe it's something that you should take very, very seriously. I think it is a foundational belief that we have within the WordPress community and that the WordPress platform itself uses to its very core, that we don't break things between upgrades, and we try not to. We do our very best to never break user experience. We don't break sites during upgrades, and we try to build a good environment for other developers to work in our own code bases. So first of all, what is backwards compatibility? For your sake, if in the slides I might refer to it as BC, that's what it is. But very simply, backwards compatibility is not breaking things. It's not breaking things from version to version. So if you have version 1, you release version 2, everything in version 1 that was in version 1 still works in version 2. But it goes a lot further than that. That's a little too simplistic. It also means that if you have a method of doing something, it doesn't matter what that is. It could be functions, it could be classes, it could be styles, it could be JavaScript, it can be markup, it can be anything. You have a method of doing something in version 1. In version 2, that method still works. It might be deprecated, but it still works. It's still there, and people that are still using the older methods can still use them on the new versions. It also means keeping consistency. So it means that your design, your database schema, your markup, everything stays consistent from versions to versions. And let's talk about each one of these on their own. So start with design. Look back over the history of WordPress, and if you go back to version 1 or pre-version 1, it looks vastly different than it does today. However, what you will never have seen is a drastic jump between two versions. You don't go from version 3.9 to 4.0 and see a drastic change. You see an iterative change. And that's because they're keeping consistency between those versions in the design of the platform. So that when we have other people, other developers and themers and plugin developers that have built things on top of WordPress and have built into the design of the platform, their own designs don't break between those version upgrades. Think of it this way. If you're adding any UI elements to a page inside of WordPress, and you are taking advantage of the WordPress styling because you want to try to create a consistent experience, and then over an upgrade, if that design radically changes, suddenly you have a broken and disjointed UI. So one of the first things with backwards compatibility to think about is consistency. Things should stay similar from version to version. Obviously, you can make changes. I mean, if we look back at version 1.0 of WordPress to version 4.2, they don't look anything alike. There's similarities, but they're pretty drastically different. But that's because that's happened over 10 years. There are no drastic changes. Database schema. This is a really important one. With database schemas, you have to be very careful. You can't just make a database schema and then from version 2 to 3 decide to change it. Because if you do that, it's going to break things. Because people are querying the database based on the previous schema that you had. So if you have a column, you can't just rename that column because you want to. You can't just change data types because you want to. You have to keep things in mind on how people are using the data that's in your database. So anything related to the schema, it's adding tables, removing tables, adding columns, removing columns, all of these have to be done very carefully. Because if you are not keeping in mind how other people are using that data and using that data schema, then you're going to cause problems. Markup. This is another one I think people often forget about, is that once you introduce markup and you make it possible for someone to inject additional markup in there, or to style it, or to run JavaScript on it, if you change it, you're going to break things. So you have to do it very carefully. Let's think of a very simple example. Let's say that you have a plugin or anything in WordPress core that outputs a table, and it's got table rows, and it has columns, it has cells inside of that table. And then between versions, you decide, I don't really like tables. I want to use an unordered list instead. So you change it to an unordered list. But what you forgot about was that inside of that table, you added a hook. and you allowed people to inject additional rows at the bottom or the top of the table. And so you have plugin developers that have added additional rows to your table, and then you change it to an unordered list. Guess what happens? Bad things. You have to be very, very careful the moment you ever allow any kind of flexibility. And that's not a bad thing. It just means you have to keep those in mind. You also have to remember that if you use some kind of markup and then people style it, and then you change it, designs break. There are so many different areas in backwards compatibility that you have to be careful of. Basically, every single aspect of your code, whether we're talking the PHP, the JavaScript, the database, or any other thing that you have running in your platform, you have to be very careful with from version to version, especially when we're talking about an environment such as the WordPress world where people are extending code bases all the time. People are building add-ons for other plugins. People are building plugins for WordPress. People are theming plugins. These are things that you have to keep in mind when you're releasing code. Okay, let's go through some basic examples. We're going to start with PHP. Now, these are really, really simple, and when you really get into maintaining backwards compatibility, they get much more complicated than this. But let's start with the basics. So let's say in version 1, you have a function, do thy thing. It does something, and you realize at some point during the development cycle that you're not in Shakespearean times, and you also just had a typo because you have silly fingers like me. And so you leave a typo in, and you don't really like that. It doesn't seem very professional, so you decide in version 2 to do that. You fix it. It's now do this thing. Well, that's nice and proper and works well, and it doesn't bug you anymore until this happens, because somebody decided to extend your code and they didn't really care that you had a typo. They had they cared about the fact that you provided a function that they needed, and so they used it. And then you changed it, and it broke. It caused a fatal error. Solution is very simple. You leave the old function in, and you make it a wrapper to the new one. It's simply function do thy thing, returns do this thing. It's a really, really simple solution. It's not one that we love because it's leaving old code in there that we would really like to get rid of, but it's a lot better than a fatal error. Okay, CSS and HTML. Let's say that you have some markup that looks like this. Div class of entry, and then somebody comes along and styles it, and they give it a background color of off-white. Well, you decide for whatever reason that you really don't like the entry class name, and you want to change it. And so, to appease yourself, you change it to post. And now you're happy, because it's the class name you want. Well, guess what? No one else knows that you changed this, and they're still using entry with a background. Oops, no more off-white. Now, this is obviously a very, very simple example, but imagine if you have an entire plugin, like a large plugin or WordPress that themes are styling extensively throughout dozens and dozens of pages and templates. If you start changing class names, things are going to break all over the place. And not just CSS, but JavaScript. So the solution is you leave it in. You don't really like the fact that you still have the entry class, but you leave it because it doesn't break things when you update. So you have post and entry. File names. WordPress has a file called plugin.php, and this file is used extensively in plugins. It's used extensively in plugins because there are certain functions in that file, such as is plugin active, that people want to use. But it's not available throughout all of WordPress. If in certain instances, you have to load the file yourself. So that means that there are thousands of plugins out there that are loading plugin.php. Well, let's say that one of the core developers or the core team of WordPress decides one day, I really hate plugin.php. Why is it named that? Let's change it. Let's make it better. And so they change it to, loader.php. Guess what happens? Fatal errors. Because thousands of plugins are including it directly. They're saying include once, abs path, plugins.php. And it's going to cause errors as soon as that file doesn't exist. So that means that WordPress core developers have an interesting problem. They cannot change that file, period. So the moment that they've introduced that, they can't change it again. It's stuck. There are kind of ways around it, but overall you can't change it. And that means that when you're organizing your plugin or your theme or whatever you're building, you have to be very, very careful with it. because just because you want to make a change doesn't mean you can. There's almost always consequences. So let's say that you have class authors PHP, and you're loading it like this. But then you realize, I don't really have authors. I'm running e-commerce, and so what I really have are vendors. And so I rename it to vendors because it makes more sense. File's not found. That's a problem. For if anyone else is loading that file directly inside of their plugin because they want to take advantage of what you've put in there. That's a bit of an issue. Now let's get into where I think things get really fun. Metadata and other database-related stuff. Let's say that you store metadata for a post and you store it in a key called city name. Maybe it's the city that the author lives in. And so when you run get post meta, city name, you get a value of New York. That's great. But then because you decide that you want to be more succinct, you change it to city. Because city makes just as much sense as city name, but it's shorter, makes you happy. So you change it to city. So between version 1 and version 2, you decide my meta key is now city. Well, guess what happens when somebody does city name? It doesn't exist anymore. Okay, you know what? Maybe we wouldn't have ever really renamed our meta key because that's a silly example. But how about this? Let's say that you're storing stuff in metadata, and then you realize, querying the metadata API or querying post meta is not really that efficient. So I'm going to move it. I'm going to move it to a taxonomy, or I'm going to move it to a custom table. Well, all of those people that were querying the metadata API using get post meta, suddenly that data doesn't exist anymore because you moved it. And you moved it for a good reason, but a lot of people are probably already using that. What do? You can do things like this. This is really fun. WordPress has filters all over the place. You can do add filter, get post metadata, and you can then specify the meta key that you want to use, and then when you detect somebody querying that meta key, you can return anything else you want. So in this simple example, we're simply returning a different meta key. But you could return any database query you want. You could use get terms. You could return a custom query to your custom database table. You can do anything you want. You can move data around freely when you start thinking about things like this. We actually did this recently for one of the plugins that I wrote. We had thousands and thousands and thousands of records in the post meta table, and we moved them to a taxonomy, and nothing broke because of a 8-line filter. So then when you call get post meta on city name, it returns a value of New York. And when you return get post meta city, it returns a value of New York because suddenly we're filtering the call to get post meta. Okay, these are really, really simple examples. Things get much, much more complex. If you've ever had an issue with backwards compatibility, like trying to figure out how to maintain it in your own plugin, you know that this is a much bigger issue than simply keeping a class name or not changing a file or naming a function. So I want to look at a couple of plugins that have broken backwards compatibility. And I don't want to do this to shame those plugins or to call them out, but to use it as a learning experience of looking at what did they do and what broke. We're not going to go into why they decided to do something or not do something. We're just going to look at them as examples. So some plugins that have broken it. Number 1 is mine. I broke it. A few months ago, Easy Digital Downloads is an e-commerce plugin for selling digital products. And I felt from the beginning that having support for quantities didn't really make sense because most digital products don't have a quantity. It's one product. But we had a whole bunch of users that wanted quantity support, and so we decided to add it. And so in one version, a couple of months ago, we added a quantity field to the purchase button. So you have an add to cart button, and then we added a little tiny quantity field right above it that just allowed you to specify, I want 2 of this, or I want 3 of this. Really, really simple change. Well, when we released it, suddenly our support forums got flooded with, you broke my site! My site's dead! Oh my gosh, what am I going to do? Now, in reality, what really happened is we had this little tiny input field that got added above the button, and it broke layouts. And in some cases, it actually broke it drastically because people were styling the purchase forms exactly to their specifications. They had them in modal windows. They had them in other overlays. They had them in all sorts of places. And suddenly, when you put in a 25 pixel tall input field, things break. It's really minor, but it happens. And when you're talking about e-commerce and websites that run people's businesses, that's a bit of a problem. So in a way, we broke backwards compatibility because we changed the experience from version to version. It was a really little change, and one that we didn't think anybody would throw a fit about, and yet our support forums say otherwise. So, ways that we could have fixed it, Maybe not turn it on for existing installs. Maybe we could have disabled it. I don't know. We didn't. Looking back on it, we probably could have done better. Soliloquy. This is a popular image slider from Thomas Griffin. I don't know what the version was, but at some point, he decided to change the selectors. And so the CSS that people were writing and the custom JavaScript that people were writing on top of Soliloquy suddenly broke because the class names are different. The IDs are different. And that's a bit of a problem. So we want to change things. We want to make them more cohesive with our standards, or we want to use class names that we like better. Maybe we originally didn't prefix our class names, so we want to add those prefixes in. Well, if your plugin is already out there in the wild, you have to leave those old ones there, because the people that are styling it, the people that are running additional JavaScript on top of it, it's going to break. WP Commerce. Now, this is one of those plugins that's been around for a really long time. When they released version 1, there was something like 3,000 plugins in the world, which is obviously not the case today. And that means that they've gone through a lot of iterations, and they've gone through a lot of different CSS and a lot of different markup on the front end. Well, at one point, they decided to change it quite a bit. They changed the default styling in the plugin, and it actually ended up breaking a lot of the designs. The reason being simply that when you release a plugin that has a lot of front-end markup, and you have CSS that goes along with it, people tend to theme around the CSS that you provide. They don't always remove the CSS and just write their own. They go around your CSS. And so then, when you change the default CSS, suddenly theirs breaks, because the CSS that they wrote around doesn't work anymore. So maybe the default CSS originally provided a padding around buttons or images or whatever other elements you have. And then you remove that. And so suddenly the CSS that they had written that depended on that spacing doesn't work anymore. WooCommerce. Clearly we have an e-commerce theme here. They broke payment gateways at one point. They introduced a new API for payment gateways that made it a lot better. The new gateway was a lot simpler to use. It was more reliable. And they updated all their gateways. But it turns out that the old payment gateway API didn't work anymore, or there were inconsistencies with it, so it didn't always work. And when you have hundreds of different payment gateways out there that have been written by third parties or your own team, and those are still out there, that's going to cause a problem, because those gateways have to still work when people upgrade. This is the kind of problem that people really get into with backwards compatibility that I think are really fun and challenging, is figuring out how to make sure that things like that still work. Because when you have one version of an API and you radically change it and still trying to keep the old version working, that's kind of fun. Okay, keys to backwards compatibility. I think there's a lot of these. And number one, forget about the code. Programming is about problem solving. All programming comes to problem solving first, before you ever touch syntax. And backwards compatibility is a problem. And figuring out how to maintain it is a problem. And it is a challenge. And so you have to figure out your answer and your solution before you ever write the code. Once you figure that out, the syntax is easy. Almost always. But figuring out what the logical steps are to make sure that you're maintaining it, to figure out how to detect if you're even going to have a problem, that's the challenging part. The syntax is easy. And number two, I think you make a commitment. If you know someone that is very determined, who always works hard, they don't fail very often. I mean, they fail. Everybody fails at a lot of things. But if you take on a challenge, they say, we're going to figure out a way to do it. We will find a way, and it usually happens. So you make a commitment. You just say, I'm going to maintain this. I'm going to figure out a way to make sure that this still works when people upgrade. You make a commitment to backwards compatibility, and everything else comes next. Now we're going to go through a couple of specific keys. Template files, you better marry them, because they will be there forever. Always. The moment you introduce a template file, someone will change it. Someone will modify the CSS or modify the HTML. They will do something, and it will be there. I saw a comment on a popular plugin recently where they broke backwards compatibility because they changed a template file. And the developer's answer to it was, well, we didn't think anybody would be using it. You know, to be fair, there's some template files that we introduce and you would think to yourself, no one has ever used this. No one. No one will ever use this. And so I can change it. Almost always wrong. Because somebody will find a way to change it. Someone will find a way to use it, a reason to use it, and they will. So if you introduce a template file, you have to be really, really careful about ever changing it. Because someone has already done so. Extend your own. I think this is one of the best ways that you can learn how to maintain backwards compatibility in your platforms. For a couple of reasons. When you start writing plugins for WordPress and you write really complex plugins, you tend to start to find where the weak points are, or you find where the breakpoints are, and you figure out where there are issues. And then when backwards compatibility breaks, you learn about those issues because they affect you. Well, if you're building a platform, extend it yourself. Because that's going to force you to learn where those breakpoints are. It's going to force you to learn where backwards compatibility is difficult. It's going to actually cause you headaches because guess what? You will break your own code and it will infuriate you. But it will then make you want to fix that. And it will give you a good test to see whether or not you've maintained backwards compatibility. I recently did an update for a membership plugin I wrote, and I rebuilt the payment gateway API. And it was absolutely crucial that the old gateways still work in this case for me, because I use them. I use the old gateways. And so if those broke, my site broke. And so it was a really good motivator, a selfish motivator for making sure that I did it right. So extending your own code is one of the best ways that you can help practice backwards compatibility and help maintain it. I think there's some assumptions that you should never make. Never assume that someone has not modified a template file. Never assume that no one has changed your CSS. And never assume that no one has used your function or class name. We had a function in Easy Digital Downloads recently that somebody pointed out, and they said, oh, that's kind of cool. And I said, oh, no, don't use that because we're going to take it out because no one uses it. But I'm wrong, because that person noticed it. And that person said, I want to use that. So even if you don't think your code is ever used, or no one has ever used it, someone probably has. We only really know probably 1 or 5% of the actual use cases for our code. People find ways to do really weird things with your code that you would never expect. Really, really weird use cases. I've seen EDD used for some of the strangest applications imaginable that have nothing to do with digital downloads. And I think digital downloads is in the name. Why are you using it for that? People find really weird use cases. And so you never know how people are using it. And that means that you have to try and imagine every use case possible before you make a change, because someone's doing it in a different way. You should never assume, or you should always assume, that users don't read changelogs. I know there's a lot of people that do like changelogs, and there was actually a quick poll on WP Tavern a couple of days ago about, do you read changelogs? And it was like 75% yes. I'm sorry, there's no way that's accurate. Because the number of people, I just pushed out a big update for a plugin, and right at the top says, this is a major change, read here for these changes. The number of tickets that I got about those changes that were explained in the blog post tells me that no one read that changelog. None of those people read the changelog. People don't read them. And so that means that people will click update blindly. They will click update without actually knowing what's going to happen. They don't know what changes you're introducing. They don't know that you've broken backwards compatibility and that in your changelog or in your update release, you included instructions for how to move from version 1 to version 2. But they discovered that their site's broken, and then they contact you. I think upgrades should always be seamless, no matter what. No matter how major the upgrade, it should be seamless. If you can't do it as a seamless upgrade, maybe you should do it over 5 upgrades. Something to consider. I don't think upgrades should ever require manual changes, for the main reason that users don't read changelogs. I think almost everybody here is a developer or works very closely with developers. And so you probably read changelogs because you're used to making changes. You're used to needing to know that. Most people don't care. And we're actually right now, we're really trying to encourage people to not be afraid of updates. We're trying to encourage people that automatic updates are good. Last night, there were automatic updates pushed out for Jetpack and a few other things. That's awesome, because those fixes got got applied right away. And we're trying to encourage people that that's good, that that's a good thing that that's happening. But if we're not maintaining backwards compatibility and we're breaking changes from version 1 to version 2 or any other version, how can we ever expect people to be okay with updates? They're afraid of updates because things break. So let's stop breaking things. I think it's really that simple. So make a commitment to backwards compatibility. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Well, that was truly excellent. Thanks, Pippin, again. Another round of applause. A few quick notes that I forgot to mention while we're getting switched over here. Two very important things I forgot to mention. One, cell phones, notifications on your computers, all those types of dings and bells. Please make sure those are all turned off and quiet. You know the pre-roll before every movie that makes you feel guilty about even owning a smartphone? Just imagine that now. So, and then the other even more important note is the code of conduct. I wanted to mention that we definitely have a strong anti-harassment policy. You can read the entire thing on loopconf.io/code conduct, but the overarching message that is most important is to be respectful of each other. If at any point you don't feel like you're being respected or you're threatened in any way, please contact somebody in one of the conference help t-shirts, and we will definitely help you out and make sure that we can help in any way that we can. So, moving on, we now have the pleasure to hear from Syed Balki. For those of you who don't know Syed, I know that all of you do, but for those of you who don't, he is the founder of a website, WP Beginner, List 25, Soliloquy, Opt-in Monster, and about 300 other WordPress properties. I'm not sure exactly how many. But he is going to talk to us today about how perfection is a curse. We're going to wait for just a second to get the remote hooked up and whatnot, but it looks like we're going to be ready to roll. So the time is yours, Syed.
Do you want me to wait until it's ready, or 9 o'clock, or no? I don't think it's 9 o'clock.
Oh, I got to fill 2 more minutes, so let's do that. I got ahead. How did the conference get ahead already? We started 10 minutes late, so everybody's having a good time then? That was the whole joke right there. The awkward, I have to fill 2 minutes. No. The other thing, for those of you who came in late, the one thing that I really want to make sure gets communicated throughout the day is, I think at every conference you attend, they say, this wouldn't have happened without the sponsors, but the reality is that this literally would not have happened without the support of our sponsors. So thanks again to SiteGround, Jetpack, Pantheon, WooCommerce, Simplify Commerce, Microsoft Azure, WP Engine, Mandrill, Bluehost, Insight, Easy Digital Downloads, GoDaddy, Sidaro, Crowd Favorite, Sakuri, and WP SiteCare. Let's give them one more round of applause. The other thing I want to make sure gets communicated as we go throughout the day is that the speakers buying into this event and being able to put together this truly epic, which is a word I never use, putting together this truly epic lineup never would have happened without their buy-in and belief in what we were doing. So again, another round of applause for all the speakers that are going to be talking today and tomorrow. And now, we got 65 more seconds. Anybody else have a joke? No, I'm just messing around. Now I'm going to go ahead and give Syed the true introduction he deserves. So again, founder of WP Beginner, founder of List 25, Opt-in Monster, Soliloquy, and all sorts of, like I said, all sorts of other WordPress products and other products as well. So we're grateful to have with us today the Ultra, Mr. Hustle, Mr. Syed Balki. Perfection is a curse. The time is yours.
Thank you very much. I made him work for those extra 2.5 minutes, didn't I? So, when was the last time you woke up and said to yourself that today, I'm going to produce something half-assed? I'm just going to shoot from my hip and see what we get. You probably didn't. At least not in your right mind you didn't. Why is that? Well, because by nature, me, you, everyone in this room, we're high performers. We're overachievers. We spend extraneous amount of time fixing, quote unquote, fixing every little thing that we see. See like the italics on my slide there, on little? I spent some time on that thing. To try to fix every little thing that doesn't need fixing. I'm sure you guys wouldn't have noticed that if I hadn't pointed it out. Just like most of the things that you quote unquote fix on your products are. Whether it's the aligning of the element or a little feature that you want to add that doesn't need to be added, we spend a lot of time because we want it to be the best. And we're super critical of every single thing that we do. Because we're overachievers. We want to have everything or nothing. If it's not perfect, it ain't worth doing it. Right? We've all heard that. We heard that growing up. I'm Syed Balki, as Ryan told y'all, and I'm a recovering perfectionist. I still struggle with perfectionism. As a matter of fact, I didn't bring my old business cards that actually had my title as the perfectionist. I used that title. And over the years, I've built some very successful businesses. Ryan mentioned WP Beginner, which I hope all of y'all have seen. It's a fairly large resource site. List 25, which I'm quite proud of, has 1.5 million subscribers, 250 million views, and then Opt-in Monster, which I'm going to talk a lot about our journey on how we nearly failed on this product. And just a week and a half ago, we launched it into a SaaS. So it was a WordPress plugin, and now it's software as a service powered on WordPress. So every single venture that I start, I have this struggle with perfection. I always want it to be the best. So let's take a look at how you can overcome it. In order for you to overcome it, you need to understand that perfection is a problem. Not just understand it, accept it. You are struggling with it. Perfection is not attainable. Simple. You cannot get there. I'm sure if Matt decided in 2003 that he wanted WordPress to be an application framework, it probably wouldn't have even been forked. It would still be V2. Perfection is not expected. Your clients, your customers understand, your blog readers understand that you're not perfect. A typo happens, cool, you got an extra comment, extra page view, extra money in your ad account. If you make a little boo-boo, they'll report it, they'll tell you that you messed up. Pippin made great examples of all the plugins that messed up. Soliloquy was one of them. And it was okay. We didn't die. It survived. You know, we earn customers' trust by fixing things. So perfection is not really expected. And perfection is a moving target. Whatever you think you're going to perfect today, you'll find a better way of doing it tomorrow. And I'm sure, like 2 days from now, you're all going to learn a lot of cool things here, and you're going to be better at what you do. And you get better every day, every month, every year. Next year, you'll find something better, maybe a better way of naming a JavaScript class or something. It hurts your business. And let me show you how. When you create these list of features, these list of tasks that you want to accomplish, you overwhelm yourself. You end up procrastinating. You start using perfectionism as an excuse for procrastination, which lowers your productivity because you're spending all that time trying to get that button to vertically align in IE6 and every other browser. Doesn't really need to be. Which stagnates growth. Every day you don't push, commit, and release that next version, you're slowing down. Now, it's one thing when that's happening when your product is live, and it's another when your product isn't even around, doesn't even exist yet, and you're trying to perfect it. How many of you have side projects that you start working on, and then it just sits in the computer? Yeah. I have a lot of this. Opt-in Monster almost became one of those. So in 2012, I came up with this brilliant idea that I needed to make my own pop-up solution because everything else sucked. Then I never launched it. 2013, partnered with Thomas, and I'm like, dude, I think you're a much better coder than me. If you build it, it would be a lot better. And then we spent 8 months trying to perfect this thing that we never even launched. And on the 8th month, when we started doing a beta, we realized what a colossal failure this thing was. This thing wasn't going to scale. It was crashing people's website left and right. Good thing we didn't start selling it. This was going to be canned. Like I had two options. The more likely option was, okay, let's just kill it and cut our losses and move on. The other was, let's challenge ourselves. 30 days and make it better. You're like, okay. So we stripped down all the features. We were going to launch it as a SaaS, guys. We turned it all around and said, it's only going to be a WordPress plugin, stripped down a good chunk of features, and launched. Hit the market. And after that, just improved. So the biggest thing is, from that story, is you cannot grow if you do not exist. We waste so much time thinking about scalability and this and that. Is it going to work? Is our users going to like this? You simply cannot grow if you do not exist. It's hurting your business every time you delay your launches, every time you delay your next version. If it breaks, cool. Now let's take a look at why. Why are we such perfectionists? Right? That's the only way. Now we understand it's a problem, we accept it's a problem. Why do we have that problem? We're told to. When we're growing up, you want to produce your best stuff. You have insecurity. What if it fails? What if it's not good enough? Well, so what? You can always improve. There's always social pressures. If you're anything like me, then you've always been the top of your class. You've always done the best. You're expected to do the best, which leads you to have unrealistic expectations. I'm like a machine. I'm going to code like 2,000 lines today. I'm going to add all these things. And this is good. You have the desire for excellence. It's all right. A moderate amount of perfection is great. But when it goes out of hands, that's when you go crazy. So 2009, July 4th, I launched WP Beginner. I didn't expect it to be as big as it is today. About a year into it, it was getting decent traction. And quite frankly, the original design of the site was just, we were outgrowing it. And users were sending feedback, hey, you should add this, perhaps you should do this, perhaps you can do this. And I'm like, yeah, cool. So I started working on this version 2 of WP Beginner design and started adding all these tweaks and this and that. About 2 months into it, notice I'm talking about tweaks that haven't made live that I've been making. 2 months into it, I said, I think I want to do this next flashy thing that's called responsive design. At that point, there weren't even all the right things there. And actually, wouldn't it be cool if I just make it look everything like the WordPress dashboard? So for 3-4 months, WP Beginner website looked just like the WordPress dashboard. Because I thought it was the cool thing to do. I said, screw this. I think this is excellent. It's going to help me grow. Everybody's going to remember the site. It looks just like WordPress. Well, my bounce rate went through the roof. We had a 90% bounce rate. And the pages per session went down. So I was losing a third of my traffic. I'm freaking out. So what did I do? I take out that version 2 that was iterations of version 1 and call it version 4 because I had already announced that this is version 3. I had skipped over version 2, so I had to call it version 4. I can't call it version 2, right? This is the first time I'm sharing this story in public, by the way. So launch version 4, got all that traffic back. Our bounce rate now is around 40% or so, which is pretty good. And we just improved over time, one after another, tweak after tweak. We still haven't made the next jump into the modern era because I'm like, screw this is working. If it ain't broke, I'm not going to fix this. That was an important lesson for me there. So if perfection is good, it's only good in a little bit, in moderation. But you can put how do you solve from going to extremes? How do you keep it from destroying your business? Well, there's systematic things you can do, which I've learned over the past, and sometimes, the folks that hold me accountable tell me I'm breaking my own systems. First thing, set smarter goals. Now, what do I mean by smart goals? Isn't all your goals smart? No, actually, most of your goals aren't. So go on Google, type smart goals, go in the images section, download one of those empty charts, and every time you set a goal, make sure they meet all these criteria, that your goals are specific, they're measurable, they're attainable, they're realistic, and they're timely, time restricted in one way or form. You have to make sure the deadlines that you set are concrete. So do this exercise every time you set a goal. That's the only way systematically you're going to get better. Now, in this, the number one point of your failure is going to be time. You're almost always going to struggle to meet that deadline. Why? Because you're not setting the S part right. You're not being specific enough in your goals. You have these huge astronomical goals, these unrealistic expectations. Let's break that down. It's smaller tasks that you can measure. It's easy to attain. So instead of saying, right now, Opt-in-Monster has 19 different email marketing integrations, right? Now, in the beginning of the software launch, I said, I want to integrate with all the software, all the email marketing softwares, we wouldn't have launched until now. You would just be seeing a launch happening. Instead, I said, you know what? Let's just launch with 5 features. And this week, my goal is to integrate with MailChimp. I can measure it by seeing that it's a completable goal. It's attainable because I'm giving myself a full week to integrate with MailChimp. So it's pretty realistic as well. And I have a time deadline that I have to hold myself accountable for. You have to set hard feature freezes if you're building a product. And for milestones, to measure them, you can use GitHub, you can use Basecamp, basically anything. You need to have some sort of tracking, Asana, or whatever. So 8 months of failure, we decided we're just going to launch an MVP. At this point, I'm just thinking, you know what? Instead of canning it, why not I just do it the WP Beginner way or any other blog that I have launched? Launching products are just like blogging. You start with writing 1 post a day, and then 6 years later, it's kind of a big deal. Pretty popular site. So why don't we just launch with a base set of features? And then you saw this website come up, started collecting people's emails, and we started inviting them. And then we launched, and this was part of our pricing page. If you notice, we have 6 features listed there. We didn't have all of these features in our product. You notice, right next to comment checkbox, sidebar widget, and full page takeover, there's an asterisk that says, these will be released over the course of the next 3 months. So why do we have 3 versions, or 3 different widgets that we launched with? Because I wanted to set the mindset in the user that they're not buying everything. There's a pricing structure. So I said, well, Lightbox, which is what everybody really wants out of our audience, let's give that in all the plans. Then I said, footer bar, which is something that scrolls with you for opt-in, let's put that in the plus. And what do I make exciting about the Pro plan? Well, let's add exit intent, and then let's give them slide in something that slides from the right-hand corner. And the rest, all the jazz and stuff, we can add later, we can improve. 30 days, we launched. We knew that our product wasn't perfect. Not from our standards, it wasn't. But everyone else appreciated our work. Why? Because it was significantly better than anything else in the market. Done is simply better than perfect. That was the lesson that we learned from it. Because everybody else in the market was lacking on the features that we were providing: better code, better support, speed, and all that. So when you think you're going to solve a problem, you have identified it, just your good enough is probably going to be better than most solutions in the market. And I can bet you that. If you say to yourself, well, I don't know if my work is worthy for other people to see, well, that's not your decision to make. Let them decide. Let your users decide and see what they say. Oh, if it sucks, they will tell you that it sucks, right? When we pushed out version 2 of Soliloquy, it broke so many sites. The users let us know about that. We got so many hate mail on there that it's crazy. But guess what? We fixed it. It is much better to launch something that is good enough rather than waiting and not launching at all. Because I imagine if I hadn't launched Opt-in Monster after the 8 months and just say, can it, we wouldn't have another very successful 7-figure business there. So let them decide. Get the feedback. How do you get these SMART goals and avoid perfectionism? All about prioritization. You got to focus on the big picture and follow the 80-20 rule. It's true in websites, blogs, and products. 80% of your traffic comes to 20% of your articles that you write on your site, or 20% of pages on your site. Just like 80% of your customers use 20% of your product. I mean, I could probably tell you that Opt-in Monster customers don't even use 10-15% of its maximum potential. So let's focus on those features, and that's what we did in our MVP. We launched the Lightbox. We launched the Exit Intent. We said, we need A/B testing, but it doesn't need to be super advanced. Let's put a basic A/B testing. Page level targeting doesn't have to be very advanced. Let's just put it. A week and a half ago, we launched a SaaS solution, and over the years, we improved. We improved that page level targeting to a point now you can say, if the URL has this slug, match that thing. It's getting powerful every day. Every day it gets better. So you got to focus on the big picture. Create these short-term goals that are going to help you reach to the long-term goal. My long-term vision was that Opt-in Monster should work on every website. We failed because we were trying to perfect this thing. We launched, and over the years, we just kept improving. I wanted to integrate with every email marketing service provider. We only integrate with 19, right? I want us to be able to integrate with new Ontraport. We don't have integration with them. Now we can set short goals. We didn't have integration with Infusionsoft before either, and now they're our third largest integration provider, right? So what you have to do is set, okay, this week I'm going to integrate with MailChimp. This week I'm going to add this piece of analytics. And over the course of a month, Aaron built this amazing integration with Google Analytics. Take the user feedback and improve. So over the months, we kept rolling out a new feature, one version after another, and we got to the big version 2.0. Now, mind you, if anybody used the version 1.0 of Opt-in Monster, it was messy. You could not extend it. There weren't right hooks and filters. There weren't documentation in the code, so if you were looking at it, you were like, what the heck? But guess what? Majority of our users were never going to go in the code. Our users weren't, our customers weren't developers. So why should we cater to the 10% of the audience? We pushed it out, and then over the years, in version 2, we added really, really good documentation. We added the hooks and filters that needed to extend it. We, added an API. Adding these little building blocks allowed us to launch a SaaS version that I had dreamed of on day one, right? The SaaS version that I wanted to launch. So what you should be striving for is progress, not perfection. Right? A lot of times I think where we struggle is we interchangeably use the word progress and perfection. Actually, progress is greater than perfection because you can never attain perfection. Every day there's something. You can improve in one way or another, so you're never perfect. So what you should strive for is progress. Now, a key part of those SMART goals that I talked about is the deadline. So, accountability. If you need a coach, get a coach. Find a friend. You need to hold yourself accountable to the goals that you set for yourself. If you say you're going to hit this deadline, make sure you hit that deadline. If you don't hit that deadline, somebody should, talk to you about that. If you don't have friends, turn around and talk to the person next to you here. and make friends. Meet every week, every month, every quarter, and talk to each other about these different goals. If you have to hire a coach, pay. I was trying to lose weight for the longest time, and I sucked at it. So I paid a personal trainer. He holds me accountable. So I live pretty healthy now, getting better. It's crucial. Delegate. One of the ways that's slowing down your business is your perfectionism, at least for me, is delegation, and more importantly, the letting go part, right? You've been doing everything yourself in your business when you start, and then as you grow, you hire more people. You didn't hire them to babysit them. You hired them because they're good. So you should trust them. You should empower them and let them take them charge. Now, if you can't do that and your person sucks, then you hired wrong. Fire them and find somebody else that you can trust to let go. Give that task to them and they will do it. Anytime they need improvement, make suggestions. Tell them, hey, this is what you can do to improve. So I didn't start a Soliloquy. I bought into Soliloquy when Thomas and I merged it. And when we did this merger, Thomas became the CTO of all our properties. And Soliloquy was his baby. That was his first project. So it was hard for him to let go of it. And in order to take this new role, I'm like, dude, you kind of have to let go. Had a big struggle. Reviewing every single line of code that we put Tim as in charge of lead developer, and Thomas was reviewing every single line of code there. We slowed everything, not just on Soliloquy end, but also on everything else that he was supposed to be doing. Then we're like, okay, let's put systems. Let's give him the power. Trust. If you can't trust the guy you hired or the gal you hired, hey, fire them right there. Because you have to have some sort of trust. Empower them, empower your employees to grow. Now, my favorite saying from Voltaire is, don't let perfect, get in the way of good. And that's what we were doing. Tim is amazing, he's an excellent developer, and Thomas was getting in the way and saying, hey, stop it. I want to do this. And I had to hold him accountable. And there are times when I'm getting in the way of designers and no, this is not perfect. You didn't have that italicized in the slide. And Thomas gets in my way and says, dude, stop it, kill it, let them do it. So don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Now, what I've found, for me personally, and maybe you found it too, is that one of the reasons why we're so insecure is that we're not rewarded enough. You're just so used to performing at this really high level that you just kind of expect to do that. And kind of builds up that insecurity, that fear of failing and fear of not doing good. So you got to celebrate your victories. As your team, everybody. Somebody does something well, celebrate it. Because, right, you can't just do negative punishment, right? You're holding somebody accountable. So the purpose of the mastermind group that you're going to create, I hope everybody after this creates a mastermind group or find a friend that you work with. If you're going to hold them accountable, you also have to reward them. So we go on these little parties, we go on retreats, we go do dinners, we attend awards, whatever. You have to celebrate those victories, celebrate the little milestones that you reach. That's the only way to not let that insecurity build up. So that forces you into perfectionism again. And I'll end this with a quote, "The perfection is the curse." And I've learned this, it's because good and bad. Anytime you try to innovate, it's going to be messy. Not just can, it will be messy. So all you got to do is learn and improve. Thank you.
one little small problem. I don't think it's going to cause a problem. But where I plugged my computer in last night didn't work.
Oh, really?
I've got 30%. I don't think that'll be a problem.
Okay.
But is there, and I left my cord upstairs because I didn't think I'd need it.
I have a. Yeah, I'll hook up a new cord just so we.
Cool.
Plugged in.
Not sure if it works yet.
If you haven't noticed already, wanted to mention a few other things. There is soda out in the hall in the vendor area if you want soda at any point today. And this is something that I thought is actually kind of cool. If you look at the schedule on your mobile device, there's no app or anything, but if you look at the schedule on your mobile device, it'll actually highlight and scroll to the current session so you can see exactly what's happening and what's coming up next, which is kind of a fun thing. That feature was actually added by insights from Duda. So they have a few of the extra featurette type things we added to the site. They built for us, so that's cool. Is that going to be good? Okay. I got muted again. Here we go. We're going to get started with the next session. For those of you who don't know Mike Schinkel, he runs a WordPress consultancy that builds truly enterprise applications for built on top of WordPress. He is going to talk to us today about exactly that, building complex applications on top of WordPress. So let's give it up for Mike Schinkel.
If this works, can everybody hear me? Is the mic good? Good morning, LoopConf. How's everybody? Today I want to talk about the old WordPress for big budgets. The boring version of the talk is WordPress for complex enterprise apps. About me, we champion WordPress for the lords who service the kings. So our clients are agencies, and we build for large organizations. These slides will be available somewhere after the event, so I'm going to go through them pretty quickly. Show of hands, if I can see with the projector there. Developers of lockdown client sites. Your agencies, you're working on client sites. So just a few. Internal developers of corporate sites. A few more. Developers of vertical market products. Just a few more. So none of the above? And a few more, so not too many hands. What means enterprise? Well, there's, it could be Hello? Okay. Hopefully this is a little bit better. So performance and scalability, maybe. Security concerns, rapid development, professional workflow, scale and complexity, or my favorite, big company politics. Can't talk about all of those, so this talk I'm going to talk about scale and complexity. That's always been my focus, and that's what we're going to talk about today. First off, though, I want to talk about Schinkel's Law. The code quality of any given theme that you find out on the web is inversely proportional to how visually impressive it is. I don't know how many of you have come across that if you're developers, but that has meant that we typically create custom themes for clients because we have to start with a good code base so that we can maintain it. So in days of yore, WordPress was just the blogs, themes were just templates, sites were built by adding plugins, and cowboy coders ruled the land. Then the sellers came, they wanted sites for business, agencies emerged to serve them, designers envisioned great things, settlers wanted it now, and the cowboy coders failed them all. I see a few heads nodding up and down. New sheriffs are in town, they're cleaning up bad practices, requiring version control, multi-server deployment processes, something that not all developers in WordPress do. And they separate concerns in code, all while respecting the townsfolk. That's the best I can do at telling stories. So our best practice is always best. If you're familiar with the community, the WordPress community, you know one of the mantras is no post types in a theme. And typically that's so that the end users can switch their themes without losing their custom post types. But agency-built sites don't need to switch themes, right? So what we've basically got is we've got two different groups. We've got the groups, the end users, the power users using WordPress, and then we've got big businesses using it built by agencies. So let's slay another sacred cow. And Ryan's going to love this one. Death to the loop. Yeah, it's LoopConf. I get the irony. Instead, use a MV star approach, also known as MVC, but we're not going to talk about a C. Some of you may be familiar that there are plugins for this, and they generally tend to rip out what WordPress is and replace it. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about being very, what my team likes to call WordPress-ish or WordPress-centric. And this is inspired by Backbone, if you're familiar with the JavaScript library. So, models and views. When you're building a system, a large system that's going to be complex, models and views for each post type, for each taxonomy, user, role, comments, and more. List classes to wrap WP query. Give me a second here. I'm going to have to do my a little bit of water. So now I'm going to slow down just a hair, and I'm going to talk about typical theme code. You've probably seen code like this. This is what I see in a lot of themes. You've got your query, and then in this particular case, we're listing partners. Just a sample example. And then we're doing the get permalink and the title to list them off. What would an MV star code look like? Instead, we would simply have a list, and then we would have a title link. The theme code gets much, much simpler, and the code in the prior slide, that gets moved into your model. In that case, you can use it wherever you need throughout your application. You don't have that littered throughout your theme. Another part of this approach is full visibility for themers. Every project I've been on has had multiple people. Every project in the past several years I've been on has had multiple people working on it, where we have different skill sets in each group. So we have some people that are really good with HTML and CSS, and they really don't know what the little angle bracket question mark PHP thing is. And then we have other people who are really hardcore back-end PHP, MySQL people, but they don't really know how to make CSS work for them, and I would raise my hand, I'm one of those people. So let's take a look at this, this code, the point of this is that we architected our models and views so that the themers, the people that don't really know PHP that well, they're just doing a layout, can understand it. So this is basically creating a new object, and then the template, which is similar to get template part. Anything that you're going to do the output HTML elements or CSS, we're going to do in, oops, sorry, wrong thing. We're going to do inside of a subtemplate. And then the objects, the person object, for example, will be visible inside this template. Down here is another approach. Instead of a for next loop or a while loop, we simply create a team list, and then we run the template on each team member. Or excuse me, not team member, but the hypothetical here is that there are different teams, different law teams. Additionally, those of you who've had to go through any code reviews, if you've done anything on WordPress VIP, you're probably familiar with code reviews. I will say that currently this is ahead of where WordPress VIP is. They probably won't, they'll probably frown on this specific approach, but we've used it successfully in other clients. So basically, instead of using the escape adder, the escape URL, the escape HTML, and the WP cases, we use a convention-based approach where the method is your render method, and then the adder or title or HTML or URL are your are indicating your escapes. So here's a little quick chart for that. Link, sorry, this thing's not well designed. Link is and HTML both go through cases post. Adder goes through escape adder, and then if you don't have anything, we do an escape HTML on it. So you've already seen this, but you've seen it in example code. Let me describe it for you briefly. You define a model with a method slug. Automatically gets a view method called the slug adder with automatic escaping. So that's kind of how we do that. The benefits of MV star are business logic in the model, repetitive HTML in views. Specifically, I'm referring to things like schema.org or image elements or link elements, those types of things where the themer can be taught that the methods that contain those are just HTML elements. Simple, easy to read templates, that is a big one for us. Easier fragment caching, so each of these subtemplates can be cached automatically. And automated testing of this, of where you can actually run your models and views through testing and verify that they do not emit insecure code. Fewer global variable bugs, fewer hook side effect bugs, separating team member concerns, so the HTML front-end developer, the JavaScript front-end developer, the back-end developer. And enables reusable modules. Now, you may say that plugins are reusable modules, but they're reusable at the level of the end user or the site builder, but they're not really often reusable at the level of the developer. This approach allows you to build reusable modules that are reusable at the API level. So these techniques are in use at projects we've done for Dell, projects we've done for Coca-Cola, some internal projects, and hopefully some other projects in the near future. But you ask, how would we do this? Do we want to go in, is this a talk about, here's an approach and now I'm going to send you back to learn how to do it and to build it yourself? No, so what I'm here to do is announce WP Live, based on our about 5 years of experience in the WordPress space. This is probably iteration 9. It's an architecture, not an MVC plugin. It is implemented as a plugin, but the point is that it's more of an architecture for you to build on. It's less a plugin for you to learn and use. We like to call it a foundation library to support the architecture. It's built for coders, not for end users or site builders. It's available now on GitHub. It's open source. And our goal is adoption among agencies, to ultimately see a large number of curated reusable modules and to enable faster implementation of complex sites. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mike. We're going to get started again in about 15 minutes. Actually, in 10 minutes, at 9:50, about 9:55, we're going to get ready to go. So if you want to take a quick break, now's a good time to do it.
Any questions in the back?
Okay, if everybody can start making their way back in. We're going to be starting here again pretty quickly. Before we get to our next talk, we have a really, we're going to give a couple minutes to one of our incredibly gracious sponsors who is giving away all sorts of fantastic swag out in the lobby, so please go talk to them and spend time with them after this. But we're going to give a couple of minutes to WP Engine. Taylor, please. And let's give them up. Let's give it up.
Thanks, everyone. We're super excited to be here. Are y'all excited to be here? Yeah? Yeah. Awesome. So we're WP Engine. We are a managed WordPress hosting platform. We have a whole suite of developer tools, which makes it very easy and hassle-free to develop on WordPress. We host your website, handle all of the uptime and all of that. You spend less time worrying about if your site's up and more time developing awesome features. So we're excited to be here today. We've got a couple members of our team. We've got myself. I'm Taylor, a technical product manager at WP Engine. We've got Jason Stallings, who's a L3 tech. We've got Jason Cosper, who's also one of our developer advocates. We've also got Shada, who you all I'm surely you know. She's our amazing events coordinator. We've also got Stephen Word, who's our full-time core contributor to WordPress. He's actually giving a talk here in a bit, I think at 10:30. That topic is developing WordPress. Let's see, let me get this title right. Empathy in web development and developing for the 80%. So be sure to come and see that. After that talk, we're actually going to have Raspberry Pi at our booth. We're giving away a Raspberry Pi developer kit. So in your swag bags, you should have gotten a little card that looks like this. Fill this out or get your business card, drop that in the bowl at our booth, grab a Raspberry Pi, and hopefully you can win that. So we're WP Engine. Check us out if you're not already a customer. And if you are, thanks for being a customer. And that's it. Thanks, everyone.
Taylor.
Thank you very much, Taylor. We're going to go ahead and move on. The next topic is, the next speaker that we have is Zoe Rooney. For those of you who don't know Zoe, she runs a consultancy as a front-end developer building beautiful websites. They do all sorts of agency work, focus on really, really building engaging and beautiful websites. She is here today to talk to us about automating WordPress development, front-end development. So she's going to talk about all those grunt, gulp, all that fun stuff. So please give a hand for Zoe. As soon as we get the screen switched over, that is. We're going to do that first. That's your internet if you need to lock that on.
Hello, can you hear me all right? Good morning. Or if you are on East Coast time like I am, good afternoon to you. My name is Zoe. Like Ryan said, I build client WordPress and some Shopify sites. I mostly work in the sort of lifestyle brand niche, which is small creative businesses, bloggers, stuff like that. And basically what I do all day, every day is I build themes. So that's what I'm going to talk about today, and some of the things that I have done to automate my workflow process that I think might be helpful to others of you who are building themes day to day. So first, before we talk about how you automate, I want to talk about why you might want to automate. And I think this is a big topic because, like Ryan kind of alluded at, there's a ton of tools out there right now. So there's Grunt, Gulp, Post CSS, a million things, and there's a new one every day. And so it can be really hard to kind of figure out what the motivation is to make use of all these tools in your workflow and what to use and when and why and how. So let's start with that. So really, the question is, why wouldn't you want to automate? One of the arguments I hear a lot is that everyone's doing it. It's like this herd of people going towards the latest, greatest, coolest tool. That's kind of lame. I don't want to just go to a tool because it's cool. That's a reason. That's a reason that I have used myself a number of times with new tools that have come out. Another one that's similar to that is that it's sort of like this robot taking over my job thing. Like, I'm a person who's good at my job because I know how to code well, and I don't want tools coming in and trying to take over my job, basically. Which, yeah, valid. Okay, I can see why that would be a concern. I like this quote a lot, which is that problems that we have are not really about how machines think, but whether men or women or people think. And machines are really as good as how you use them and how you make use of the tools that are available to you. So I like to think of all of these automation tools as little bonuses that I can add into my workflow where it makes sense, and not tools that need to come in and take over every piece of my work that I do. So the way that I go about integrating these tools is by making notes of my process. So as I'm working on a day-to-day basis, I write down what I'm doing. A lot of the time that ends up being blog posts for me, which I think is really helpful for other people. So I encourage you to do that, to blog about your process. But also what it does is it helps me realize all the ridiculous steps that I take with every time I create a new theme. And it helps me see where things are annoying or painful. So sometimes they're actually painful, but more often they're just annoying. So it's like I'm going to go through and find and replace all the strings in this starter theme I'm using every single time I create a new theme. That's annoying, and it's not something you have to do. So identifying those by writing down your process is the first step. The other kind of argument that I hear a lot about this is that there's just too much to learn. There are too many things coming at me all the time. I can't learn them all. So that's cool, but I think when you look at your process and you think about the pain points, what you can do is you can think about it in terms of replacing things with technology that makes it feel a little bit more magical. So if there are things in your workflow that are annoying, the automation is an opportunity to replace them with things that feel kind of cool and fun and magical. So that's kind of a mindset shift that I've used to get myself a little bit more excited about some of these tools as well. And so that's what the goal of the tools that I'm going to show you are, is to make pieces of your workflow feel a little bit more magical. Because I think one of the things that I really love about being a developer is that kind of magic, where I get to write some code and then have something come out of that code that does cool things and looks really nice and it makes people enjoy the internet a little bit more. So let's talk about how you can go about automating. So there are sort of three phases of my workflow that I think about when I think about automating, and these are them. So there's project setup. So I'm going to start a whole new theme project. I need to get all of my files in order. Then there's the active work project. So that's when I'm actually writing my CSS, my template files, all that good stuff. And then there's a piece of this which is deploying code. So we're going to look at those piece by piece, and we're actually going to start with the active work phase. So when I think about active work and I think about the parts of my workflow that are painful or annoying, these are some of the things that come to mind. So what I used to do was I used to have one mega style.css style sheet that had a million different things in it. And I had my own sort of like partial variable system where I would find and replace for a particular string that was a color value, for example, so like text color. If it was in multiple place, I would have literally the word text color, and then I would find and replace for that. And I had to do that every time I created a new theme. So last year, I think I built somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 websites for client work. So that's a lot of finding and replacing. Not a good use of time. Another thing is figuring out browser prefixes. So those change constantly, and I don't know what they are off the top of my head. So having to look those up on the regular is also a hassle. And then there's a whole set of automated tasks like optimizing images. If you have JavaScript, you want to lint that. You want to minify your CSS and your JavaScript. So all these kinds of rote tasks come up in my active work a lot. And these are all things that I was thinking, well, there's probably a better way to do it. And there are many better ways to do this. A few of them are things like preprocessors. So a lot of you are probably familiar with things like Sass or Less. There's one called Post CSS. It's a little different. That's a newer one. This is just a way to get rid of some of those pain points by using things like partials. So that's breaking your style sheet into smaller modular files and then including them all into one file when you process it. It includes things like nesting. So this is an example where you can judiciously use this to associate your styles with each other and to create a cascade in your styles in a way that's visually really accessible when you're writing your code. This is something that you do need to be careful with because you can get a little crazy with your nesting, but it's a nice feature in terms of organizing your code as you write it and keeping things clear for your own purposes. And then it also includes variables. So that lets you do that thing, like I said, where I was finding and replacing. It lets you actually create variables and use them in your style sheets. These are only 3 of the many features that Sass has, but that's kind of the point, I think, for me, is that you don't have to use all the features that all the tools have. I held off on Sass for a long time because I felt like I didn't need a lot of the things it had. I didn't want to learn them. But what I finally figured out is that I was already kind of trying to do this variable thing in my own files, so why not use a tool that actually does it for real instead of doing my own sort of mixed model way. And so that's how I'd encourage you to think about all tools, and I think it kind of ties back to that idea of perfectionism that we heard about before, which is that you don't have to do things all the way 100% all the time. You can use a tool for whatever you need it for, and that's great. That's what it's for. It's a tool for you, not something that you need to adopt full scale or not at all. Along with Sass, there's a really cool tool that I like to use called Auto Prefixer. What this does is exactly what it sounds like, and it's really popular, so you may have heard of it. What it does is it runs through your CSS, and it finds everything that might need a browser prefix using Can I Use's database, so it's always up to date, and it automatically adds in all your browser vendor prefixes. That's pretty awesome. You don't ever have to remember them. You just write the like normal standard version, and it will go through that database, and it will find the current prefixes. What's cool about that is that if you run your code again in a couple months, it will adjust that so that you don't have extra prefixes left over that you don't need anymore. So that's a really cool tool that I use after Sass, and you don't have to use Sass to use that. It's a separate thing that just reads through CSS and assigns these things. That's where I kind of think of the magic coming in, right? Like that's cool, like that's easy, it's magical, it takes a burden off of me. And if a guy balancing eggs on a knife is not magic, I don't know what is. The thing is that once you start using these tools, you need a way to process your files, because they don't just happen. You need to actually process through either your Sass files or your less files. You need to process through your CSS files. Well, there are a variety of tools for that as well. So these are 3 of the very popular ones. So there's Grunt, which is the warthog guy, Gulp, and then CodeKit is a Mac app that does this as well, that has a nice user interface if you don't want to do it on the command line. And basically all 3 of these tools just take your files and they run whatever processes you want to run on them. So personally, I use Gulp for this. Again, this is one of those things where I think it's just choose one that looks interesting to you and try it and see what it does for you. So when you use Gulp, all this adds to your project is you add a Gulp file, which is your configuration file, and you add a package file, which tells Gulp what packages you're going to use. This is an example of a package file, so it just tells you, this is my project, which is the repository stuff at the top. And then it tells you all the different packages within Gulp that you want to use. So basically it's saying, for this example, that I want to use Gulp itself. I want to use Gulp's Ruby Sass compiling tool. I want to use Auto Prefixer. I also want to minify my CSS, and then I want to live reload. And live reload is a pretty cool tool. If you haven't used it, it lets you save your files, compile them, auto prefix them, minify them, and then it automatically reloads your local site in your browser without a refresh. So typing away over here, all my processes run, and my browser is automatically updating as I go with my style changes with no moves on my part. So this is a super simple example that would do all of the CSS things that I just mentioned in one run, basically. This is what my package file would look like. So then if we look at a Gulp file, zoom out a little bit, this is what it would look like. Again, this is a simplified example that is really only looking at the CSS tasks, just to give you an idea of what this looks like and how you read it. I am not a JavaScript developer. I know like enough JavaScript to be dangerous and enough jQuery to write things into themes. But I did not know any of this before I started using it, and I think that's important to say because it's pretty straightforward, I think, and pretty easy to understand what you're doing and to play with it without needing to feel like you are a JavaScript developer if you're not. So this is what my Gulp file would look like. At the top, it's basically mimicking that package file. So it's just saying, these are all the things that I'm going to use in the rest of my file. I need to require all of these packages to be present before I can run this. So then the way it's set up is that each task is a thing that you want to run. on your project. So you can see here, my task is called styles, and this is all about my style sheet. So the first return Sass line is saying, let's look in the SCSS folder, and we're going to run the Sass process on that. That compiles all of my Sass files into CSS. It gives you the opportunity to give yourself some error messages if you go wrong. If you are like me, I actually enjoy editing my error messages to give me errors that I find amusing, so that's another way to add a little joy. I didn't do that in this example, but feel free. And then what it does is it just runs through all the pipes, and each of those things acts on my files in sequence. So I process my Sass, and then it goes to the next pipeline, and that moves my process style sheet to the root, because as we know, you need your style sheet to be in the root of your theme folder for it to work. So that moves it to the root out of my SCSS file folder. Then it runs auto-prefixer. Then it minifies my CSS for me so that I have a nice, quickly moving CSS file. And then the next one I think is actually extraneous. It moves it to the root again just to make sure that's where we are. I think it's already there, so I could probably delete that. And then it runs the live reload, which is that browser reload for my local dev site. So that's cool. So that's the actual task that's going to run. And then what you can do is you can assign additional tasks, like this watch task down at the bottom. So this is saying, when I run this watch task, I want to watch my Sass files. So that is these files right here. I'm going to watch all of these files in this folder, and I'm going to run that styles task that we just looked at every time that I make a change. So in practice, what this looks like is that you can either, in your terminal app or whatever you use for command line, you can run gulp styles, and that just runs that styles tasks. It runs that whole list of things in that pipe, just one after another. So that runs it once. Or alternately, you can run gulp watch, and that runs continuously, and it watches those files that I just showed you, so all the Sass files. And every time I save a change, it runs all of those things in that task. So that is automated completely. So what I have open when I'm working is I have my Sass files in Sublime usually, and then I have gulp watch running on the side. And so every time I save, it's all processed, prefixed, everything, and my browser reloads for me. So I don't ever have to take my hands out of Sublime. I'm just sitting there typing away, changing things, and then watching my stuff reload on the side. As it goes, everything's processed for me automatically. That's pretty nice. That actually saves me quite a bit of time, not toggling back and forth between different windows and running things and running processes. Over the course of a year, I'd say it saves me probably at least a day, probably more than that. I should probably calculate that one of these days, and I will. But it saves me a good amount of time to just run that while I'm going. So that's the stuff while I'm actually working that I use the most. And there are other things you can do, like I said, you can minify all your images. So you can set it up to watch an image directory. And every time you drop a new JPEG in there, it will minify, or it'll compress that JPEG for you automatically. So there's a lot you can do with it. That just scratches the surface. Next, looking at project setup. So this is another one that I've spent a lot of time on. So some of the tasks that I was doing a lot with this, and I wrote a blog post about this, and it ended up being something like 10 different tasks for setting up a new theme every single time. So some of them were, I usually work from a starter theme, so you have to actually go get the starter theme, wherever that's on GitHub or wherever you get it from. You may have to replace strings throughout with your own themes and name and namespacing and all that kind of stuff. And then if you're using all of those Gulp Sass type tools, you have to install all those packages through NPM, which is the node package manager. So those are just 3 of the steps that I was taking regularly. So in order to get rid of all of those, I came across this tool called Yeoman, which is probably my favorite thing, partly because of the dapper gentleman with the mustache who greets you. And this is a generator, so you can set up your own tools to generate any kind of project you want. So at first I was a little intimidated because, like I said, I'm not a JavaScript developer, and most of the examples are huge JavaScript projects. Huge. And so that was a little intimidating. And there are some that generate entire WordPress installs as well. So that's kind of cool. But I use it on the theme basis. So it took me a little while to figure out how that works. But what it does once I got it was pretty cool. So what you do basically is you start with a folder. Let me show you this. So you start with a folder. So for example, if I have this themes folder, that's going to be my working folder where all my themes are going to live. What I can do is in my command line tool in terminal, I can make sure that I'm inside that folder, and then I can just run yo Emmy. Emmy is the name of the starter theme that I created that uses all these tools, which is what I use to start all of my projects. and yo-emi runs the generator that I built for that theme. So I type that in, and it pulls up some really sweet art that I spent. Probably negated all the time saved with the Gulp watch by creating this art. But it makes me happy every time I see it, so well worth it. And what it does is it runs through a series of questions that I've set up in the generator, and it asks me things like, what do I want to name my theme? So I'm going to call this sample theme, and you can name it whatever you want. And it says, who built the theme? So it's asking me the questions that come up at the top of my style.css file, basically. It has some defaults set, or you can type in new values for each of those. And once you're done with all your questions, it says, okay, I'm going to go get that starter theme from GitHub, which is the latest version. It grabs it, it downloads it, and then it runs npm install, which is installing all the files. You can see if I go back to my directory structure here, it's actually created my sample theme folder with the correct name based on what I entered for my settings. It's downloaded all my theme files from GitHub. It has started installing all the node modules that I need to run Gulp that we just looked at in that Gulp package file, so that's all ready for me. And then the last thing it does is it actually runs the Gulp styles task, and it creates my style sheet with the correct info in the top. So when it's first downloading and running, the style.css is actually empty. But once it runs, and once it's finished, you can see I have my minified style sheet, which has all my sort of basic stuff that I use, and it has at the top the information that I entered when I was configuring the theme. And you can go ahead and this is able to be activated at this point. It looks pretty nasty because it's just a starter theme and there's not much in there. But it is a functioning WordPress theme that I can then go in and work on to customize however I want. So that's pretty cool. Like you can see that ran really fast. I didn't have to do anything other than run the initial command and tell it some answers about how I wanted things to be configured. And I have my new theme. So that's Yeoman. This generator that I just showed you and my starter theme are both on GitHub if you want to check them out. But I did want to quickly show you what the file looks like that creates the generator. This one, I'm not going to lie, this took me like a solid few days of messing around and breaking stuff in JavaScript to figure out. But you're welcome to take mine and configure it for your own theme. And so basically what this does is it looks somewhat similar, is it requires a bunch of stuff that makes this run. And then it goes through a series of tasks. So those are identified by things like this initializing grouping. And what it does is it just goes through its tasks one at a time, and Yeoman has an order of tasks that it has set up in its system. So it goes ahead and first it requires some information, and then it starts sending me those messages. It includes my really awesome art right here. That's this line, 14. And then it goes through and it prompts me to answer all of those questions that I set up. So you can come in here and you can easily come in and you can add a new block to add a new question if you want to ask something else. So like I've been trying to figure out how to make it ask me if I want to automatically add this to Git, for example. And so I could add another question in here that is, do you want to check in this project with Git at the end? And then I can assign that answer to a variable. And then it comes through and it goes through all those variables, and this is where it's finding and replacing all that information in the actual style sheet, and actually does it across all of the theme files. So it is going into all of my files, and it's adding in the correct text domain and the correct like namespacing, all that kind of stuff in the entire theme for me. So that's that part of the generator. And then it goes through and it tells me that it's getting the file from GitHub. So it's actually pulling down the latest version, so I don't have to go through and update my template all the time. And then it goes through and does all that find and replace and spits out the commands at the end to run Gulp. So this one configuration tool runs that whole process, and it's something that I can go in and I can update and edit as I want to ongoing. So that's Yeoman. So basically what I do is I run my Yeoman, set up my project, then I use my Gulp watch task while I'm working, and then we get to deployment. I'm not going to go a whole ton into deployment because that is, as you probably know, there are a million ways to handle this. We heard about one tool yesterday in some of the workshops that you can use to have your dev server and your local and keep those all in sync. But I did want to point out a few tools. So one is that Git is key, because it protects your files. So I use Git for this. So I do this still at the theme level, because that's what I do is I build themes. I don't need to track an entire WordPress installation or plugins ever. So I just track things at the theme level. And then there are a couple of tools. I actually use both of these right now. I need to consolidate a little bit. They're called deploy.io and then deployhq.com is the other one. And these are both paid services that let you link up a Git or Bitbucket or any number of repositories to a server somewhere. So you can set it up to an FTP, SFTP, SSH. There's a whole variety of things. You can do it with Shopify, which is pretty sweet, only on deploy.io right now. And basically what it does is you can set it to either automatically deploy or to deploy manually. If it's a live site, obviously you want it to be manual. But if it's set to automatic, like if you're in development, every time you push a new commit to your repo, it automatically deploys to your server. So that's pretty nice too, because if I'm working on a development site, that lets me still stay in Sublime. And there's a really nice Sublime plugin that's called Sublime Git. It's like a recommended donation of like $15 or something really cheap. And that lets you run your Git commands right in Sublime. So literally, you never have to move your hands off of Sublime. You're in Sublime, and you are just typing and changing your code. Your watch task is running. You're ready to push. You use Git in Sublime to push your code, and it automatically deploys to a development site that somebody on your team or your client can see. So that's how I run deployment. And like I said, there's a lot of ways to do that, and that's just one. And this is really what it looks like. So you commit something, and then you push it, and then it deploys. So we talked a little bit about how time is a big barrier for this, and the way that I handle those time constraints when I want to learn new things is I do what I call level up days. And so sometimes those are on the weekend, but usually I try to schedule them into my work week, because if they're on the weekend, I have 2 little kids, and it is much harder to level up when there's Shaun the Sheep going on in the background. But I pick a day, basically, and I say, I'm going to dedicate this day to just banging around in something new. I'm going to choose a problem in my workflow. I'm going to spend a couple hours this day, and I'm going to read a ton of blog posts and break things for a while and not worry about it. And at the end of that day, hopefully I'll have a new skill that I can use in my workflow. If you want to level up with some of these tools, you have to install a lot of things, but I promise you that they are easy to install. And I have a helpful list here, which you can find in the slides, which are published elsewhere as well. Basically, all you have to do is install all the tools, and then there are a ton of resources out there. So you can grab a project that exists and play around with it, which is my preferred way to learn. So Yeoman, for example, you can go in, and they have a list of community generators. You can type in WordPress, and you get a list of everything from entire WordPress installations you can generate that way to things like individual themes or plugins. Or you can grab my project and play around with it if you want to do that as well. The theme itself is on GitHub, and then also the generator is on GitHub as well. They are 2 separate things, so that you can use the theme without the generator if you don't want to quite go into that yet. But the moral of the story is basically that if there are things in your workflow that you don't love, that's an opportunity, I think, instead of feeling annoyed, to replace it with something that feels a little bit more magical. And a lot of these tools are things that I've chosen to make my workflow feel a little bit more like magic. Thank you.
Okay, we've got another quick 5-minute break. Grab beverage if you need one. And we will be back with Stephen Word in 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you to Zoe for that excellent talk. The next guest we have, our next presenter, is a full-time core contributor working for WP Engine, giving a talk that is probably, well, that I know is extremely important. Stephen K. Word is going to talk to us about the importance of empathy in web development. So, Stephen, the time is yours.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, everyone. All right, so here today to talk about empathy in development, more specifically web development. Just a quick background on me. My name is Stephen Word. I'm a WordPress core contributor. I spend most of my development efforts working on WordPress core with WP Engine. Right now, I'm maintaining the RSS feeds component. And if that's something that you have any pain points with, catch me afterwards. I would love to talk to you about it. Could always use help. I'm also a plugin author. I've been trying to write decent plugins for the last 3 to 5 years, and I'm getting better at it all the time. I'm also a native Texan. Do we have any fellow Texans out here? Yeah. All right, well, those guys understand why I had to tell you all that. It's just a thing. Got to state the pride. All right, so we're here to talk about empathy. And so, I think we're having a slight issue. Oh. Yep. 1 second.
Is it on a presentation mode? Or?
Oh, it's on presentation.
Okay. Always fun, isn't it? It's registering it.
It doesn't look like it's picking it up.
No, it's not.
We tried. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to continue on with my slides, and we'll look back through them later on, just until we get the technical issue resolved. So what we're talking about is empathy, and that's that human emotion that allows you to truly feel the feelings and the emotions of another person, right? It's not understanding their problem. It's actually feeling it and knowing that problem. And it's something that doesn't typically get associated with software development very often. So one of the reasons that I wanted to do this is that the concept of empathy is very hard. It's hard for me. It's not something that I do very naturally. Something that I really have to work at. And I'm the guy on the plane. I have a hard time being patient with the new family, with the baby, or the guy on the subway who's playing Bejeweled at full volume. Like I have very little patience for these things, but I recognize that in myself, and by recognizing that, I'm able to work on it. Thank you. All right, so this is a quote that I think I actually got this from Sam Hotchkiss off of a Facebook update, but it really resonated with me. And it says that everyone you meet is fighting a battle that you know nothing about. That guy playing Bejeweled, I know nothing about his day, right? All I know is that I got annoyed. And that's not a very empathetic way to look at that situation, right? He could have just been laid off. He could have just won the lottery, but the point is that I just don't know. And that was, All right, so what does that mean as far as web development goes? Normally when empathy gets brought up in the context of development, we think of it kind of in the UX space. How do we interacting with our users, the responsibility to the users? But there's a whole other side of this, and it's one that I don't think gets enough attention. The empathy for each other, from developer to developer, from creative to creative. Writing code in a way that will make you feel better in the future, will make other people feel better in the future. These are practices, and there's ways to do this to truly connect with the software in ways that we don't typically do because it either takes too much work, it takes too much time, it's too expensive, it doesn't seem important. Well, here's another thought, kind of a derivative of the quote that we saw a minute ago. And that is that people may use your code in ways that you know nothing about yet. I think that WordPress is a really good example of this. Back when the author of B2 first wrote that software, do you think that he had ever envisioned social networks in BuddyPress? Probably not. And there's some artifacts in those things that make their way into the software we write now. And it's important to keep in mind that you're not just writing code for today or tomorrow, you're writing it for the future. So what is empathetic code? So empathetic code should be human readable, right? If we want people to feel good about the work they're doing, and you want to feel good about yourself as a developer, you need to be able to understand what you're looking at it in a quick way. There's a couple of things that go into this, such as documentation, comments, those things make it readable. But spacing also makes a difference, right? Scannability, naming conventions, what you name your functions matters. Right? Have you ever been in a situation where you are trying to get a piece of functionality to work and you're like, wow, I really wish that there was a method or this function with this name. And you type it into your IDE and there it is. It's the best feeling in the world. It feels great because you knew the problem, you found the solution, and because it was intuitive, someone had taken care of that thought for you and you were able to just use it and go back to work. Empathetic code should be easy for someone who has never touched it to jump in and get started. I think that having been in the WordPress space for so long, this is where I do a lot of my development. And I think it's almost easy to forget what you know. The guy that is coming in straight out of college, or maybe this is his first programming job, he's not less smart than you or I, right? He's less experienced. And we can help drive the community and drive the software by making sure that our code is friendly to him and that we're supportive along the way. We also want to make sure that we're considerate to our international users. I was looking through a plugin the other day and I found a piece of logic that was connected to an English string. It was something to the effect of, if the button value equals submit, then we're going to perform these series of actions. Well, that works fine and well in English, which is probably the developer's original language. But once you got to a point where you are internationalizing that, then that logic is no longer going to function, right? The word upload is not upload in French. We also need to make sure that we support accessibility. This is one of those things that doesn't get nearly enough attention, and I think it's because it doesn't relate to a lot of us, right? This is the empathetic problem. Most of us don't have a speech or sight or hearing deficits. Some of us do, but not everybody, and that's something that it's very hard to imagine if you're not in that position. And so ultimately, what the idea is just that we need to make code accessible for everyone because it will come back to you. So why should it be important to you, right? Well, someone else is probably going to contribute to your project. If it's a good project and you've done well, you're going to get an audience, right? And you want the barrier of entry for people that are going to help you out with this code to be as low as possible. You don't want them scratching their head trying to figure out what your existing code is doing. You'd rather them look at a comment or some documentation. It's another really good feeling when you're trying to figure out how to make something work and someone has taken the time to write the documentation, right? Searching for documentation or trying to figure out how something works because it's not documented is not one of my favorite parts of the job, right? It's painstaking and you know that it should work and you've seen other people make it work. You just don't have the information you need to be effective. You will reuse your code later. We've all been there. We're at the end of a project deadline. Your client or your project manager walks up and you just have to get it done. The project's late, so what are you going to do? What I do is I look through my old code. I've done this type stuff before, right? More likely than not, I have something similar that I can reuse. So think about that for a minute. If the code is propagating and I'm reusing it, wouldn't it have been better if I had just done these things, the empathetic things, originally, right? If I'm going to reuse this code that I'm using, wouldn't it have been better if I had just gone back and added internationalization and accessibility round one? I'm going to reuse the code for years. Ultimately in WordPress, we have a mission. It's in our philosophy. We're trying to democratize publishing. This is a really big responsibility. If you think back to the days of the printing press, that was one of the biggest revolutions that people had ever seen. It gave voices to people that didn't have the ability to communicate with large groups of people. And if you really think about it, WordPress is just an iteration on that. It's enabling people from all over the world, from different backgrounds, that are different than you and I, or from each other, a voice. And that's something that we need to be enabling. And when we write code, we want to make sure that we are promoting that and not hindering that type of behavior. Something else that I think I kind of struggle with, and I know from watching Chris Lima talk, and the imposter syndrome. This is a really big problem in developer communities, and I don't want to talk about it in great depth because it's been discussed. But it's important to realize that you are thought leaders, the people in this room, right? This is the greatest WordPress developer conference on earth, right? Everyone here is important. You will be emulated. You're respected. People look up to you. It doesn't feel that way because you can look across the room and you can say that person knows more than me, or I don't know what they know. But it's a two-way street. And ultimately, it's the right thing to do. I like to think that we take the high ground in the WordPress community, try to include everybody, and make sure that we are doing this the best way that we are, or that we can. We're not perfect, but we influence 23% of the web, and that's a statistic that gets thrown around a lot. But just think about what that really means, right? If you're writing code, it could matter to a large, like a vast number of people that you may never ever meet. So we touched on this a little bit earlier, but code does propagate. Bad code propagates, good code propagates. If you answer a support question in Stack Exchange where someone has a question, if you don't give that the full attention that it deserves, that's going to live in Stack Exchange, and someone else is going to copy that out, and they're going to use it again. And now your bad code is making the problem worse instead of better. People fork your repos all the time, whether you get the star indicator on GitHub, but it's not unheard of. I put projects up there because I don't want to pay for version control, and then all of a sudden, someone else is doing pull requests or reporting issues. Another way the code propagates is the WordPress way and through emulation. One of the things that I find myself doing is that when I'm trying to address a particular problem or find a solution, I will go dig through core. I think that that's probably one of the better ways to do it. Now, core is significantly more empathetic, generally. It adopts most of these practices because you have an audience, a group of maintainers that are working to make sure that these things happen. We also have hero emulation, which kind of goes into the imposter thing I was talking about. If you have a plugin and it's used, people are going to look at that and they're going to learn from it, and they're going to assume that you know what you're talking about. I think that you owe it to the people that use the software to make sure that you're doing it in a responsible manner. So this is just a quick example of that string logic I was talking about, where the form is being submitted on the actual word submit, which is not international. And I don't wish to call it the plugin, but it was a popular one, and it's something that I would like to see some serious effort put behind. All right, so on internationalization, I kind of like to share just a quick personal story that I have with this. When I first started getting into doing plugins for the first time, they weren't great, right? I didn't do it necessarily the best way that I could. And then something kind of lit a fire in me, and I decided that, I think that I'm going to take a piece of functionality, I'm just going to do the best that I can. I'm going to follow the code standards, I'm going to put in all the comments, all the PHP doc. I'm just going to do this the best that I can. It was a very simple plugin. The functionality is that it automatically friends users with a pre-registered list of users in BuddyPress. Someone joins the site, they automatically get a friend when they sign up, kind of like Tom from MySpace, I suppose. So I put all this effort in, and I probably put a good 20 hours into just doing this, right? Trying to make it the best I could. And for the first year, I probably only saw like 100 to 200 downloads. It was a very niche, product, if you want to call it that. But it never really saw a large adoption. In October 2013, I got an email when I woke up one morning, and in my inbox, from a guy named Renato Alvarez from Portugal. And he was telling me that he was working on a BuddyPress site in Portugal, and he wanted to use the plugin. But the development staff that he was working with was not universally English speaking. So he wanted to know if I would put in the time to translate the plugin, or not translate it, but to put in the translating functions. I kind of put that off. I didn't get it back to him as quickly as I could, and I regret that now. But when I did, it took him about 3 days to get back to me. And now my plugin's in Portuguese. Now, about a month after that, someone else contacted me from Spain. This time, they didn't ask for anything. They just sent me a file, right? And I included it in the plugin. And now the plugin's available in Spanish. I don't know Spanish and Portuguese. Here's the interesting things about this. So here's a map of native English speakers. So the dark blue represents people that speak English as a primary language. And then the lighter blue, I realize it's a little hard to see, are countries that have English as a language, but it's not the primary source of communication. So as you can see, this includes to 360 million native English speakers. Now that's not the number of people that speak English in the world, but that is people that do it naturally or as their first language. It comes to 5.43% of the global population. Spanish. So Spanish, there's actually more native Spanish speakers in the world than English, coming in at 6.15% with about 400 million. Portuguese is a little bit less represented, but still not insignificant. Countries like Brazil and Spain, you get 3.27% of the global market. So here's what's interesting to me about that. When I wrote that original plugin, I spent 40 hours to do it. Right? I got about 100 downloads. It reached a very limited audience. The translating of that plugin took probably 30 minutes to a half hour. Now I'm up in the thousands, I'm helping people, and I'm reaching more people potentially than I would have if I had just done it in English. And I think that's something that we don't really think about, right? You get your code into the repo, and you get your reviews or your stars and your pats on the back, and you get your praise from your peers. Well, they're your peers, right? You can help so many more people than just the people that you surround yourself by. And this is a really good example of that. So there are some challenges in implementing empathetic development practices. It's not terribly complicated things, right? Like, I mean, comments and documentation, that's pretty simple stuff, but most of us don't do it unless we're held to it. And, it does take extra work, and it's not immediately visible to the users always. It is more expensive. I mean, can you imagine if you walked into your manager's office and tried to explain that the reason you missed your deadline was because you were trying to be a better empathetic programmer, that you're trying to consider programmers for the future? They may not care, right? They have a client that they have to answer to, and they need the bottom line. So that's a roadblock. It may not seem necessary, and this is kind of what I was talking about with the peer groups. It took me 2 years to take that plugin and internationalize it because it wasn't high enough on my priority list, even when I already had the objective of trying to make it as good as I possibly could. And I think that was largely due to my inability to empathize with the greater software community. Empathy is transient, right? So what I mean by that is, when you have that emotional connection and you feel or you get that sense of joy from finding the right function or helping out a coworker, it's ever fading, right? Whatever connection or emotional connection you feel is going to diminish over time. We have to understand that we have personality differences as well, right? It's not even just that we all live in different countries or that we are an international community with different languages. We also think differently. We weren't all raised the same. We had raised with different home styles and environments. And that does seep into the way that we communicate with each other and the way that we think about things. There's this concept called Conway's Law, which comes from computer science, a guy named Melvin Conway. And I'm gonna have to paraphrase it a little bit here. But it says that basically when you're designing a system that interacts with people, it's going to mimic the behavior of the social structure that created that. So here we are writing software for WordPress, and it's all about human communication. That's ultimately what WordPress does. It gives people a voice, it's publishing. Well, our own behaviors can seep into that and influence the way that we write those things. I think P2 is a really good example of that, the P2 boards. And then lastly, in programming, there's this rock star mentality. We idolize a certain type of behaviors that maybe we shouldn't. And this is what I mean by this, right? Every company has that guy, and I hope that it's not me, but he's just so damn good that it's okay, right? It's okay that he's a poor communicator, or she, right? It's okay that the person works in silos. It doesn't matter that they're not commenting their code because, well, they wrote it, and if somebody has to maintain it later, they're the guy with the answers. So it's an acceptable form of laziness in a way. There are also some other problems with the rock star in the community, right? They can lead to other people feeling like they have imposter syndrome, right? So I think it's very easy to assume that when you see someone like this, that they know everything that you know, and then a little bit more, or a lot more. This is something that we have to really consider when we're building teams or putting together projects that are community driven. We want to make sure that everybody's a team player. And I think that we need to appreciate the right. Like this guy is very valuable. He's very, very technically adept. But at the same time, we want to, try to, maybe we can help the rock star out with being more empathetic. Maybe that's not something that comes easy for this person, and maybe we can help them out. So back to the empathy is transient. So the longer it's been there, the less you feel it. A really good example of that would be witnessing a car crash, right? You're in your car, you drive by, an awful accident happens in front of you. Natural reaction would be to slow down, but it doesn't last, right? You slow down for the next 10 miles, and then gradually your speedometer starts curling back up. The pain of watching that accident faded with time. As does inspiration, right? So let's say that you become inspired, and you decide that you would like to go and maybe internationalize a plugin this week, and it doesn't take very long. Right? You're going to be less amped up to do that 5 days from now than you are right now. And that's just the nature of empathy. Now, we do have a tool to battle that, and that is empathy through code. Right? It's because of code propagation. If we do empathetic practices and we're able to do these things that help other people, right? It lives. It goes through GitHub. It goes through Stack Exchange. Right? These things live on. They don't fade. And that's a really, really powerful tool. So, running a little short on time here, so I'm gonna have to kind of speed this up a little bit. I think it's important to know yourself, know who you are. In the way that, I don't consider myself to be particularly good at human empathy, that spawned me into looking into it more, right? Because I would like to be better. I would like to be better at those things, and it's difficult. One of the tools that most of us have encountered at some time in our career, Myers-Briggs Personality Type Indicator Test. This is a link to my favorite version of the test. It's about 60 questions. I appreciate if you didn't do it at the moment, but you can get that link later. So Myers-Briggs basically looks at personality preferences in people. So this is not a you are this type of person or you are this type of personality. It's expressing preferences for certain types of behavior. So for example, some of us are introverted or have introverted leanings, and some of us are extroverted, right? And what that means is that some of us are energized by people, and some of us are exhausted by people. Intuition and sensing. This is whether you make decisions based on interpreted ideas, or whether you use the environment around you, your senses literally, to paint the picture, or do you infer things? Now, thinking and feeling. This is the one that I really want to talk about the most, and I feel is the most relevant to this part of the conversation. 2003, computer scientist working out of University of Toronto did a population study where he took a sampling of people in software engineering and compared them to the general population group. And what they found was the introversion and extroversion were not terribly important, right? You can be an excellent programmer regardless of that. What they did find was that the thinking feeling, right? So these are at polar ends of the opposite, and everyone falls at some point along the scale. It doesn't mean that you can only think or that you can only feel, but what it does mean is that you have a natural inclination to do one of those when presented with a problem. So what he found was, among computer developers, so if you take the ratio column on the far right, what that number is if one would be equality between the sample and the computer engineers, right? If the number is above 1, that means that that group is more represented in software development. And if it's below 1, it's less represented. And the one that really jumps out at you there is the 2.01 for thinking and the 0.321, which has to do with feeling. And feeling is the one that most people would associate with empathy, right? When presented with a problem, computer science or people that are attracted to the field are more inclined to try to rationalize the problem. I think about this, my wife's had a bad day and she comes home and she wants to tell me her problems and I try to solve it. And that's not the right answer. So software developers are a little different. The most represented type is introverted sensing, thinking, judging. Take the test, find out who you are if you don't know. R&D organizations tend to attract more of the people that prefer rigid thinking as opposed to the inferred types, right? More of deducing the problem than maybe doing something a little bit more rigid or structured. There is a prevalence of introverts. The thinking is grossly represented, and then the judging type. So what this really all comes down to is just knowing who you are, right? There's no right answer to these things. As development goes, I mean, engineering is not the same as it was 10 years ago. Web development is not the same as it is 10 years ago. We have UX, we have, DevOps, we have, developers, we have R&D. These things all play to different strengths and skills, and it's, I think it's worth your time to figure out where your weaknesses are. So there is good news. WordPress promotes empathetic development. We're a very diverse community, right? We're global. We do these meets. There's a WordCamp, at least 1 or 2 every weekend, right? You can go and you can ask and you can interact with people, and that's one of the most important things about this community. I think it's one of the things that really differentiates us from any other technology community that I've ever been a part of, right? It's that ability for us to interact with each other in a way that, like I have agency experience. And if I sit down, I can relate to somebody in a way and we can talk about the problems in the agency. And this is something that the community in WordPress does a very good job of and continues to do. It's not perfect, but it is there. We do develop for the majority. That is in our mantra. So most of the time, that's part of the discovery process. We do try to think about this, especially in core development. It's created globally for a global audience, and it's possible to do these things, right? The little things that I'm talking about, making your code better, it's not hard. Anybody can do it. It's in the codex. If you don't know how to do it, you can find out. There are examples. There are examples of good behavior everywhere if you know where to look. Lastly, empathy is a learned skill. B.F. Skinner is the father of behavior analysis. He spent the better part of his life just researching human behavior in an empirical way, right, through laboratory testing. And what he found was that these things, empathy, sympathy, and compassion, these are learned skills, right? This is not something that we're born with. It's not genetic, and it's not a sentence. It's something that everyone in here can work on. So now what? So what I would like everyone to try, I'd like you to try to internationalize one of your plugins. Give it a shot. The thing that was most surprising to me through that process was just how good it made me feel, right? I didn't do it for self-motivating reasons, but because I had considered other people that I had never interacted with, it felt really good to hear that I had helped someone that I'd never talked to. And I would really like to encourage you to get out there and try that. And for that, I think WP Engine is going to offer up some swag or internationalization merch or something to the first 100 people to do this. So if anybody is interested in do this, you want a little swag, send me an email and we'll see what we can do for you. You should provide accessibility to your users. You need to update those frameworks in gist. So maybe you're not really to bite off the internationalization thing. Maybe that's a little bit too much work. Go hit a code gist. Add some comments. Add some PHP doc. Someone is going to use that. Maybe you. It probably will be you. Something that we also almost never do is code reviews from a, how do you feel about what this is doing, right? Like, not does it work, and is this the most efficient and scalable way to perform the problem? Like, are we solving the right problem? And then practice, practice, practice. You can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for that super important talk. Lots of excellent stuff to digest there. Again, just another quick break, and we'll be starting with Micah Wood here in 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started now. I'm happy to introduce Micah Wood, who is going to be talking to us about, well, he's a WordPress consultant. He's worked with brands like Coca-Cola, Dell, Orkin, all sorts of enterprise-type clients. And he's going to talk to us today about Composer, basically dependency management within PHP. And so, Micah, the time's now yours.
Thank you. So I just sent out a tweet about the slides, so if you want that, it's on Twitter. You can click on it instead of trying to type it out. So I'm going to jump right in, do a quick poll here. So how many people are familiar with what Composer actually is? And of you that still have your hands up, how many of you actually use it? Okay. So I'm going to run through a little bit real quick about what it actually is and what you might want to use it for. Essentially, it's just a command line dependency management tool for PHP. And what it does is it basically manages your project dependencies. So you can have different versions of things for any given project. And essentially, it maintains the state of your application. So why would you want to use Composer? So for starters, it eliminates duplication. So what Composer does is instead of having you copy code from one project to the next, and then realizing after you look back 6 months down the road, you've copied it 10 times and altered every single one of those to a different state, what Composer does, it gives you a canonical source that you can link up to any project that you're in. And so when you update it, you can update it across all your projects and make sure you have the same code. So by providing that canonical source, it allows you to easily manage your code. It also provides you with consistent versioning. This is important not just for you and the work that you're doing right now, but it's important for your entire team to make sure that they're actually using the same versions of code. Because if your team gets out of sync, you're going to be fixing things that really don't even need to be fixed. So making sure your team's on the same page is very important. And then reusable code. So essentially what Composer kind of forces you to do is think a little bit more modular. And by encouraging this modular development, it allows you to simply declare your dependency and reuse your code much easier than you would probably normally. So Composer has some kind of high-level features I want to hit on real quick. So one of them is automatic package installation. So it'll actually go and find all the packages that it needs to and install them into your project. And it does that very well. It also provides bulk package updates. Of course, you can update individual items as well. It provides class and file auto-loading. So it'll automatically load the files that are needed. And depending on how it's set up, only when they're needed. It also allows for recursive dependencies. So if you have something that you release and you know that it depends on something else, you can set that up, and then anybody who uses your thing, they automatically get the dependencies that come along with that. And then for package discovery, Composer has some built-in features that allow you to discover new packages in case you ever need to find new functionality. So installing Composer is really easy, and just so you know, this tool is one of the tools that has, I would say, the lowest learning curve to other tools like maybe Grunt or Gulp and things like that. This is very simple, and I'd encourage you to actually install it now and start playing around with it. Installing it's very simple. There's basically 2 lines of code if you're on a Mac. If you're not, there's an installer. Very simple to do. So once you get it installed, you can run a command from the terminal, Composer diagnose, and it will basically check your system and make sure that you have everything set up that you need to be able to use Composer, such as making sure it gets installed, you have internet access, that kind of thing. So let's talk a little bit about how you actually use Composer. So Composer has some commands. I'm going to kind of walk you through what those are and what those would mean on a typical Composer-based project. So the first command is Composer init. So if you have a new project and you want to actually use Composer, Composer init will create something called a composer.json file, which is nothing more than a configuration file that declares what your dependencies are and what the versions are that they should be in, and provides some other metadata information about your project. So composer validate, if you for some reason needed to go in and actually manually edit this configuration, sometimes if you don't get the JavaScript object notation syntax correct, your thing won't run. So composer validate will actually check your configuration and tell you if you've have any issues in it, and it can be very helpful if you do any manual editing. So the first thing that you do once you have a composer JSON file is you would run composer require and then the name of a package that you want to install, so some third-party library. And what that'll do is it'll add the necessary requirement line to your configuration, and we'll actually go ahead and install that, download and install that thing package for you. There's also a flag for dev, so if you have something that is not a production dependency, but it's a dev dependency, so for example, you have unit tests you want to run on dev, but obviously you don't want to put all that extra code up on production, you can use the dev flag to get control over that. And then composer install is the command that once you have your configuration set up and you're sharing your repository, your team's going to download the repo, they're going to run composer install, and it's going to go fetch all those dependencies and set them up for your team, and they'll be ready to start development. And this has actually cut down a lot of the ramp up time for new projects. A lot of times you'll spend time getting people's systems set up and making sure they have all the right things installed, and this cuts that down significantly. So by default, composer install does all of the dev dependencies, so if you ever do it on production, you want to make sure you use the no dev flag. So very simple, just want to make sure you're actually aware of that. And so then there's also composer update. So composer install basically fetches predefined versions. Composer update actually checks for the new allowed versions that your configuration says that you can install. And that will do it across the board for anything that you've added to your configuration. You can also update a single package. So if you have a specific thing you want to update, you can run composer update name of the package, and it will do that. So on this update, just know that when you run an update, it's restricted by the version or version range that you define in your configuration. So when you do a composer remove package, it basically does the exact opposite. It removes the line from your configuration saying that that's a dependency, and it will then uninstall automatically from the system that package. And then finally on the package discovery, there's a command composer search package, and that'll actually allow you to discover new packages, or if you're looking for information on a specific one, it can point you in the right direction. So the way that Composer works, it has kind of a built-in repository where it stores all its packages, and it's this online packages.org URL. So you can actually go there and browse via the web what's there, what's available, and for me, if you go there and you do a search for WP Scholar, it'll pull up things that I've registered on packages. It's real easy if you wanted to release something to add it there. So if you've got something that other people would find useful, then I would recommend you give that a shot. So obviously you have to register things if you want to use them with Composer via Packagist, but you can also register your own custom repository in your configuration. And this is actually supposed to be one line, but I had to make it big. You can check the online slides for this if you want to. You can actually manually edit the config if you want, but this is a command that will add your GitHub repo as a custom repository. And the only requirement when you do this is that so you would add this as your repository. You would do require package, and your package would need a name, which means that you would need to run composer init on the the repository that you registered so that it actually has a Composer file that can be read so that Composer knows how to use what you've created. So when you're configuring things, it's important obviously to specify versions. So Composer has a few different ways that you can do that. The first is obviously to specify an exact version, such as 1.0.2. You can also define a range of versions, so anything greater than or equal to version 1, but less than 2.0, as an example. And wildcard version, so this, in this case, would be essentially any bug fix that comes through. It would automatically allow you to update and get that, but not go beyond that at all. And finally, there's also this tilde 1.2 type syntax, which basically says update all the way up until the next significant release. And I'll talk a little bit more about that, but this is assuming that the project that you're using as a dependency is using semantic versioning. And you can also use version stability flags. So you can specify the version and then @stable, or you can just specify @stable and get whatever the most recent stable version is. So those are some handy tags that you can use if you want. Obviously, like for example, if you're creating a custom thing and you want to make sure you always load the dev version, you can specify that and know that you get the latest dev version when you do Composer update. So semantic versioning, if you're not familiar with it, you can go to semver.org and find out more about it, but I'm going to introduce you to it if you're not familiar in about 3 slides. In general, the basic rules are simple. You have a major version number, which is the first number in your 3-digit sequence there. And anytime you make a breaking change of any kind, you update that number and you clear out the remaining numbers to 0. So you'd be, 2.0.0 or 3.0.0. whatever that may be. And the minor version is that middle number, and essentially anytime that you add new features that don't break backwards compatibility, then you would update that middle number. And then finally, your patch version is anytime you make bug fixes, not really new features, just a fix that is backwards compatible. So regardless, if you do anything that breaks backwards compatibility, semantic versioning says you must increment that first number so that everybody knows to expect, something probably will break. So I'm going to go a little bit into kind of how Composer works to give you a little bit more background. So this composer.json file that I've been talking about is your configuration. And as you can see, it's got basic meta information, name, description, license, the authors, and then it has a require statement that says, this is the package and this is the version numbers that we want to allow to be used with our setup. And what happens is when you run Composer update or Composer install for the first time, it actually takes that and creates a Composer lock file. And what this does is it basically says, these are the current available versions that are allowed via the configuration, and we're going to lock those in so that the next time somebody on the team runs Composer install, they're going to get these exact same versions. So regardless of the fact that new code's been released 10 times today, we locked it in at this version, and this is what our team's working with to get through launch, and so we're not gonna change it. So you typically have a gatekeeper that would be the one who would run Composer update to make sure things get updated reasonably. And then this composer.lock just ensures that your team's on the same page with the versions of everything. And then what happens when Composer takes all these things and installs them is it creates a vendor directory, which is in that same place as the Composer file that you create. And it pulls all these dependencies in and throws them into this one directory. So obviously, if we're talking about WordPress, that's not ideal, but we'll get there. So this is just a basic Composer intro at this point. So it adds all these things into a vendor directory. And then all you need to do is in that vendor directory, it creates an autoload file for you. And you can just require this one file, and it will load up all of your libraries at once and allow you to immediately start coding against those libraries. So then the question of the hour is, how does this work with WordPress? So there's a couple different use cases when you're using Composer with WordPress. The first one is you have a custom plugin or theme that you're trying to develop, and maybe you're using it internally, maybe you're releasing it publicly. But essentially, if you're doing this, you're going to be including libraries that aren't really plugins or anything like that. You'll just probably use an independent PHP library, and you'll need to include that in your theme so you can use it. So typically, in this case, all you would do is use Composer as you normally would, but then you would just make sure you have your auto load require statement somewhere in your theme or plugin, and then make sure that you actually commit your vendor directory if you're releasing this thing publicly. So the other use case is if you actually have a custom site or application that you're building, and you want to manage everything. So this is great when you actually have a professionally managed site. So for example, you are in complete control of all the plugins that are installed on this site, and the client really has no say, right? So big enterprise clients, that kind of thing. Or if you simply just want to refuse to allow your client to install things, you can use it in this case as well. But for the common, small business client site, you can still use it, but typically my recommendation is that you use it up until you hand off the site to the client, because obviously they're potentially going to install things, and then you're obviously not tracking that at that point in Composer. But I think it's a great way of doing it is using it up until you hand it off to the client, because then when they go and destroy their site and come back to you pleading you to fix it, it's really just clone the repo, Composer install, everything's back to the original version. Now, if we want to update things, we can go and do those one at a time and figure out, what any potential issues are as we go from there. So it gives you an easy restore point if a client ever comes back. So this is how you will go about setting up using Composer with WordPress for a site or application. So in this case, what we're doing is we're just going to require WordPress as a dependency. And John P. Block from 10up has created this, which is a composerized version of WordPress. So it's essentially a mirror of WordPress with a composer.json file added, because we said that's a requirement. So that's all that is, and it allows you to use WordPress with Composer. So then we were talking about having custom repositories and being able to register those things. So the next thing that you want to do is make sure that for any publicly available theme or plugin that's in the WordPress.org repository, you can actually register this wpackagist.org repository into your configuration. And what that'll do is basically what this service has done. So if you go to wpackagist.org, it will actually give you a list of all the plugins and themes that are in the WordPress repository. And essentially all it's done is it's added the composer.json file for you. So just the fact that it's been committed to WordPress.org, you can now use it with Composer. So this is very handy. And then finally, you want to install something called Composer Installers. And so what this does is it basically allows you to make sure that WordPress themes and plugins, because WordPress obviously has a particular directory structure that it wants to be able to find these things in a particular place. And so what this is going to allow you to do is actually put those where they need to go instead of being everything dumped into that vendor directory. So then, in your configuration, this is where you actually have to do a little bit of manual editing. You can define your WordPress install directory if you'd like. If you don't, it's going to be WordPress. But the installer path is where the custom installers plugin or Composer dependency comes in, and it basically allows you to set the path for each type of thing. And there are 3 types. There's a WordPress plugin, WordPress theme, and WordPress MU or must use plugin. So if you are creating a new theme and you want to use it with Composer, you'll do your Composer init and just define the type as being a WordPress theme or plugin, depending on what you're creating. So this is typically the file structure that we end up with when we use Composer with WordPress. So WordPress actually ends up being its own separate directory because it's its standalone repository. And then the content directory is where all of the other repositories, dependencies, plugins, themes, that kind of thing get put in. And obviously you can see there's a vendor directory, which is where any other things might live that aren't really themes or plugins. So if you still need those, they would go there. So you can go through all those steps, or you can use Composer for project bootstrapping, which is what I like to do. And you can do something like Composer create project and then the name of a package. And what this allows you to do is it allows you to take a repository that's known, typically on packages.org or locally registered in your system, and it will basically clone that repository or project skeleton, if you will, into the location that you specify, and then we'll run Composer install on that to get all the dependencies that that particular skeleton or setup or a project that you've created, so that you have everything in one place. So I've created a kind of a basic WordPress skeleton for Composer, and what this does is it allows you to run Composer create project, WP Scholar, which is my handle, and then / WP-skeleton. And running that command after you've installed Composer will clone this repo down and essentially go ahead and do the Composer install, which will pull down the latest version of WordPress. And at that point, you can then run your Composer require whatever plugins or packages that you want to install, and they'll automatically end up where they need to go, and you can then start development on that new project. So for those of you that use something like VVV, I have one that's called VVV skeleton. So if you take VVV and you run this command within the www directory, and you can get, there's a parameter that comes at the end after the VVV skeleton. You could do a space and then the name of the directory that you want that thing to create. So you can actually use this to create new projects within VVV. And there's a README in there. I won't try to explain it all at this point, but basically you can run through a couple steps to set up your custom domain and make sure your database is unique, and then do your provisioning, and all of a sudden you now have local dev ready to go, which is actually really handy when you've got a team of people, because VVV comes with Xdebug and the profiler and all those great things. So it's a really good way to kind of get, if you don't have a process at this point, to really bring your team together and get something going. So as far as that's concerned, I am done. But I'll be happy to take any questions in the back afterward. So thank you.
Okay, excellent. We have one more talk before food. So just a few details about that before we have this last presentation. Lunch will be held back in the same place where you had breakfast. So in the Barak room, we do have a whole bunch of round tables set up outside. So if you want to go out toward the sponsor area to have just on the outside of the sponsor area, we got some tables set up out there if you want to enjoy some sunshine and get your daily dose of vitamin D. But yeah, back to the Barak room to actually get your lunch, and then you can eat it pretty much wherever you would like to. So quick 4-minute break right now, and then we'll be back with Mihai Irinchev from SiteGround. So kind. Okay, everybody. Can I get volume on this? Yep. Okay. Still. Okay, everybody. I'm pleased to introduce to you our next speaker, Mihail Irinchev, who is the head of software development at SiteGround, PHP Wizard. He's going to be talking to us today about testing WordPress plugins in a very practical and easily applicable way. So, Mihail, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Thank you, everybody, you and everybody of the organizers for having us here. It's a pleasure. My name is Mihail Irinchev, and I work for SiteGround. I'm from Sofia, Bulgaria, where our office is located, and hence the weird Eastern European accent. And I would like you guys to excuse me because it's my second time doing a talk in English, so it might be weird at places. I've been doing web development since 2003, and that's about the time I started working at SiteGround as well. And I'm also the organizer of Bulgaria PHP user group. And I hope you have all went to the inserts in your bags. We're doing a conference in September called the Bulgaria PHP Conference for whoever is interested. It's the last weekend of September. Some great names are going to be there. And I'm a beer lover. And this has nothing to do with the testing thing, but I got to mention it because we'll get there later. I got my boss into getting this into our office. I really wanted to have a draft beer installation. And beer has contributed a lot to the world. And we'll get to that point at some point. So I just want to show you this. This is the huge family tree of beers. Here the mothers, the ales and the lagers start. And they'll go all around to these very tiny little offsprings. So we'll get to that later, why I'm showing this. There is a little relation to the talk. So why test? It's a kind of a stupid question because we're all humans and we are all prone to error. And I would like to say that although I've been a web developer for quite a long, I am actually relatively new to WordPress. I have contributed at Contributor Days, but I actually created my first plugin like right this month. I wanted to create something that I'll be testing and talking on instead of testing somebody else's job. So this is like the level of the presentation is more like introductory to medium level of PHP knowledge and WordPress plugin development knowledge. So how many of you are actually developing like mostly in PHP? Okay, that's okay. And how many of you have done some automatic testing? Okay, great. I hope to increase that count after the talk. So we're not perfect beings, and by not being perfect, this implies that we got to make sure what we do. Saeed talked about perfection. Of course, I'm not talking about perfect. I'm talking about working perfect. I mean, at least submit something or upload something that actually we are sure that does what we expect it to do. And second reason for testing is that computers are great at automation. Some people might be great at automation, as you can see, but not most of them. And computers can do repetitive jobs and tedious jobs like testing, and they can do it in a very timely, quick, and repetitive manner, which we do not possess the ability to do. And also the codex says so. I mean, as a beginner WordPress developer, the first time I went to was writing a plugin, and it says that you should actually commute in a version if it actually works. How do you know it actually works if you didn't test it? And eyeballing the browser is not always the best idea to test a WordPress plugin. And the codex also says that you just don't test the new features, you also make sure you didn't accidentally break some of the older functionality of the plugin. And this is why you need automated tests that get run every time you push something live so that you make sure that everything that you know worked still works. You just don't commit untested code. The tools I'm going to be using and going to be shown to you, the PHP unit is the de facto standard of the PHP industry. It's created by Sebastian Bergmann, a great guy from Germany. Actually, like most of the security and testing tools for PHP are created by Germans, which is an interesting coincidence. And the other one would be the WCLI, the console tool for WordPress, maintained by Daniel Bachhuber. I don't know if I pronounce it right. So yeah, both of them are actually file archives, but in order to use them, you will need certain prerequisites. PHP of at least 5.3.2, that's required by the VP-CLI. And then you need a WordPress 3.5.2, Subversion, MySQL, and you gotta have a Linux or Mac operating system because it uses the TMP, which I have no idea how you can make this work in Windows. There might be a way, but I have not tried it. So just a warning, do not test in production. Testing in production is not a good idea. You can do it on your laptop, you can do it on a staging environment somewhere, host it on like a cloud service or something, wherever, just don't do it where the plugin is actually making money. So installation of PHP Unit is really simple. You just go to phpunit.de, you download this PHP Unit file archive, make it executable, and you can either copy it or symlink it to an executable path where you can just call it from there with just PHP Unit. Same goes for WP-CLI. You go to wp-cli.org, download the thing, make it executable, make it accessible. In this instance, they recommend calling it WP just for short. And then with this WP, you will run a couple of console commands. One of them would be the scaffold plugin tests. And your plugin, here comes the name of your plugin, obviously. Then after you do this, you will go inside the bin directory and you will run install WP tests with the credentials for your database. And please make sure this is not the real database you're using for your regular browser testing because it will wipe out everything. You just need to set up MySQL user for it and a different database because it will get wiped out every time you run the tests. So what does the WP-CLI scaffold plugin tests actually do? It would create a test there inside the plugin, and there will be a test sample PHP and a bootstrap PHP file. I'll get to them later. The bootstrap PHP is required by PHP Unit so that it will have access to all the PHP sources it needs to run. And it creates a bin there with the aforementioned install WP test file. And it also creates a configuration file for PHP Unit. And then when you get to this point running this script here, this is basically what it will do. It will check out the latest WordPress and it will put it in your TMP folder. It will basically install it there and it will upgrade it with this WP Unit test case class, which extends the native PHP Unit framework test case. We'll get to that later. This is really easy to use. You don't need to have any special knowledge of anything apart from basic PHP programming to use it. So it spawns a brand new test database instance and populates it with the stuff it needs. As I said, it wipes it out every time at the end with all the test data gone so that it makes sure it's a clean state the next time it runs. So what do you want to test? You want to test any critical business logic, like if it's a commercial plugin, it has to do with like selling stuff online, you want all the calculations tested, and you want the installation and uninstallation of your plugin so that you make sure you don't break something when this happens. You want the activation, deactivation hooks. You want the custom post types. Most plugins use them. Mine uses them definitely. Their metadata and any custom taxonomies and terms you might be introducing. Also, if you're loading some external assets like a XML file or JSON file or whatever, something you gotta make sure it's there, it's readable. You can also test your headers and the headers of your plugin core file and your README, so that you make sure all the necessary fields are there, or otherwise you would not be compatible with what the guys want you to have there in this file. Okay, so how you create your test. As I mentioned, in the tests directory inside your plugin, there will be a file called testsample.php, and it looks like this. Is it readable in the back, or should I increase the font? Okay, so it's a sample test which extends the WP unit test case, which actually it inherits from the PHP unit framework unit test, and it adds additional functionality to it, which I'm going to show to you later. The basic test is just asserting that true is true, obviously. Now their approach is to have something that actually runs. My approach would be different. I'm actually wearing this t-shirt on a purpose. Life and tests resemble with one thing: you will fail much more times than you will succeed. And I believe that failures are the building blocks of success. I mean, if you don't fail as many times, you will not learn all the stuff you learn from failures. So you gotta fail a lot of times. I usually start with assert true, false, so that I make sure this fails, and then I'll start writing whatever functionality I have to assert from then on. So my case study, as I said, is a beer log. That's how I called my plugin, beer log. And I'm gonna show it to you. It kind of looks like this will be the back end, the listing. I have created a custom post type called beer, and it's got a listing here. It's got add a new beer. It's got the styles, which are actually a custom taxonomy. And from the front end, it kind of looks like this. What you have is a listing of beers and their styles and alcohol percentage and stuff like this. And then you will have a single beer view, which shows most of the important stuff you got to know about the beer, like the hops and the malt and what style of beer it is. And this is, if I click on the ale, there's a chart here. If you're into evaluating beer, you would like to say how hoppy it is, how sour, how fruity, things like this. And then if you go to the ale thing here, it will show you just all the ales, as all taxonomies work, of course, and so on and so forth. So what I have here, the first thing I'm going to start with is the custom post type, because I'm introducing one, so I got to make sure that it actually works. So what I do is, I'm going to try to increase this just a bit. It doesn't work, okay. So I'm pulling all the post types here, and I'm asserting that mine, called beer walk beer, is there among the post types. Then what I will do is I want to make sure all the important properties about this are there, and they are the right values. I want to ensure they're publicly queryable, show UI, stuff like this. And I want to make sure that this post also has the beer walk style taxonomy there among its taxonomies. So I also test the labels I have set. I have outsourced the labels here in a static function called getPostTypeLabels. Go over them, make sure each one of them is inside. And that will pretty much be it. Expected properties and labels tested. Then I would go and test the custom taxonomy, because I also want to make sure all the beer styles are there, they're properly loaded. So I have a taxonomy called beer walk style, and I assert that it is an object. It's fetched from by this function getTaxonomy. Then make sure all the properties are right, are hierarchical, public, and so on and so forth. And that actually I'm asserting that it's not the with front kind of path to it, because I don't like it. And that's about it. Again, I'm inserting the labels at the end. I would also like to make sure the meta info I'm attaching to a post is there and works. Here in this example, I just decided to, the cool thing about this, here comes the power of the WP test case class extending. It has this magical factory thing that you can just tell it, please create me a post, create a post object for me, and you can say I want it to be of post type beer walk beer. And then it would create and it would return the ID of this post. This post only exists in the test database though. It does not conflict with anything you have in the real database. And then this post would be, I want to make sure it's an instance of WP post, and I want to make sure its post type is beer walk beer as I expect it to be. And then I'll have some random meta properties that I would like inserted to it. So I would update the post meta with these values, and then I have a backend controller which I have implemented to render the beer properties thing in the admin. Like if I go here and click on this, I want to make sure all this stuff here is present: the alcohol by volume, the IBU units, and all the other stuff I care about the beer. So this test asserts that these properties are there. What it does is I start output buffering here. I call the function that renders these properties in the backend, the one that I have hooked in the admin, and then go over each of the expected values and assert that they're just there in the HTML. It's like a regular expression thing I have. I make sure I have an ID here with that name, and I make sure the value matches the values I have set there. And that's about it. And you can use you can use the Magic Factory to get not only posts, you can get terms, you can get basically all the core objects that WordPress has in it. You can get one of them on the fly, play with it, and it gets deleted afterwards. So test results usually would look like this, but if everything's okay, you'll see a bunch of dots here. It will run, the green thing says 11 tests, 72 assertions, and everything's fine. But more often, as I said, you'll see this, because failure is more often the case scenario. It will say where it broke, it will say a red F here, it will say here in this test, render beer post meta, there's a failure, false is true, false is not true, obviously. So if the internet is not very bad right now, I'll try to show you how it goes live. So I'm here in my plugin directory, and I will run the PHP unit thing. And yeah, right now everything is PG, but if I go and break something, I probably won't have time for that. So if everybody's interested in more detail, I'll show to you. Right, I'm at the SiteGround booth out there. Everybody interested in testing, I'll make a live demo and all the tests I wanted to show. So I want to tell you a few more interesting stuff before I end. A few words on object-oriented programming and namespaces. How many of you use object-oriented programming to develop for WordPress? Okay, great. That's awesome. And how many of you use namespaces? Okay, I hope to get more of you into this. What is cool about object-oriented, of course, is that it's much easier to avoid name collisions using OOP. Encapsulation is one of the core principles of object-oriented programming. So this way, you make sure all the stuff that is applicable for your plugin only stays encapsulated in its classes. And if you use namespaces, you also make sure you don't collide the class's names with somebody else's classes in another plugin. It also makes decoupling pretty much possible because you can just pass objects and you can mock them in an easier fashion. Mocking is a really interesting concept I would like to say a few words on. How many of you have done testing with doubles and mocking? Okay, so what it's about, why would you like to mock an object? It's because it will allows you to test functions which would work with certain types of objects without having to have the real object. Why is this useful? Like say, as I give an example, my beer object loads some styles from the database, but I just want to test the function that renders the styles without having to load them from the database, which is quicker and does not rely on any external sources of information. Like you may have a function which relies on an API or something like this, and you don't want it called every time over the internet when you test, then you would just mock the object. And PHP unit has a fantastic built-in mocking functionality. You just use the, let's say this is a function that renders the beer styles. It accepts a beer object, and it calls beer get styles, and then just iterates over the styles and echoes this span here. So what I want to do to test it is I just use the mock builder inside PHP unit to create a mock object of this type. I disable its original constructor, and then I say I have these styles which I have set up for the test in an array, and I said the method getStyles will always return this. You can also assert how many times it has been called, stuff like this. It's really cool. And what I will do later is I will do the output buffering thing again to capture the HTML generated. I would pass the render beer styles function this mock object. It's the beer object. It has the same interface, but it's actually an extension to it which replaces the functions we want to with the ones with the functionality we want for the test. And then I would iterate over the styles and make sure that they are generated the proper way. I have the escape value of the style link and stuff like this. So you probably thought it's a real object. Nope, it's check tester. Cool stuff to check out. As I said, the mocking is part of the whole testing with doubles thing that PHP unit has. PHP unit has some of the best documentation I have ever seen. Sebastian Bergman is very, very, very particular and very goes into very much detail into explaining all the stuff. It's not your regular documentation. It looks fantastic. By the way, I'll show you the link to this presentation. All these are hyperlinks to the real stuff, and you can just follow them and read the stuff instead of me showing it right now. You can, if you're interested, you can research a bit about test-driven development, which is a programming paradigm which says that it is better to write the test that makes sure you do the expected thing before you write the code that does that thing. And it kind of may seem weird, but it produces, or the final result from this is that you end up with code which has short functions doing just a single thing, and it is much easier to debug and to extend and to go over. It's basically a better looking in architectural kind of way code if you develop the test first and then do the code that would fulfill the test. I'm not saying it's very practical every time, but it's an interesting thing to check out. Also, if you go into user interface testing, JavaScript testing, there are a few interesting tools you can check out. One of them is the so-called headless testing. It uses Phantom.js and QUnit, which is a wonderful library for JavaScript unit testing. And you don't need a browser for that. It just fires up this Phantom.js headless browser thing, and it can run the JavaScript and assert that everything you're mocking, you're expecting as JavaScript is working. It can mock Ajax calls. It can do real magic. I have a link to this in at the end of the slides. You can check out a talk by a guy I really like. Selenium HQ is also a popular tool for doing this. It can if you have a Selenium server node, you can instantiate different browsers and pass it test to run on these browsers and then get the results back. There's also an extension for PHP unit that you can use to call Selenium tests right from your PHP unit tests, which is cool. And here's the credits and references we're talking about. Great article by Kyle Evans, unit testing WordPress plugins. And the quality assurance toolchain is a place where you'll find a lot of useful tools apart from PHP unit for your code quality. The slides are right here, This URL, quout.irinchev, it's a funny name, but you can always get it from the schedule, .com/loopconf. And this is actually the plugin which I was showing to you. It's on GitHub. You can, yell at me about stuff. It's ugly yet. It's in really a very early alpha stage, but I hope to get to develop it further. And browser eyeballing does not equal JavaScript testing is an absolutely awesome article by Jordan Kasper. He does this talk on PHP conferences, and I absolutely love it. It's full of cool stuff. Is Test-Driven Development Dead by Martin Fowler? Martin Fowler is a great name in the PHP community regarding testing and security. So I would like to thank you. And if you have any questions, I'll be at the SiteGround booth out there. And also just want to remind you guys that this evening we are throwing a party by the pool, sponsored by SiteGround. I'll be very happy to meet as many of you and have a drink with you and talk about cool stuff. And thank you very much.
Free to move about the ballroom and wherever else. So go grab some lunch back here. Please be back here. We're starting at 1:15, so as close to 10 after 1 as you can get here. Just so we're not shuffling in at the last minute would be much appreciated and excellent. Helen Hosandi is our next speaker, so you're not going to want to miss it.
music and then give me a sustained.
Click pop.
Still need to change it. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello, how are y'all doing today? Testing, testing.
Say what? Just turn it off?
Test, 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 test. Hello. Test, 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 test.
going to start. Okay, we're going to get started. How was lunch, everybody? Enjoyed it? You full? We all good? Good. All right, well, we are going to get right back to it. No sense having me up here for any more time than is absolutely necessary. So I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, Helen Hosandi, who is a lead developer of WordPress. There aren't very many of those in the world, so we're very lucky to have her here with us. She's also the Director of Platform Services at 10up and is going to talk to us today about getting to know WordPress and contributing to WordPress by getting to know WordPress. So Helen, time is yours.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to try to not be awkward by juggling things in my hands. So Ryan already introduced me, so I'm not going to do that again, but hi, I'm Helen. So I'm going to talk to you today about getting better at WordPress by getting to know WordPress itself. It's going to be a little bit about contributing, but also about just some cool things that you can do in core, especially in relatively recent releases that you might not have caught. Especially if you don't follow along with the development process day to day, which is totally understandable, and just about some critical thinking. I think what we're all here to learn about is just how to think better and do better with what we do. So I think for a lot of us, and especially those of us who don't necessarily come from formal backgrounds in programming or software development or whatever else, like I went to school for music. Mostly. I did a little bit of computer science, but mostly I went to school for music. So a lot of the way that we've learned is by copy-pasting stuff and seeing what happens when we change things. And if it's broken, then we go find out why did it break, right? So we take a closer look at our code when it breaks, but we don't always take the time to look at our code when it works and find out why it works. And I think that by taking that time to take a look at our code more critically, even when it's in its working state, we'll be better at coding and we'll be able to write better code. So what I'm really talking about is the concept of information literacy, which is the ability to know how to find out what you need to know or look it up or discover it, not necessarily just being able to regurgitate information like we're taking the SATs or something, but rather it's how can you use Google or how can you use your favorite IDE to get better at whatever it is that you're doing. That's information literacy, and that to me is more important than just raw knowledge. So the copy-pasta canon. I was going to say that Webster's dictionary defines copy-pasta as, but I would never do that to you. So when I'm talking about copy-pasta, I'm talking about code that we've copied kind of wholesale. And we talk about copy pasta, right? So copy paste, but we're talking about spaghetti code, so copy pasta. We're talking about code that you've just kind of copied wholesale from somewhere, like the codex or a tutorial from your favorite site or whatever. And that's totally normal. I think almost everybody starts out doing this, and maybe we still do it, or we still do it using our own code samples. And then you just drop it directly into whatever it is that you're working on. That's fine. But there are usually some pretty obvious signs when this has been happening. I do a fair amount of code review, not just for core, but also at 10up, looking at like candidate code samples. So there's some pretty common signs like really erratic white space or really inconsistent naming strategies, and just sort of like a lack of understanding of how code goes together, and you just find like random functions thrown into a file that make no sense put together. So one of the first things that I think is really important for us to do is to actually look at core. If you use an IDE, that means like loading in WordPress as like a part of your project or whatever else. And it also means that when you look at how WordPress does things, you might be able to find some efficiencies in the code that you're writing, like, you know, core actually handles this thing for me and I don't need to make circles around it, handling it myself in my code. And it also improve your chances of writing code that works the first time instead of like the save and surprise. Surprise, my code works. So I think not only looking at the core code itself like in its current form, but following along with what's happening in core can be incredibly helpful for what you're doing. That doesn't mean that you have to subscribe to like the commit mailing list, right? So we have some very active mailing lists. One of them sends you like every single comment that's made on track. Not recommended for most people. There's a mailing list that sends you every single commit that goes into core. I think that could be cool for some people to subscribe to, or even for a little while. We try to write really good commit messages so that you can get a handle on whether or not you actually want to look at that commit just from the subject line. But you might try subscribing to that for a little while. We are in Subversion, so we don't have like tiny, tiny commits all the time. And the other thing that I definitely recommend everybody here do is follow the Make Core P2, which is at make.wordpress.org/core. We post there not too frequently, so you'll get stuff like meeting agendas, but you'll also get things like field guides for new things that are happening. So like an API that was new in 4.2, you'll see field guides for that on the Make Core P2. Or if we have some big change that's coming, we may announce it or discuss it there. And that's a very important thing to follow along with. There are also, as of fairly recently, some people put a lot of volunteer effort into This Week in Core posts, which are a summary of all the commits that have gone in that week. So these are things that happened in WordPress this week. They may or may not make it into the final release, but it would be good for you to see and say, oh, this thing happened to spinners. If I'm using spinners in my stuff, I should probably go check out what that is. And yell at me if I don't write a field guide for it. And then after that, just keep looking at core. You know, you may have things that you're using in your projects and you'll look at those, but I think it's also fun to just kind of look through it sometimes. You're gonna find things that make you feel sad inside, like the admin menu. You know, and there are a lot of things that are about back compat, which we've heard about today, or like legacy, that sort of thing. And you'll see those things too. And you know, you can be sad about it, but I think it's also really good to take a moment to think about why those things are there and how far we've come, you know, as a community of not just WordPress, but also PHP and web development at large. Just how far have we come in the last 12 years of WordPress? The other thing that I really like doing is using Blame. This is available in both Subversion and Git, and both Track and GitHub provide UIs for Blame or Annotate, which basically gives you like line by line, when was the last time this line was changed in a commit? And you can kind of trace things back and see, you know, this is how this thing, this function, this piece of CSS has evolved over time, who's been involved in that, what were they thinking? Hopefully their commit messages have gotten better over time. There's some old commit messages that are not awesome. And you can check that out. And this is a place where Subversion actually works really well because Subversion's revision numbers are sequential, so you can actually step backward through time. That's one thing that Git hashes make a little bit less easy to do. So these are some interesting files to maybe kind of take a look at. Edit Form Advanced, which is the edit screen. For people who don't like procedural stuff, don't look at it, actually. Meta boxes, these are things, you know, meta boxes that are included in core, so you can take a look at what those do. And then we have a default filters file, which is, I think now, as a 4.2, where all the default filters actually live, and we don't have them sprinkled around random files anymore. So when I was preparing this talk, I gave a version of this in Europe as well. I had asked a bunch of people, like, what do they do when they want to find out how core does something? I got a lot of answers, like, you know, like actually grepping or acking on the command line through the code base, using like Command F, so just like find or find all in whatever text editor they're using, or Control B, or whatever keyboard shortcut it is you have set up in your IDE to like go to or jump to something. So those are all pretty common. One thing that came up, it's no longer super new, but PHP Storm 8 built in support for WordPress hooks, which is really cool. So you can like jump to their definition, you can jump to all their callbacks, like show all their usages. But one thing it doesn't do is handle dynamic hooks, which is something I'll talk about in a little bit. But dynamic hooks are really cool in WordPress and they're really powerful, but they are a little bit difficult to look for. For hooks, so some people have PHP XREF setups. This like parses documentation and spits out, you know, HTML files. So there are a bunch of those hosted, and I think there's like Adam Brown's Hook database, Kaylee Lampert, another coworker of mine, a ton of her hosted version also lists filters and actions, and then PHPXRef also lists out all the functions and that sort of thing. So that's a resource that you might have seen previously, and I think Westy also has one. A lot of people also talk about the codex being a place that they go to check out functions. But I think today, more frequently, we end up on the WordPress.org code reference, sometimes affectionately known as DevHub, which is at developer.wordpress.org. And there you'll find, I think now they have like theme and plugin handbooks, but there's also a code reference for core. And Drew Janes went through this huge effort to document every single hook that's in WordPress with like version numbers and parameters and all of that, and all of those are listed in this database, and all of our functions as well, functional documentation. So this is what it looks like. And this is an example of a dynamic hook. So this dynamic hook is for post-publishing transitioning status. So you get the new status and then the post type separated by an underscore. That's a dynamic hook, very difficult to find if you're just like searching through core. But this is an example of where you've probably used it in the past, doing like an add action on published post. And I have seen this question come up frequently. I copied this example, but it's not working for my custom post type, right? Why not? It's a post, because it's like a post type. Well, the reason why is because this is actually calling this dynamic hook, and that second part of it is supposed to be the slug of your custom post type. It's not post. And that first part might not be publish, because maybe you're just saving a draft, and that might not be the appropriate hook for you. Just because that one example that you found used this hook doesn't mean it's the right one for you. And so this is an example of how hooks can be extremely powerful and flexible, but also if you don't know how that hook is being used in the first place, it can trip you up because you're wondering, like, why doesn't this work for the thing that I need it to work for? This is just a piece of fun for you. It's going to make your admin look really ugly, but you can run this, pop this into like functions or wherever you like to put it, and it'll echo out the current filter that's running in the admin. It's just going to drop it on the screen, and it looks terrible. But you'll get to see like how often things are running. You'll see get text all the time, and I'll talk about that as well. But this is a cool thing to just try out and just see what it does. So I'm going to talk about some practical things now. I gave my first ever WordCamp talk 3 years ago in Phoenix, and I talked about some practical code examples. It was like a tutorial hands-on session about tailoring the admin UI. But I was like super nervous about this, and I had asked like Nason and Mark to look at my slides, which looking back at that is like terrifying. And so I was just really terrified of like having these slides that had terrible code on them. So I thought I'd really look at my code snippets and like be really critical about what they were doing, and I actually discovered a bunch of improvements, and I also submitted a patch to core along the way. This was really early on. I didn't know what I was doing. So this is something that I think a lot of people are doing. Who here has ever used getText to alter strings in the admin? Not as many people as I thought it would be. Well, I have. This is actually not really a great thing to do. Sometimes it's your only option, but getText runs all the friggin' time. It runs on like every single string that's translated in the admin. So if you're hooking onto that, just imagine how many times your callback is being called, even if you return out early. So if you look at core and you look at like the meta boxes file, you'll find that post thumbnail meta box. This is to change like the string for the post thumbnail, because in this case I'm using it for a company logo. So there's actually a hook in there for the admin post thumbnail HTML. I don't love these hooks either because they're like on fully formed HTML, but they actually serve me better than a getText hook will. So in this case, I can do a simple string replace. It only fires when this is actually happening instead of all the time, every single time getText runs, and I can filter that. And I thought that was really cool. But you can see here, I've got get post type, post ID. So what I want to talk about is that hooks really, really love to have context. And it's really easy to add context to hooks because you define how many arguments you're passing back to your function. So we can add more context, like more contextual arguments in core, and it won't break other people's callbacks because they're not expecting it in their code, so they just won't get it until they update. So here you can see that this actually takes two, I don't know where my mouse is. Well, it takes two arguments, output and post ID. It didn't used to take post ID. It used to just get the output. And so you would get no context about what the post was that you were doing this for. So on the Ajax replacement of like adding or selecting an image or removing that image, you wouldn't be able to detect the context of the post that you were talking about. So you wouldn't be able to target that for that particular post type. And so in working on my presentation, I realized like this hook actually is not good enough for what I really needed to do. And so I submitted a patch that just added a new piece of context to that hook, and somebody committed it. I don't know who committed it, but somebody did. So I think that's something you'll also find as you flex these hooks in WordPress, is that often you need more context to actually use that hook for what you want it to do. And those are fairly simple patches to get done. It needs a little bit of documentation, it needs to be added, and that's about it. This is another one that came up later after 3.5 when we introduced the new media modal. There's a media view strings hook to manipulate those strings. So if you're doing special stuff with the media modal in different contexts, that's a really good hook to check out as well. So another example that I had was about cleaning up the post-edit screen and like removing the editor for when you're editing the front page. So we were using a static front page for this site, and everything was controlled through meta boxes or something, and it didn't actually use the content editor. So what I wanted to do was remove that content editor if I was on the, if I was editing the home page or the front page. And so what I found out, looking at that edit form advanced file, was that post type supports is checked directly before the editor is printed out on the screen. So that means that up to any point before that happens on the screen, you can remove the post type support for the editor, and then it won't print out. So in some other hook earlier on the screen, it could be anywhere. It could be when it's putting out the title or in the ad, like in the meta box hooks or whatever. Once you have that post object, you can check it and say, oh, this is actually the thing that's set for my page on front, and I'll remove the post type support for the editor. And then you've done that for your home page. And so that edit screen, it's essentially one gigantic form. I think typically we're aware of that, right? Like when we have our save post routines, they check like the global post data, and we do stuff with it. That's why, because the edit screen is just one giant form, and everything that we put in there that's a form element gets passed through with our post data. So if we want to create like custom UI for like our excerpt, we don't have to do a whole lot, actually. We just have to name the field the same way that core is expecting that field to be named. We don't have to add a save post routine. We just name it, and magic happens, because core is also just looking for that post data. So if we name it the same, it comes through the same, and core will handle it for you. This also applies to custom taxonomy UI. So who's ever made custom taxonomy UI? Like radio buttons, yeah, lots of people. I've done lots of this. So first of all, in 3.7, we added an argument to register taxonomy, which allows you to register a metabox callback for your taxonomy when you register it, instead of having to unhook it and rehook a new one like you had to before 3.7. So you should check that out. So I've looked at lots of custom taxonomy metaboxes, like written them, reviewed them, whatever, and I see this frequently. An action on save post that checks for the post data and then sets object terms or removes those term relationships if it's empty. I see this a lot. But if we look at how core handles this stuff, we can actually go from all of this code for saving that, and there's stuff that's missing. If you look at the comments, like you should actually do more checking before you actually run this. But we can go from this code to nothing, which is really cool. So you're wondering, like, what are you talking about? How can we go from that to no code? Well, first of all, if we think about it, when you register taxonomy, you don't register how it saves. Core just like handles it for you. So how does it do that? Well, it relies on the naming of those post fields. So in this case, they're named, everything except categories gets named tax underscore input, square bracket, the slug of your taxonomy, and then you want to add more square brackets at the end, so you get an array of an array. And that's all you have to name it in order to get core to magically handle that for you. So now that we've done that, all we have to do is handle deleting those. But we don't even need to do that either. And I didn't know this until I was preparing this talk the first time, is that you don't even need to do this. What core does is it adds a hidden input, again, named the same way with a value of 0. And it handles that as a special case so that if you haven't selected anything else, it sends over that 0 case and then deletes those object term relationships for you. So if you have that, as well as the previous piece of HTML, then you end up with nothing that you need to hook on to save post, and core has magically handled that for you. Okay, something totally different, and this is something that I actually broke on a production site that was not super fun. Who's dealt with rewrite endpoints? Yay, lots of people. Okay, so this is something that we were doing. There's a really great post on Make Plugins by John Cave about bitwise operators and how this stuff works, and you should check that out for sure. But this is what I was doing. I was adding, we had some page or some category, and there were headlines. So that was my special endpoint of headlines are displayed a little differently, and then they're paginated. So you add a rewrite endpoint, it's nice and easy looking for pages. And then you do a get query var on headlines to do stuff like, load a different template or run a different query or whatever. This is how you determine, okay, so headlines was there. The problem is, in this case, in the bottom case here, where it has /2 at the end, when you do a get query var, it returns 2. The problem is, when you have just /headlines, it returns an empty string, and if /headlines isn't there, it also returns an empty string. Crazy. So you don't actually know whether or not the query var is there unless you do more stuff to it. So what I had to do is filter on request and check if in the vars headlines was set, and then set it to something if it was set and not equal to something. So that was how I had to work around it originally. And I thought, that's kind of weird. This probably bites a lot of people. But we can't just change how get query var works completely and have it return null if it's not actually there, because that would break a lot of people's sites. But what we can do is get option, pass a default value that gets returned when that thing does not exist. So as of 3.9, you could do get query var, and for the second parameter, pass null or something totally different if you really want, that gets returned when that query var does not actually exist. So you'll get an empty string if it's there without anything after it, or you'll get null back if it's not actually there. And then you can actually do strict checks, like sane programming practice. Okay, so complex queries, I'm just going to talk about very briefly. First, I have to say yay Boone for this. He's been doing incredible work in core, just making query, our query API actually do interesting things. So I was working on this site that provided recommendations, and it provided recommendations based on somebody's age, the gaming platforms that they had available to them, and a set of skills that they had. And these are all taxonomies, but the funny thing is that skills was actually a set of 3 taxonomies, but you only needed to select one out of any of those 3 sets of taxonomies that user might have defined, have selected for themselves, and then that applied to a game. This is what we call a mixed relationship taxonomy query, and before 4.1 required lots of hoop jumping to get into. So I spent a lot of really late nights talking to Scott Taylor about how horrible this was, and he showed me that in core, so long as you pass a valid taxonomy, but then you say, I'm querying on term taxonomy ID, which I'll talk about, core doesn't actually care about that taxonomy beyond that point. It doesn't go back and make sure that those term taxonomy IDs you passed belong to that taxonomy. So you can actually mix stuff in together in one piece of your query from across different taxonomies, so long as you're using term taxonomy ID as that value. So I thought that was really cool. So that's what I had implemented, and it was great. And then in 4.1, Boone did amazing things, and now you can do these nested mixed relationship queries. So this is what it would look like now as a 4.1. There's some stuff left out for readability, But I say like the relationship between these two pieces is and then the relationship between this nested set of things is or, right? So or relationship between these skills that I want to query, but it also has to match their age. So this is how we could write it now. And honestly, this is a lot more readable, for people who have to maintain this code into the future. But there's a funny thing about it. That still makes my old code perfectly fine to leave in place. And that is that term ID and taxonomy give you a term taxonomy ID. So for those of you who know what shared terms are, you're probably like, oh God, I don't want to hear about this. And for those of you who don't, I would recommend that you look into what shared terms are. We have made a lot of steps over the last 3 releases to stop creating shared terms and start splitting them. And sometime in the near future, we're going to force split the rest of terms, and from this point forward, term ID will truly be a unique identifier. But currently, term ID is not a unique identifier. You need a term ID and the taxonomy in order to get a unique term, and that is where the term taxonomy ID comes into play. And so what I was doing, using the term taxonomy ID directly, meant that I was skipping what's called a transformation query, which is where it has to take the terms that you've passed it, along with the taxonomy. The tax query class actually has to go through and transform those terms that you've given it and the taxonomy into term taxonomy IDs. So if you pass it term taxonomy IDs yourself, you skip that transform query, and it's great. So I've left it in place because it performs better. Okay, and finally, I'm not going to talk about how to actually do this, but what I want people to do is, if the idea of post-meta revisions excites you, I want you to take a look at update post-meta, delete post-meta, and those related functions. And I want you to take a look at why I would tell you not to check WP is post-revision when doing update post-meta. And I think if you start looking at that, you'll understand how you can actually accomplish post-meta revisions yourself now. And then hopefully in the near future, again, we'll have that in core. So there's a lot of stuff that I just talked about, and I'm kind of going a little long. But I think overall, I'm a much better developer for having investigated this stuff, and it's how I got into developing core in the first place. I'm not saying everybody should be a core developer. I'm not saying everybody has to contribute. It would be great, but you don't have to. But I think as you get into these things, and especially as people who implement all the time, you're the people who will find our bugs. You're the people who know our pain points. You're the people who can try betas and alphas and be like, this thing that you just implemented is actually terrible, or it breaks everything, or you need to make it even better before you release. So this is something. I feel like I should get this printed on pillows or something and hand them out. But what I really want is I want people to get curious about what's around you, and not just in WordPress, but web development at large and everything else that's around you, right? Don't just be complacent. This thing works. Great, whatever. That's not good enough. I want you to be really curious about everything that's around you and stay curious about it. Thank you.
That's network if you need network. It's actually USB.
That's what I was trying to do.
There you go. All right, so we're going to move right into the next talk now. Corey Fowler is joining us. He is the project manager for Microsoft's Azure cloud platform. He's going to be talking to us today about running WordPress at a massive scale and interesting things issues they've found and run into, and how to address those. So, Corey, the time is yours.
Thanks, Ryan. Do I have this? Yeah. Thanks, Ryan. Hopefully this will come up. Yes, there we go. So I felt kind of bad starting in. Can I actually get my slides switched over? Brilliant. I actually felt kind of bad by putting 2 marketing slides up, but with this really fancy microphone, I think I'm on a late night infomercial, so I think we're going to be good. So I just wanted to talk to you guys about the lessons learned that we have kind of run across running a number of WordPress sites at scale at Microsoft. How many people were thinking, what's Microsoft doing at a WordPress conference? Couple? Actually, it's not even half the room, so awesome. But you can see a number of different sites in the background here. We actually are running the Office blogs, the Windows blog, the Azure blog itself, and a couple of other properties like the Microsoft News Center. All of these properties are getting millions of hits per day, and we're running them all within Azure. So as much as I'd love to take credit, as Ryan said, that I'm the program manager of the cloud at Microsoft, I'm one tiny little program manager that works on the PHP stack within Azure App Service, which is a really simple service to get sites up and running within the cloud environment, so they're massively scalable. Before I really started into my talk, because there are some people that were like, what's Microsoft doing here? I just wanted to give a quick thing on some of the recent work that we've been doing in the open source space, or becoming more broadly known across other device platforms. So we've actually gone out and created a lot of Microsoft Office projects, the product, and it's running on iOS and Android. Microsoft loves Linux, so we actually have 4 different distributions of Linux sitting up in our cloud platform today. We've jumped on board and have supported Docker and Google's Kubernetes project, which is kind of an infrastructure Docker container management platform. And we have a lot of different things that are going on. I'm not too sure if these are the most recent numbers, but 20% of the workloads that are running within IaaS within Azure is Linux, which is really exciting to see. And we have a lot of people supporting open source on our platform. So some of the contributions that we've made to the WordPress community, we have an Azure storage plugin for WordPress, which enables you to offload a lot of the static files that you have sitting within your WordPress site. And what this does is it takes away all of those static assets that could really be loaded anywhere, and lets the web server do what it's good at, which is serving dynamic pages. We've also have a Bing translator and a persistent database connection updater. This was actually one of the things that we noticed when we started to run WordPress at scale is when you start to open and close a whole bunch of database connections all at once, it takes a lot of time. So if you do use connection pooling, it actually becomes a great benefit. And we also have an Active Directory plugin coming soon, which will help you, enable single sign-on within your application. So I wanted to take a quick little peek of what Azure is all up. And basically, I had to put the slide in here. It's a little bit of marketing stuff. But basically, it says we're no longer the wooden puppet. We're now a real human being. And it's time to start paying attention to Azure in terms of your cloud hosting environment. The numbers kind of speak for themselves. I hope that you try it. You can actually go to try.azure websites today and talk and kind of go through what I'm going to be talking about as I'm talking about it. So Azure All Up is a relatively large story. We have a lot of different things. We're going to be talking about this little piece in particular today, and a couple of the pieces below. So we have Redis, which enables us to scale our caching solution. We have Azure Storage, that allows us to move all those assets off, as I talked about earlier. And then we have App Service, which is a great place to go and host your WordPress applications. So we have 21 regions across the world. How many people are hosting things in multiple data centers today? A few people. Awesome. So we actually, for a number of our sites, are running in 2 separate regions. So we have West US and East US set up, but we also have servers available in Europe and Asia, Australia, and South America. So if you have your customers sitting in those regions, we have the ability to be there and right close up to who you're looking to target with your sites. One more eye candy slide about all the different open source stuff that's running in Azure. WordPress is there and represented very well. There we go. So Azure App Service is one integrated offering. So we just kind of launched this new thing, and it's a kind of a collaboration of a whole bunch of different areas that we have been looking at over the past couple of years. So we have web app, which is where I'm talking about right now. We have mobile applications that allow you to go and build mobile apps that integrate with iOS or Android. Logic applications that kind of add workflow to the mix, and then API apps, which is kind of like a microservices service that allows you to generate a whole bunch of APIs and push them out there for you to use. Azure Web App in particular, there's a whole bunch of great features that we have to enable you to do a whole bunch of great things. That's a great blanketed statement, Corey. Well, basically what we enable you to do here is we have a number of things like web jobs that can do background tasks. So additional cron that you can move off, maybe do some of your own maintenance tasks off on another machine so it's not affecting your main website. We have deployment slots, which allows you to have multiple staging environments where you can swap between those environments to be able to promote your code from one environment to the next. That's a really interesting thing. One of the main things that we worry about when running WordPress at scale is the ability to auto-scale the sites. So we may start off with maybe 3 to 5 servers serving up for a regular load of traffic, but as that traffic starts to spin up, we go, okay, we need a lot more servers on this, and that 3 servers quickly turns into 5, 10, 15, or 20. And then we also have the ability to auto-heal those servers. So if we start to notice there's something's going wrong, we're getting a whole bunch of requests that are failing, we can go and restart the server and make sure that it's starting to get back online and serving requests a lot quicker instead of sitting there in a bad state. So a quick demo, I'm just going to switch over to a different browser here. And this is our brand new portal. Ignore the Microsoft internal, it's because I'm logged in with my corporate credentials. Everything that you see here should be in the public. And you can go in here and click on the new tab. And we have a couple different things recent. I'm playing around with the scalable WordPress that we have available. And this sets it up with a brand new database that's scaled up to a level that you would need for a production system. It also moves straight into the higher tier servers that we have. And it kind of gets you going where you need to. So we've customized WordPress a little bit where we're installing some plugins for you like the Azure Storage plugin and the persistent connection updates. So that's really where you can go and move along and really start to lean towards building a high-scale site. We also have WordPress. So if you wanted to go and look at building a WordPress site to win one of those fancy little PHP plushies out there, you can come in here and hit WordPress. Now, this is recent stuff that I've done. So to actually get in there, you can go to web and mobile, click on web app, and deploy your own code from WordPress.org. Or you can use our marketplace, which allows you to choose from a whole bunch of different open source projects that are out there. So we have our scalable WordPress here, or you can search, globally for WordPress and just select something else. Now, I also have an environment sitting up and running here just to kind of give you a quick glance of what's going on in the background. By default, we give you some monitoring information, all the requests that are coming through, the different server logs that you have available to you. In here, we have the pricing tiers, so you can see I'm running on medium instances. So this is like 2 cores and 7 gigs of RAM, I believe. That allows you to kind of go out and do everything. We give you an estimate of what your spend is going to be. Some of the different operations you can do. We actually have a console directly in the portal, so you can go and execute some command line commands directly against your site. For deployment, I've set up Git integration. I could also do this from GitHub, Bitbucket, whatever. And these are the deployment slots I talked about. So I can actually set up like my production slot, but also have a staging or development slot for us to go out and modify the code for the eventual deployment into our production slot. There's tons of things to do. I don't want to cover through too much of this because I only have 30 minutes to tell you about what's really going on. So what I would suggest is if you create an account, kind of go and scroll through this settings area that you see here that will cover a lot of this stuff later points in my talk. So I talked about the gallery. This is a great place to get going with some of your apps. We pre-install things for you. You can still get into them, pull them down from the remote server, start banging around on the code, and deploy it back up to your environment in Azure. There we go. So for WordPress specifically, we can deploy it from WordPress in seconds. Use the scalable WordPress to go and have that great starting point where our third-party provider for MySQL, ClearDB, provides you with a great database where you can go and store everything. We start everything off with Azure Storage in place, so it creates a storage account for you, hooks the plugin up, enables it, and everything is moving off to storage directly from Go. One of the big things that we really came across was caching. How many people are using some sort of object cache story today? Should basically be everyone. All right. So one of the things that we noticed is we are actually using a caching solution. I'm not going to name names. And we were going against WinCache. But the interesting thing about WinCache is that's fine if you're using a single machine. You know, one box, one place for cache to go. We have to remember, we're scaling this out to 10, maybe 20 machines. How do you keep a consistent story in your WordPress site when you're across all those machines? So our solution is to go and stand up a Redis server, which we actually use the Redis plugin for. We also have a functionality for Memcache shim. So if your site's already using Memcache, we have a shim layer that sits within web app that will proxy your calls directly into our Redis cache for you, and there's no need to change the protocol below there. And you have the ability to kind of support your site with a PHP analyzer that we've built in-house. We get a lot of information back from ClearDB via their APIs to tell you how your database is doing, the number of people that are connected, everything that's going on. And then we also have this new offering that Zen's put together and is usually part of their Zen server product. They've decoupled that and actually put it into Azure for everyone to take care of it. And basically what that goes through is, I'll get into that later, but please check out our booth in the expo hall and kind of take a live look at what's going on, or quickly run through the tutorial that we have to get it set up. So some of the things that we've also played around with here is adding CDN, which is a really important thing, especially on that storage account, so you can distribute all of those static files out to different places around the world. And we added a couple of different Azure services as well. So this is kind of the RE chart of what we've done, where at the bottom we have 2 SQL databases, and they have an active replica between 2 different regions. On top of that, we're using cache and a storage account for all the static access. Then we have our website in there, which is actually our web app service. And then we can also go and add CDN to that. But I said I've worked in 2 different regions. So I have this one area where I have one site in my west region. I have one in the east region. How do I actually balance traffic between those 2? We have a product called Traffic Manager that will do the intelligent routing for you. So you can say performance-based routing. Whoever's coming to my site, I can say, okay, based on the best ping time, route them to this location or that location. We also do failovers, so you can keep everything centralized in one region and have the secondary region pop online if your primary region goes down. So just to give a quick demo of the multi-region. So this is the Traffic Manager product. I know, different portal. New fancy portal. Old, still kind of fancy portal. But basically in here we can go and manage our endpoints. And you can see that I have both my east data center and my west data center available within here. And then if I go and configure here, I actually have my build demo WP2014.trafficmanager.net. And this is where I would actually create a CNAME to my domain. It comes into this traffic manager service and then routes it to the appropriate server. So if I were to copy this here, and go into the site, we get our WordPress site. But sitting behind that are 2 separate locations. And I can go into the location in the east here, go into one of my talks. We use this a lot. There's like 7,000 comments in here. This is actually making me kind of scared. But what we can do is we can go and add a brand new comment in at the bottom, and we'll see it replicate to the other side of our other site. And if the internet's not going to cooperate, I'm going to move on really quickly. There we go. I know, great demo. Create a post. We can comment. It's awesome. And I'm bored. All right. So what we can do, though, is if you go off to that traffic managed site, create a comment yourself. This is why it's public. Live demos. So go off to the traffic managed site. I can pull up the URL again if you want. So build demo wp2014.trafficmanager.net. Go out, and then you can hit one or other of the sites. So build-2014-wp.west.azurewebsites.net. Now I'm wishing I made short URLs for this. Going back to my presentation, we're going to look at diagnosing some issues. So I have a couple of options available to me when trying to diagnose my site. Like I mentioned, we have the support portal, which is something that we brewed in-house. And this is kind of exciting. So one of the engines that really drives this platform is something called Project Kudu. This is an open source project, and it's been open source since its conception. And basically, this drives the great things that this platform has to offer. The Git integration, we can actually go into a debug console right here, where I basically have a terminal sitting right on the web that gives me access right into my website. If that doesn't quite get you going, we also have command line tools that do the exact same thing. And I can go and say, log me in. And it's essentially, and I say essentially, creating an SSH connection to that machine. But it's not an actual fact. We have an endpoint there. But as you can see here, I'm executing against dhome. And I was smart, and I went and added a WP CLI extension to my web app. So I can actually go here and type WP, and you'll see the help file come up for the WP CLI. And this allows me to work on my local machine and still take advantage of all the tools that I'm used to directly against my instance in the cloud. So that's exciting. So you also have that in the web version. So if you want to go on your iPad or something along those lines, type away the commands, you have the ability to do so. But we also have the support site, and the support site's really cool. If you go in, we have both a log analyzer as well as the runtime analyzer, which basically batches up all of the different issues that you may have. So if you see like a socket hanging, that's right out there, and it probably has something to do with losing a connection to your database. If anything's taking a significantly long amount of time, like things loading from the internet, you have the ability to go and diagnose what's actually going on within your product as well. So that's in the Analyze tab here. If we go into Settings, does anyone have the Jeopardy sound queued up? Okay. So we have the PHP logs and PHP process report, and those are the two really awesome things that you can look at. I mentioned earlier about the auto heal. That's in the mitigate section here. And you can go and turn this on and then say, I have a certain number of requests that I want to come through my site before I go and recycle the entire thing. If I get a particular status code, so like 500, things are just going terribly wrong, restart my site. Slow requests, and then you can choose an action which is mostly like recycle or log some sort of error. But we also have this really awesome partnership with Zend. And this is where Z-Ray really comes to light, and it's a very, very powerful tool. So I'm just going to pop back over. And this is the site that I set up really quickly. It took me about 5 minutes because I'm a pro at this. It will take you about 10. It's really simple to do. All you do is you create a brand new WordPress site, like I just described earlier, and go and add the Z-Ray extension. We have great details online on how to do that. But basically, once you have that installed, you have things like the execution time. What's actually taking the largest amount of time of my page load? Is it executing the PHP statements? Is it going off to my database? You can look at all the different database calls that you're making, or the functions that are getting called, and looking at the execution time from them. And if that doesn't do quite enough for you, there's some great deep integration directly into WordPress that's actually going to go through, what is your object cache doing? Are your plugins taking a long time? Are your themes maybe a culprit as to, slow page load times? We also have, the hooks and cron operations that may account to it. So this is actually a really interesting tool because we had one of the sites that I managed personally, not managed personally, but one of the accounts that I'm assigned to internally have some really wonky cron execution where it was just sitting there and cycling all the time. So this would have been really helpful for me to help diagnose that issue. So I'm really looking forward to diagnosing it with this a little bit later on. You can also go into the back-end side of this. So like I mentioned, there's that Kudu console. This is the back side of that really cool plugin that gets injected into the public part of your feed. I'm unauthorized. No. Quick, log me in. That's a very nerve-wracking time where you're like, am I typing my password in the password box or is it going into this email box? All right, so if we just go and add Zend server to the end of this, we're back in business. Perfect. All right, so the cool thing is there's a couple different features, and unfortunately right now we're in like preview mode, so everything's free and lovely and amazing, with the exception of free means disabled features. But there's this great thing called Z-Ray Live, and basically what it will allow you to do when you can go and get the standard version of this is the ability to go and enable this for mobile devices. So it actually goes and investigates into your Ajax calls, and you can plug in, say, your iPhone or an iPad and look at all the transactions coming from the app straight into here. And that's a really powerful kind of tool. We also have the ability to, if you don't want your diagnostic information to be shown off to the world, which me personally, I don't want that, you can go in and enable secured mode. And basically what that does is it generates an access token for you that you can put into the header of your request, and then it only makes that visible for you. So that's pretty exciting. You also have a number of settings sitting at the bottom here where if you want to kind of personalize your experience with the tool, maybe turn off certain features or increase the amount of details that you get back, you can go into the settings panel and do this as well. Right. So I would go check this out. If you are more than just a WordPress developer, because I know a lot of people have multiple hats. I typically wear just this hat, but I do have a couple extra. You can also use this with Drupal, Magento, Zend Framework, Symfony, and Laravel, which is pretty powerful. I hear there's also a Joomla plugin as well. And they're actually interested, Zen's interested in seeing community members going and contributing a lot of this, or making these tools better by contributing back to the projects. There we go. And basically, that kind of cycles everything to a close. I wanted to leave a little bit of time for questions. I'm assuming I can do that. Oh. All right, so if you want to ask me a question, I would suggest meeting me out at the booth. But I do have one more thing that I want to show you, just so you're aware. This is kind of the architecture of our service. So the thing that happens when you go into Azure Web App is you come through the Azure load balancers, and it goes into this nice big pool of servers. And there's two states, and this is important. There's a cold state, which means your site is not in memory whatsoever, and we've spun it down because there's been no traffic to it. So that means there might be a certain amount of time where you're taking a few seconds to load up. If this is the case for your site, there's this awesome feature called Always On. Always On will stop your site from going into a cold state. So it will always be loaded up in memory. You can keep your pool of servers ready to go, and you're good to access it. The other point I want to talk about is the file server. So we actually dog-food a good portion of our platform in building out the web app service. So we're using blob storage to be able to go and host all your files in a single location, and then we attach to all your servers via a network-based drive. So that's how we are able to go and spin up countless numbers of servers for you very, very quickly. There are some downsides of this, which isn't too bad because that's why you're relying on some of the caching techniques with Redis or WinCache, depending on how you want to mix that all together. But that's basically all I wanted to cover. So I appreciate you coming out and joining me for this talk, and looking forward to meeting you in the hallway later on this afternoon.
The next talk in about 4 minutes. So we'll talk to you then. Let me tell Heather something real quick.
Can you change this to 27? Actually?
What's that?
Yeah, can you change this to
27?
Yeah.
I'll probably only need the 25.
Oh, you want to leave it at 25?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
When I end, I'll end, right?
Yep. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with our next presentation. I'd like to introduce Mike Hansen. Mike Hansen is a core contributor working at Bluehost, has done a lot of interesting things with third-party APIs, and is going to talk to us today about all the different things he learned while building the Mojo Marketplace plugin. So let's give it up for Mike.
All right, hey guys. Let me get my slides back one real quick. So it looks like my slides getting cut off a bit. That's all right. So first off, I want to, as a sponsor, I want to thank everybody for coming. You know, it's really great to be here, and we really love helping out with this stuff. And so I'd like to thank Ryan for putting it on as well. So I don't want to tell you necessarily about Bluehost products for a minute, but what I want to do is tell you about what Bluehost cares about. What Bluehost cares about is community and open source. We contribute to a number of open source projects and a number of communities, meetup groups, other open source conferences. These are the things that Bluehost really cares about. We don't only talk, but we use. Internally, we use open source. Even people in our billing department are using different flavors of Linux. And we have people throughout the company who contribute to all kinds of different open source projects. And so we live open source every day, and we contribute. And so also with community, we get involved in our community. We help our local community, we help the developer community, all these things, because we really want a strong community around these open source projects. And so we try really hard to be involved with all of these communities. All right, and I'm going to get started on the presentation. So, working with third-party APIs, LoopConf, it's been awesome so far. I've been watching from the booth out in the hall, but a lot of really great presentations. But so I'm Mike Hansen. I work on the open source team at Bluehost. We're involved in those community things. I'm a WordPress core contributor. You can find me on Twitter at MikeHansenMe. Also my website, mikehansen.me. I was supposed to blog there. I haven't. But so, hold on one second. I'm going to see if I can get these, because we're missing a piece of the slide. Or maybe not. Okay, here we go. We'll just do it like this. So an idea. Lots of great things start out as an idea. You're trying to solve a problem. That's where, you know, a lot of great ideas come from, is trying to solve that problem. So when you're doing it, you might run into some hurdles. A lot of these in WordPress, if you're building a plugin, can be around the environment, because you never know what environment you're going to be working in. And so you look, and sometimes the right answer is to try to find a service that solves your problem. Look around and see if you can find a service that solves your problem. And if not, you may need to create it, but it still might be the right solution. So finding the API or creating it, basically when I have a problem and I'm trying to find a solution, I go looking for other people who may have had the same problem and how they went about solving it. sometimes I find something that can solve my problem, but it's hard. You need to find their developer resources, and that's not always the easiest thing to find because maybe it's not their main concern. Maybe it's not their main customer. Sometimes you can use like a Google search and just go find it more easily that way. So what do I look for once I find their developer resources? I look at their documentation. I look at how much it's being used and how do they support old versions. Do they have an old version? Because as you know, an API is a promise, and how they keep that promise means a lot. And so when I'm looking at an older version, I look at how they handled their old version when they introduced their new one. Did they notify their developers? Is the old version still running and just not receiving new features? And how was the transition for people who were using it? Because these things are important, and these are the kind of companies who take their API seriously. So I hear people refer to plugins sometimes as workers, and I just want to get that out of the way. But what seems to me is when a plugin depends on a service, and the plugin doesn't necessarily do anything itself, that's what I see as the worker. It's not the product is the service. And so that's just a quick note. When I hear that, workers or products and that kind of stuff, they're always just talking about a plugin, mostly. So how does WordPress help? Well, the HTTP API is really great for making the requests. It has options, transients, meta. The WP error is even nice. It has a lot more. WordPress tries to make this really easy for you. So one of the things I really like about WordPress is that everything seems to make sense. When you're reading the function is pretty descriptive. It tells you a lot about what it's doing. So I've been using WordPress since like WordPress 2.7 or so, and I went and looked at the WP remote functions because I wanted to see kind of the backstory on that. And I found a ticket. It was around 4,800 or something, and there was a lot of conversation around why they needed some standardized way to interact with other services. And there was a lot of discussion about how to do it the best way, and ultimately they came up with the HTTP API. And what the problem was that in core they were using different ways to interact with services, mostly WordPress.org, and it was causing problems. And you take this with the environment problem, and it's compounded. And so they came up with this to solve the problem. It has a variety of fallbacks for transports. So you can use the functions and count that they're going to work. So first thing I want to talk about is fetching data with using the HTTP API. Basically, what I like to do is create a wrapper, set my defaults, and then use functions like WP parse args to get all that back. The reason I like to do this is because every single time I interact with my function that then works with this API, it can be really simple. It can be my function with one parameter. It doesn't have to be the whole set of parameters. It helps keep the code cleaner in other places. And with the functions, it's really nice to merge the defaults and the additional parameters. Using the HTTP build query is nice because I can work with a filter right up until I build out the URL and make the request. So these are a few things that WordPress and PHP even help with. So an array filter, I use that to clean out, like here I have this key of seller and it has an empty value. So I don't want to pass that every time, so I just clean it out. A few other things you can do. Well, I'll get to that. So one of the things in there is errors. So dealing with errors, there's basically two types of errors that you'll need to deal with when working with an API. And that's basically your HTTP errors. So if nothing ever came back, or it came back a 404 or something. Or the WP error. So in this snippet of code, we check is WP error to make sure it's not a WP error first. we do a little bit of validation, basically, just making sure it's longer than 10 because we were getting some strange responses that were shorter than 10 but still validated. So we added that. But we want to make sure it's at 200. And then after that, we get into the second type of errors that we're going to run into, which is where the API returned some data, but there was still an error, even though, so they're telling you about the error that they're giving you. So this is like when you're interacting with authorize.net or something like that. I mean, imagine like invalid credit card, like that kind of stuff. They're giving you a valid response, but they're telling you about an error that happened somewhere else. And depending on what you're building, you may or may not want to pass that along to the user. So for us, and checking this one's easy. It just says success 1 or 0. And if it's 0, we get out of there. But if it's 1, we continue. This is also a good place to validate the data and sanitize it and do some things like that. So for example, if you're working with an API for like MLS or something like that, and you might have local or state laws that say that you have to have like the listing broker named before you can put out a listing. So this is where you'd want to do those checks as well. And just make sure that all the fields you need are available and that everything looks kind of like what you want it to. If you're expecting a phone number, make sure that it looks like a phone number. So after we do that, after we've sanitized it and prepared it, we're gonna store it somewhere. And depending on what you're working with, depends on where you may want to store it. So if you're working with something that's time sensitive, transients are a pretty good place. If it's not time sensitive, but it's just a general, you could store it in an option. But sometimes, if it's more user specific, you could put it in the user meta, post meta. You could even create a custom post type if that makes sense for the amount of data you're receiving. So post meta and user meta are pretty similar, and so are options and transients, but I want to just talk about transients for a quick second. This is basically another one of those scenarios where WordPress built a function so that you could count on it to work with or without caching. So by default, it goes into the database, and if you have something like memcached available, it will use that. To a user, this makes no difference. They don't know where stuff's getting served from. Caching's just obviously faster. So with the transient, it's just the same as an option, but we pass in, how long until it expires. And so in WordPress, there's also these constants, these time constants, and they make it, it doesn't get much easier than this to work with this stuff. And so with these things combined, you're using the HTTP API, storing things, you're validating, using the sanitizing functions. These things in combination are really powerful. So, next, this brings me to something that matters all the way through, trust. Even though you're working with this API, you can't trust it because you don't know what may come, and it may even be user input. So always treat it as user input because you never know what might happen, and you don't want something that sneaks by them to sneak by you. So securing the data again, so don't trust it. Validate it, sanitize it, and escape it before you output it. And working with the HTTP API, authentication is pretty easy. Authentication isn't always about accessing secure data. Sometimes there are APIs that have you register for a key, mostly simply so they can limit how often you're hitting it with your specific key, or track how often you're hitting it. It may not be about security. If it's about security, you'll want to implement something more like OAuth or something that's better. So for these two examples, they're just basic. So basically, when you're using the remote request function, or remote post, or anything for that matter, any of the remote functions, you have your key, and you can stick in the headers, and it's a key value pair. it's really easy. So, and this works with any header values you need to pass back and forth. And so it's just really easy because it's just, I mean, it's a multi-dimensional array that basically just makes sense. And then another thing that I've seen before is like just passing the key as part of the query. So this is the same situation like the wrapper function earlier. We're grabbing the key, we're seeing, we're merging the arguments and building our query, making it look like a URL, and then we're going to make that request. So speed. We're doing all of this, and you might say, why am I storing it? Why am I doing all these things? Because when a user loads a page and it loads slow, it's bad, and you might not get a second chance. So try to make it as fast as possible by storing it and serving it local. If 2 people come to your site and meet the exact same criteria, wouldn't it be great if every person after, the second person and every person after had a really great experience? And so speed matters. So, and you need to keep the data as close as you can and for as long as possible. So, for example, in the Mojo plugin, we pull in some themes, and they might get updated, every hour a new theme gets added or something like that. But it's not really that important that it's updated every hour. And so we actually keep it for 24 hours. It's still, there, and it's good. So it doesn't need to be updated every 30 minutes to an hour. 24 hours is reasonable. So we keep it as long as possible, that makes sense. So taking this a step further than storage and speed, timing. Like I say, you may not get a second chance. If they load that page and the first time it's really slow because it's making that request, and they might not view the page the second time to get the better experience. And so with timing, if you can time your requests correctly and store them before the user can get there, and if it makes sense, it's more of a thought process than actual more code or anything like that. It's just thinking through the way that things execute and trying to provide a better experience. So one thing that we're doing in the development copy of the next plugin is we're going to hook into like admin footer, and we're going to make a non-blocking request using the HTTP API, hit the admin AJAX, and load up 3 or 4 of those pages before the user ever even gets there. So when the user hits the first page, it's fast. It's like the second time they hit it before, but they never know that because we're timing things a little better. And so because it was a blocking false, it doesn't wait for the results. And since we hit admin AJAX, it creates a new PHP thread. And so it executes. It might take 10 seconds or something, but it doesn't matter because it's not directly getting in the user's way. And that's all I got. Those are just some things that I've been dealing with in a lot of plugins, basically sanitizing them, validating, storing them, trying to make the best sense of your product, and making the best user experience when they're using your product. So again, you can find me on Twitter at MikeHansenMe. You can contact me through my website, mikehansen.me. Thanks, guys.
Testing. Thank you very much, Mike. Really happy you could be here with us. We're actually going to take a quick break, but a few extra minutes than we have had. So if you can be back here at 2:45, we'll 20 to 3. So 6 minutes, I guess. We're going to start getting ready for our next talk with Rachel Carden, who is going to be talking about sharing your projects and your code without fear. So get excited for that.
Go button and let it go green.
Hello, hello.
Okay, talk again.
Hello, hello.
Yeah. It is. Okay, we're going to get ready to go in 1 minute. 1 minute. One of the things that I wanted to make sure got mentioned before I introduce our next speaker is that it is our next speaker's birthday today. So very happy birthday to Rachel. For those of you who don't know, Rachel Carden is a web developer at the University of Alabama, working on all sorts of interesting projects. The topic that she's going to be talking to us about, today is sharing projects and code without fear. So, Rachel, the time is yours.
All right, there we go. I am now unmuted. So like you said, my name is Rachel Carden. I am a web developer at the University of Alabama, where WordPress is our official CMS, and we are all about some WordPress. But mostly, I'm involved in a lot of communities. I lead 2 different meetups that meet every month, and I'm also currently organizing a conference. And so community is very important to me, and it's not just about the work that comes out of it, but it's also the people that are part of these communities. They're important to me, and obviously the work would not be done without them. And so just as professional development is important to pretty much everyone, personal development is very important to me, and making sure that you're in the right mindset to make your work, because that can have a huge impact on not only what you make, but the quality. And also, bottom line, people are important, just as important, if not more important, obviously, than the code and the projects that we make. So obviously, a big part of our world is sharing what we do and sharing our code and our projects. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about how awesome sharing code is. Probably the majority of people in this room probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for publicly available code. Myself included, I taught myself. There wasn't a program. There probably wasn't really programs when most of us were getting started. And so we took to the web, we took to the internet to find this education. We looked at other people's code to use as examples and to help us get better. And so publicly available code is very important. But unfortunately, sharing your code and sharing what you do can be a little scary. It can be intimidating. You're putting yourself out there. You're opening yourself up to criticism. You're putting yourself out there that someone could look at it and, say, what in the world was she doing? And that in itself, can hold a lot of people back from sharing, what they do. But sharing your work means playing an active role in improving your community. And that's important to a lot of people, myself included. We want to keep our world moving, and we want to make it better. And we want to therefore encourage the people that are part of our world and part of our community to share what they do and to open themselves up to us. So kind of reiterate, why are we afraid to share? Kind of at the basic core, everyone's a little bit afraid. We think our code isn't good enough. We don't want people to criticize what we do. Thankfully for, probably most people, you're nervous and you may get, when you're about to hit that publish button, you go and you probably recheck your code about 20 times over, but eventually you hit send and you put your code out there and you let go of that fear. But sadly, this isn't the case for everyone. There are so a lot of developers experience a real level of anxiety and actual anxiety disorders that hold them back from sharing, and that had this kind of power over what they do and what they put out there. And so it's kind of the gist of what I wanted to talk about today. And also both sides of that coin, how we as developers can kind of get over these fears and these anxieties and at least work on them. And then how people on the other side of the coin, can have empathy towards these people and contribute to a positive cycle of sharing and feedback. And so that way it encourages everyone to not only share, but to, contribute to the community and contribute to our world. Otherwise, if we don't have this publicly available code and this sharing, then we're not going to grow and we're not going to change. We're not going to adapt and move forward. So at the base kind of level, this is, some kind of phobias. We're all, that fear of imperfection and not being good enough. That's kind of like a base anxiety disorder that people deal with. I'm not really going to touch on this too much. I just kind of wanted to throw it out there that, lots of people, and some people today have discussed it already, this fear of this unattainable perfection that we have and how it can hold us back in our code and our development. But there are, but it gets kind of grows beyond that. And also another topic that several people have brought up today, which is great, is imposter syndrome. It is a real thing. I don't know, I'm obviously not going to ask people here to raise their hands, but a lot of us, deal with this, or at least we know someone. If you want to raise your hand, if you deal with imposter syndrome, embrace it, or someone who deals with this. I think we probably all deal with it in a little ways. I mean, maybe not as much as others. I have someone very important in my life who has very serious imposter syndrome, and I can see how the effect that it has on this person's life and their work. And it's tough. You have these feelings of self-doubt. Basically, you always kind of feel like you're at the bottom, that everyone's better than you. Who cares what you say because, they know better. What value do you bring to the table? These are all real thoughts. And, most of them are unfounded, if not all of them. But that doesn't mean that these people, that have imposter syndrome aren't feeling them very deeply, and that it's not having a huge effect on, what they do on a day-to-day. I guess part of the imposter, you feel like you're a fraud. You feel like you don't deserve the successes and the accomplishments that you do. It's rough. I love this tweet by David. For many devs, these are bigger problems to overcome than just code issues. Some of us, we go to share our code or we just kind of dealing with simple, maybe not so simple code issues, but for many of us, there's always this fear, this anxiety, this thing in our minds. We can't get out of our minds that control, what we do with our code. And so it goes from these simple, basic, we think our code's not good enough, to I'm not good enough. Everyone else knows more than me. No one cares what I have to say, so why put it out there? This is a great kind of graphic that kind of shows, imposter syndrome versus reality. The blue, what I know, and I think everybody knows more than me. But in reality, we all know different things. We all have different insight and different perspective. We're all on different levels. There's always someone in front of you that knows more than you. There's always someone, not necessarily behind you, but someone who knows less than you. This is the reality. But for someone dealing with imposter syndrome, this is not their reality. So I wanted to kind of walk through a few kind of steps to help, like I said earlier, both sides of the coin, kind of help those dealing with imposter syndrome to kind of get over, or at least a way to help them get over these fears and anxieties. But also for those of us on the other side who are, maybe we're probably all working with someone dealing with this. How can we as developers help them help everyone? So first up, be honest. Oop, it's not switched. There we go. Be honest. Be honest with yourself and stand up for yourself against yourself. pretty much, one of the worst things for people dealing with imposter syndrome is that they cannot get out of their heads. They're living there, and they don't. Even if they tell themselves that they know what they're talking about, they don't believe it. But mostly embrace these anxieties and these fears, and don't let them control you. Call yourself out. When you're having these self-deteriorating thoughts, stand up to yourself and call yourself out and say no. I know someone who had to do the rubber band thing. Every time that they had a thought, that was, self-deprecating, they had snapped that rubber band. That might be something that you try. Be honest and accept your value, and accept that the roles that you play and the successes. If you had a successful project, you did that. You had that role in that, and it wasn't just luck. You put in the hard work. You are valuable and you are unique, and we all have individual, insight and experience and know-how, and the way we look at things and the way we think about things. We all can bring these different things to the table, and so stand up for that and be proud of what you do. So here's another great tweet. Be honest with yourself about what you know and have accomplished, and focus less on the difference. I heard Chris share this in a video. The way you think about the way you think impacts the way you think, and that's so true. You are your greatest enemy. When you get in your head and you're having these thoughts, you're probably the only one thinking these things. No one else is, And so the more that you can be honest with yourself and encourage yourself, the better you are. Next, have the right perspective. And this kind of goes back to what several people have shared today. There is no win in comparing yourself with others. We all have, different things. And like I said earlier, we all have unique insight and value. But the reason that we struggle with insecurity is because we compare our behind the scenes with everyone else's highlight reel. That's so true. I saw someone tweet that, and I found, the author, and I loved that, because it's so true. You get on Twitter and you get on Facebook and you see all these people posting, their highlight reel, their big moments, their great things. And because of course you're gonna, especially, of course you're gonna post that on social media. You're not gonna, not everybody gets on social media and posts about the crappy things that happen. So you're sitting there comparing your day-to-day with people that are, the highlights. And so social media can be bad, can be wonderful, but it can also be pretty bad. But as far as perspective goes, focus on the value that you bring to the table. Something that I've always loved going to conferences, and when I first kind of got involved, I never really submitted to speak because I had the same problem. What do I have to bring? Surely everyone there, they already know what I know. And, what am I doing that's any different? And then over time, the more I heard these people, sharing, the more I realized, what? Someone might be interested. I look at things differently than you do. I work in a different, we all, use WordPress, but we all use it in different environments. I work in the world of higher education, and so I use WordPress in that field, and so therefore I build different sites than you do, and I use WordPress differently than you do. I look at WordPress differently than you do. And so I have a different train of thought than you do, just as you do. To me, most of the stuff I get out of conferences is I don't necessarily, need to go and hear a very specific, tool. What I love to go and hear is your brains. I love to pick the brains of other people, and I love to hear how you look at things and how you think about things, because we're all so different. We all have something to bring to the table. Just like the web, we are all constantly changing and learning and adapting and growing, and our perspectives are always changing. be open to and give constructive criticism. This goes on both sides of the coin, and this is something that holds a lot of people back from sharing their projects. They're so afraid of what people will say. They're so afraid that someone will pull up their code and look at, line 10 and call them out because, something that they didn't include, or, something like that. How often do we pull up, someone else's project that maybe we took on and immediately criticize how, oh my gosh, this code is so horrible. And we have all done it. I've done it, and I try to break myself of this because I don't know what that person was doing. I don't know how old this code is some of the times. Oh my gosh, I cringe if I think about someone looking at a code I wrote a year or two ago and what they would say. And so, but I'm doing the same thing. I'm pulling up this code somebody else wrote probably a year or two ago, and I'm criticizing them, and I know nothing about the situation. But more so than that, it's just not encouraging. We have this. We are in charge of our attitudes, and we are, we can control the positivity and we can keep negativity out of the feedback cycle. If you don't have anything to say that's constructive, then don't say anything at all. If you're not going to help the situation, then what's the point? You see people that it kind of goes around to like the golden rule, treat other developers as you would want to be treated. If you stuck something out there, would you want someone to say those things to you when they don't know what's going on? And so that alone kind of drives, that alone I think would kind of help in a lot of scenarios. Just kind of think about how, if that was your code, how you would want others to, give feedback. I am not against feedback. Constructive feedback is amazing because, like I've been saying, we all have these different ways of thinking, and I may not have thought of that, but, I'm super glad you shared it with me because that's going to help my project immensely. What's not going to help me is, someone jumping, on Twitter or on a forum and, screaming at me because for some reason something's broken or there's some feature that's, that it doesn't have that they want, and when the best thing would have been to, add the feature, work on the feature yourself, or offer constructive suggestions to help things move along. I loved this tweet. There are thousands of programmers who need help and better tooling, but what they don't need is snark, superior attitudes, or your approval. And that's so true. There are so many ways that we can be constructive and we can be encouraging, and above all, we can be good people and be helpful to those who are probably, especially to those who are like in our shoes that we were in 5 years ago. Like I said earlier, we all are kind of children of learning off the internet and publicly available code. And we were all at this point. We all were at the point where we wrote, pseudo crabby code. We all write crabby code. And in the reality, all code becomes bad code. And so, sorry. Ooh, I'm sorry, that was so bad. Just being a good encourager and being a good motivator and being good. When it comes down to it, just being a good person. No one has ever made himself great by showing how small someone else is. And I just kind of have a couple of these. I guess I obviously love quotes. But most of this kind of section of what I'm talking about is just having to do with treat others as you would want to be treated. You learn a lot, you learn a lot sometimes you learn a lot by seeing, I guess, what the difficult people do, and that kind of helps you see what you don't want to do. But ultimately, you control your attitude and you control your happiness. And so no one can make you feel inferior without your consent, and that's a great quote. You can't stop someone from judging you, but you can stop or you can control how it affects you. And so And so put yourself out there and don't necessarily, worry, of what might happen, because you have control over that. And if someone is rude with you and gives, negative feedback, don't jump on the rude cycle, and don't jump on the negative cycle. That's not helping. That's not helping at all. Kill them with kindness is what I would say. And and if they keep on being rude, then bye-bye. You don't need that in your life. You don't need that negative. But also, how you make others feel about people, about themselves, it says a lot about you. I love this one too. Being mean is not a best practice. Also, though, don't take yourself too seriously. Make mistakes. Put yourself out there. Try new things. Most of us have, no idea what we're doing half the time, but we're trying things and we're trying new things, and we're, don't worry about, mistakes, things like that. Put yourself out there. Mistakes are a process of learning, and there's no improvement if you don't, recognize these mistakes and implement them. How else would we grow? How else would we, move up? And how else would we grow as developers and as people? So don't take yourself too seriously. And I kind of alerted to that one earlier. You will never be able to stop people from judging you, but you can stop it from affecting you. So don't take yourself too seriously. Don't get too upset. And keep on keeping on. But ultimately, what it comes down to is that you are not your code. I find it great that I'm quoting Kanye West, but I loved this. No, you're not perfect, but you're not your mistakes. Anyone who has never made a mistake has never tried anything new. It all kind of comes back to that basic thing. How would we grow, and how would we change, and how would we adapt if we didn't take these lessons and we didn't try these things and we didn't mess up? There's nothing wrong with messing up. Just embrace the messing up. Embrace the mistakes. Embrace these little things. Be open to constructive input. Be open to change. We're constantly changing, not just as people, but as developers. Our world is constantly changing. The web is constantly changing. WordPress is constantly changing. And so, the more that we just recognize that and, use it to our advantage, then the more that we're going to grow as people and as developers. So failure is simply an opportunity to begin again, but this time more intelligently. Take those lessons that you've learned from these mistakes and use them for good. Don't let them drag you down. That's not helping anyone. It's not helping you, and it's not helping the people you work with, and it's not helping your community. But what will help is taking these lessons you've learned and sharing them with your peers, and then applying them to yourself and to your work. And then last but not least, surround yourself with ideas, encouragement, and awesome. If you surround yourself with negativity, then you're probably going to be a negative person. So get rid of that. Surround yourself with people that inspire you and that motivate you and that encourage you. And then in turn, be that person who supports and motivates and inspires and encourages others. Build people up. That is, tearing people down, no one wins with that. But building people up, that builds WordPress. That builds our community of people. Without the people that build WordPress, we wouldn't have WordPress. And so encourage people and build them up. Pat them on the back. Tell them good job. Sometimes telling someone great job takes, 2 seconds out of your day, but that might mean the world to them. Good people bring out the good in people. So be a good person. This kind of goes without saying. We all do better when we all do better. I mean, if we're all, adding to this cycle of positivity and inspiration and motivation and movement, then we all get to move up. I believe in good people. So now go share your code and embrace your awesomeness. Thank you.
Rachel.
Phone's taped to my face. There we go.
That was amazing. Twitter actually went down during your talk, I think. So, no, in a good way. Excellent job. Thank you so much. We're going to move quickly into our next talk in the next couple of minutes. Jeremy Felt is going to be talking to us about multi-site maintenance. So stay tuned while we get things transitioned here.
Hello. Hi.
Okay, one thing I want to mention before we get into our next talk, immediately after this, I believe, let me double check the trusty schedule here. Immediately after this, we do have an afternoon snack break, which, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I remember reading them the first time around and they sounded pretty delicious. So it's all going to be out here in the sponsor area. So you'll have a half hour to go out there and enjoy some snacks and enjoy some more snacks. So next up, we are lucky to have with us Mr. Jeremy Felt. He is a senior web engineer at Washington State University, working on probably, incredible things with multi-site, and we are lucky to have him with us. So, Jeremy, the time is yours.
Thank you. Hi. So, we're going to talk about multi-site today. I'm not going to get too detailed into anything, but I'm going to try to, I think the goal is to make anybody who's afraid of multi-site less afraid of multi-site, because I really don't think it's that much more difficult than WordPress itself. So there's a few key things that once you know that, multi-site becomes a lot easier to work with, or at least makes a little bit more sense so you can still be confused. So going along with what Helen said earlier, I think knowing your code and knowing core and kind of having that curiosity to dig further helps a lot when trying to learn something. So that's basically what I did for this, and basically the only reason that I'm in the multi-site world entirely. I don't have power connected. So the big part for me about really understanding multi-site is first walking through the history of things and trying to figure out how we got to where we are and why the code base is, well, such a mess. But you can trace multi-site all the way back to the beginning. So we know that WordPress is a fork of B2. B2 was created back in 2001. It was around for a couple of years before development kind of stalled a little bit. In 2003, WordPress was forked off of B2. There were also two other forks. There was B2 Smarty and B2 Evolution. B2 Smarty was created by Donica O'Keefe, and that actually became B2++ fairly quickly. That added Smarty caching to B2 because he didn't like the way that the themes were done, and then added the ability to have multiple blogs. So for his Linux users group in Ireland, blogs.linux.ie, he was able to use B2 to power this huge community. So when Matt finally announced the first version of WordPress in May of 2003, he also reached out to Donica and asked him to kind of join forces and to try to merge the projects together. So soon after, that became WordPress multi-user, and it basically was the same thing, which is WordPress instead of B2, but on top of that, additional tables for additional blogs, and then Smarty caching or Smarty templates and Smarty caching for a long time. So it was, I think, 2 years later after that, Donica got hired by Matt at Automatic to start working on WordPress.com. At that point, WordPress multi-user became kind of affectionately known as WordPress Mu or WordPress MU. Became more of a public project. Started to gain a few contributors, but it was really like a WordPress.com project with the goal of launching this service so people could sign up for sites. So in August of 2005, there was a beta release. November 2005, WordPress.com launched. And then for the next few years after that, it really started to take off. More and more people contributed to the project. And WordPress multi-user kind of got to be its own kind of big thing in general. It's the wrong adapter. So 3 years after that, May of 2009, I think, Matt announces to WordCamp San Francisco that we're going to be merging WordPress MU and WordPress together. The community kind of is surprised by it. I think a few core developers were surprised by it. And then later that year, the tickets finally opened, 11644, I think. It's this huge ticket that spawned 100 other tickets and tons of commits. And so it's a 6-month effort, but multi-site was merged into WordPress. So WordPress 3.0 launched in June of 2010. It's WordPress 3.0 Thelonious, after Thelonious Monk. Michael Pick does the video, and the tagline at the end is, use it to power one site or 10 million straight no chaser. And I think straight no chaser is a perfect tagline for multi-site itself. It's that noise. All right. So you have your history. I think that it provides some context for kind of how the code got there. So it got there as this blogging platform where people can come and sign up for blogs. And it's kind of the thing that the community worked on. And then now, over the years, it's become used for more and more things. And so we're starting to get away from that kind of big blogging platform. So we're going to walk through some structure, kind of how WordPress figures out what to load when a page is requested, some awareness, the things that you can use to kind of take advantage of that structure and how you can hop around and use things easier, and then a few things that make it easier to extend multi-site. So every WordPress installation starts off with these tables. So you have your options, your posts, your comments, your terms, your users. The second that you install a network to create a multi-site instance, you get a new set of tables. The blogs table, the signups table, the site table, site meta. And then the users table and those tables kind of become this global group. So they no longer belong to that first site that you set up. They belong to the network that you created. And then every site after that you add, we add a new set of tables for the options, the posts, the comments, the terms. And it goes and goes and goes and goes. And if you're working on something like WordPress.com, this looks insane and you wouldn't even be able to read it on here. So the job of multi-site really becomes, when a site is requested, which set of tables do I use? And that's basically all that multi-site is which set of tables do I use? It lets me use one code base, one user's base, and kind of one just core set of things to help distribute requests out to this big world of tables. And there's a couple things that help us keep track of that, and they're badly named. So there's the network global, which is current site, and it tells you which network you are currently loading. That's populated with some information from the database. There's an ID that correlates to the WP site ID, the domain, the path, and then the blog ID, which correlates with the ID from the blog in WP blogs. That is this network's main blog. Then we also have the site, which is not current site, but current blog. And it has a similar information, so it's got the ID of the site from the blogs table, its parent network as the site ID, the domain, and the path. So you always have these objects available to you so you can figure out which site has loaded. And then in WordPress 3.9, we introduced a couple functions that make it easier to populate these a little bit. So get site by path, takes the domain, takes the path, looks up in the database, finds the right site, and then kind of fills that into the current, well, returns it as a site object for current blog that you can then use. Get network by path does the same thing, but for networks. So same thing, a network, a path. We look it up in the sites table. We return something that can populate current site. So then all the heavy work actually gets done inside mssettings.php. And if you look at this and compare it to one of the first change sets from WordPress MU back in 2009 or 2010, many parts are exactly the same. We've been working hard to try to get things better, but it can be understood pretty quickly. So you look at this, and when a request comes in, we immediately try to figure out what the domain is and what the path is. And then we're going to take those two pieces of information and try to figure out what the current site is, or the network, and what the current blog is, the site. By default, when you install multi-sites, you're given these set of constants that you can use. And this kind of takes a lot of the guesswork away. So you get domain current site, path current site ID current site, blog ID current site. And if you provide these to WordPress through your WP config, then we can immediately just define that network global by filling in all the information. And then the only thing we need to do after that is look up the associated blog or site. If you don't use these, the subdirectory and subdomain configurations become a lot more important. So in a subdirectory configuration, you have the same domain for all of the sites on your networks, and then all of the paths differ. So what we want to do when a page loads there, to be more efficient, is populate the network object first. So we determine which network we're on by looking up the domain and the path. And then once we know that information, we can look up the site that we're on to populate the current blog. So Current sites, if there's really only one network, we're able to just guess at that immediately and fill the object. If there's not, then we use get network by path. And then the current blog will use get site by path right after. Subdomain configuration, skip that. So sites on the network have different subdomains, and they can actually have different paths. So I think the secret meaning of subdomain now is you can kind of have these arbitrary domains and paths. There's not really a UI for it in core, but we can support pretty much anything. To do this, we populate the site object first before the network object. So we use get site by path, fill in the current blog object, and then from there we get the site ID or the network that that blog is associated with, and we can fill in the rest of the data pretty easily. So then once you have all that information, you go back to the set of tables, and you tell WordPress you're using, the site ID 6. So you're going to WP_6_ options to get your options and your posts and your terms and all of that stuff. Kind of the side thing that doesn't really fit with the tables is it hidden in the WP user meta table are all the capabilities that you have for different sites on the network. And that prefix works the same way. So if it's site ID 6, then you look in the WP user meta table, and a user has a meta key of WP_6_ capabilities, and that's what says what their role on that site is on. So once you know the structure, it gets pretty easy to start to extend that or start to comprehend how to extend that. So now your job is basically figuring out where you are, what sites you're on, and then how you can jump around between different sites and maybe grab data or share things or do specific things for specific sites or networks. And there's some stuff we can do. So back in MS settings, above the kind of code area I showed you before, is the first kind of load of multi-site. So the first thing we do is bring in MS load. We bring in the default constants, get everything kind of set up for you. And then if sunrise is defined, we load this little magical file called sunrise.php, where you can basically do anything that you want to short circuit the process of finding that network and that site. Because a little farther down here, before we do all of that, is this a subdomain, subdirectory, or is anything else defined? We check to see if that network object and that site object are already defined. If they are, we skip all of that and just go straight to setting the prefixes. So you can use whatever logic you want to in that sunrise to determine what your network is, determine what your site is, to do anything you need to kind of skip it. So as a kind of a small example of what we do at WSU, we go out of our way kind of to cache these lookups. So we almost do it the same way as core. This was written before 3.9, so I think we can probably make some adjustments to make it easier. But we grab the domain, we grab the URI, we set up these global cache groups so that when we find the current blog object, we can cache it. So the next time, or for the next 12 hours, I think, we don't have to hit the database at all. We just know what the network is, we know what the site is, and we go. As an example of extra stuff you can do, we keep track of which domains do not support HTTPS yet. So there'll be a brief period when we add a domain where we need to request a cert, and then it might be like 4 or 6 hours where somebody has to do some workflow to complete this, but we don't want to necessarily prevent somebody from starting to work on the site if they can kind of have a less risky connection, like if they're on a hardwired connection and don't have to worry about anybody hacking. But then we use that, we add that to the current blog object to see if SSL or TLS is enabled, and then use that to define the constants when necessary, because really you only want people logging into the admin if it's HTTPS only. So once you've determined the structure, you've loaded up WordPress, and now you're in a regular plugin or a regular theme or something, and you want to start bouncing around within your network to try to get additional data. Switch to blog can come in really handy. And what that does is you look up some kind of site ID, and you pass it to this, and it adjusts the entire context of WordPress to be using that site instead. So it changes the global blog ID, the database table prefix, the cache group, the user capabilities. So all of a sudden on that chart of databases or database tables, you're using an entirely different chunk, even though you've loaded all the code and you're kind of displaying the site that was requested originally. It doesn't switch any plugin or theme code, because that kind of core PHP has already been loaded, and there's not really a great way to switch over and then sandbox a new instance that loads up all the plugins. So if you really need to have shared functionality, you do need to do kind of due diligence and make sure that a plugin's activated on multiple sites. And then once you've switched, you might pull posts from the main sites or a nav menu from another site, or kind of anything that you want to. You can get back by using restore current blog, which maintains this global WP switch stack object, or global, that basically keeps track of this stack of how many times you've used switch to blog and then lets you reverse back through the process. So if you get really confused, you can just loop through that while it's equaling true, and then once it returns false, then you can bail out and know that you're back to normal. And this is, so a lot of people will come up and ask, like, I want shared media on my site, or I want a shared navigation across my network, or I want to do, any kind of thing, and they're trying to come up with these crazy solutions, and a lot of times my answer is just create an additional site where you want to have that data, and then just use switch to blog to go over and get it, because it makes it a lot easier. Some code you only want to run on is main site. So if it's the main site on the network, you might have a different navigation than another site. And this really just checks to see if the current network's object's main blog ID matches the current site that you're on. And the same thing exists for is main network. It doesn't get used too often because there's not a UI for multiple networks yet, but if you do have multiple networks, it's pretty easy to determine if you're on that main one or not. And at any time, you can use get blog details or get current site without arguments to get back kind of just a copy of that object, that current blog or current site object of what you're working on. And you can use get blog details to get information on other sites. So if you need to look up what blog ID, wsu.edu is, you can use get blog details to go find that information, and then use switch to blog to go switch over to it and then pull whatever posts you want and move on. So extension, there's a few different ways, a few different things that are, I think, common tasks. There's plenty of plugins out there to do all of the various things we've all run into when trying to work with multi-site. There's a few key ones that I think a lot of people just end up needing. First of all, this isn't a single plugin, but there's an MU plugins directory that's used in single site and in multi-site, but becomes super useful because you can put in all of your filters that you want to have always available globally, always available network-wide, without having to worry if the plugin's activated on a network or activated on a single site, or if it can be activated or if it can be deactivated. If you put a file here and it's in PHP, it's going to run on every page load, and that can just be very useful as a network administrator. Domain mapping is a big one. So that concept, as I understand it, is, I don't use it too much, but like the WordPress.com model, if I was to set up jeremyfelt.com on WordPress.com and wanted to log into my admin, I would probably go to jeremyfelt.wordpress.com. So WordPress.com would understand that I exist at this address for the admin, jeremyfelt.wordpress.com, and everybody on the outside needs to map that domain to the other. So over the years, there was MU domain mapping was the big one. They kind of did this, has done this, still does this. It's still a perfectly good plugin, but I think the main part about that is it has all of the code that supports WordPress all the way back through 3.0. So there's a lot of just old cruft that we don't need anymore. Ryan McHugh's done a good job with Mercator and under the human-made repository, and that's kind of, I haven't used it too much yet, but kind of taking over for kind of the modern practice of how to map domains, and in this case aliases of a domain to a single one. And they use it in production on happytables.com. WP multi-network is one that I don't think it's actually been updated in a couple years, but it still works perfectly except for, I think, one PHP notice about a deprecated like escape. But it provides the UI for generating multiple networks. So WordPress by default supports multiple networks as long as you can add them to the database. It doesn't provide a UI for it. But this gives you a simple screen where you can type in the network name, the domain, the path, the site, and it just goes for you. After that, you're kind of on your own and how you manage the sites and capabilities and things, but it provides that nice UI to get started. HyperDB, once you start to scale WordPress multi-site, can be a good one. What this does is kind of acts as a way to shard out all of your data. So, I mean, once you have hundreds or thousands of database tables, you can set up multiple database servers and then tell HyperDB if the request for this set of tables comes in, I want it to go over to the database server that's located in Austin. And if this one comes in, go over here. And this one should be write-only, these three should be read-only. And it can kind of manage that traffic for you to help you spread out more horizontally while still maintaining that single code base. And then in general, just object caching as a whole, I think is a good thing. It's really easy to get started with multi-site. And then as you start adding sites, you get to 10, everything's working fine, 100, everything's working fine, but then things will start to churn really quickly if you don't have any kind of caching enabled. It becomes a lot easier to create the sites than to maintain them. But if you look into Memcached or Redis or anything like that and kind of do a proper object cache, it's pretty amazing how far you can stretch a single server and how many sites you can host. If you install a plugin like Query Monitor and look at a front end or a back end page view in WordPress, before object caching, you'll see the hundreds of queries that are run to do who knows what. And then as soon as you enable that, it goes down to 10 or 15 queries, and you're living in a pretty great world. So yeah, I would recommend Memcache over a WP Super Cache or W3 Total Cache once you get to scaling this kind of thing, just because it's easier to manage. In the future, we're working hard on the future. It's a messy world. But there's a few key initiatives that we're going through right now. The 4.3 cycle just started, and we're taking a big look at network admin UI, trying to see if we can improve kind of just how it looks and feels. I think if you tried to add a new site on that phone, I don't even know what would happen right now. We'd like to add classes for WP Site, WP Network, WP Site Query, WP Network Query. So some of this stuff becomes a lot easier to extend, and some of the terminology makes more sense. And kind of just, follows the way that WordPress is just getting better at our organization of code. And then we've had a lot of good conversation around types of networks and kind of how to get away from the world that WordPress MU created originally, which is the open registration, sign up for blogs anonymously and have everything going. And also support a lot of the business use cases that happen, like for a university, where we have many different networks, and it's very trusted professors or students or who knows what. So we've had some good talks, some confusing talks and good talks about trying to create a system where when you install a network in multi-site, you can either choose from a series of options or 2 options or 3 options to kind of define the network that you want to create as you get set up, so we can disable some of the stuff you don't need and then make sure some of the stuff you do need really does work. So we're always looking for input on that. We have office hours in the core multi-site channel on Slack every Tuesday at 8 o'clock p.m. UTC. And then, we're in there all the time lurking around. So if you're at all interested in contributing to WordPress and you want to get started by contributing to multi-site, we'd be happy to have you. My slides are at jeremyfelt.com/loopconf. Don't forget the extra slash because I broke my rewrite rule. And ask me any questions you want on Twitter. And I'm going to go hang out in the back there in the other room, and feel free to just pull me aside at any time over the next couple days and ask any of your crazy multi-site questions that you'd like answered.
I'm going to figure this out at a certain point. Thank you again so much, Jeremy, for coming, teaching us so much about multi-site. It's break time now, so we're going to be back here in about 35 minutes, quarter past, I believe, is, yep, so 4:15, we have our next session here, but go out and enjoy some snacks, get that vitamin D we've talked about. few of you looked efficient. No, just kidding. Yeah, we'll be back here at 4:15.
says it's got full battery still, so. Good.
It hasn't been used. It's only been used by a couple people, so.
Oh yeah, that's why.
I'll plug it in. Okay, we're going to be getting started here again in just a minute. So come fill in chairs. We got Chris Wegman coming up. Wegman. How are those pretzels treating you? I enjoyed mine thoroughly. I'm going to ask it again tomorrow, David. We'll do a follow-up interview, David, about the pretzels exclusively. They working for you, Chris? All right, good. Absolutely, all of it, except for the live stream. Zing. Yeah, that was bad. All right, we are going to get started with our next presentation. Chris Wegman, Senior Web Engineer at 10up, is going to talk to us about securing our code. This is a WordPress talk. This is a talk about WordPress. Yeah, he's going to talk about WordPress security and WordPress security for developers. So, Chris, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ryan. So hopefully I got some of you still awake after the pretzels and everything. Like I said, my name's Chris Wegman. I'm a senior web engineer for 10up. I'm also the builder of the Better WP security plugin, which is now iTheme Security. So I've been in this space. I'm actually an ex-professional pilot. My first day as a pilot was 9/11. So I've been in the security space in one fashion or another for quite a few years, with a focus primarily on best practices and the human aspects rather than traditional what developers think of security, which is cryptography and hacking and stuff like that. I'd rather focus on some of what people are doing with it instead. So this talk will cover a lot of things that people are doing with their code and different ways to look at some of the code that we're using and how to use them. You know, we can talk about things like nonces and stuff like that you guys hear all the time, sanitization all the time. I'm going to talk a little bit some more about some of the nuances with some of what we're doing every day that have led to some of the, in some cases, have led to some pretty big vulnerabilities just in the last few weeks. If you'd like to follow along or whatever, the slides are already online, cfw.bz/loop2015. So there's a good number of slides. If you'd like to follow along, please do so. So let's talk a little bit as we get started about this. One thing we have to keep in mind is a little bit about the technology that we're building WordPress on, which is PHP. The original inventor of PHP is quite clear of the fact that he never intended to write a programming language. He was just trying to make things easier for himself. As a result, PHP, rather than being like some languages and frameworks which are secure by design, that is, security was a ground zero, was one of the base considerations with their talk. In PHP, that wasn't really the case. PHP, instead, a lot of its goal was to make things easier. So it's designed to have the interpreter do as much as possible before your script ever runs. So it's good, it gives a very low barrier of entry, makes things a lot easier, which is a lot of why many of us got started in WordPress in the first place. And it's going to do things like retrieve information, XML, SSL, all this information that comes in. It's trying to retrieve that before your script ever gets it. And it tries to set certain things up for you, like the super globals, request, get, post, without any respect to what's in those variables. How many times have we seen the classic exploits, echo, post, whatever? That has a lot to do with the foundations of PHP itself and its initial intention of ease over security. Another thing we need to talk about in any discussion with programming security, in particular with the web or PHP or WordPress or anything else you touch, is some of the standards and some of the problems that exist out there. The Open Web Application Security Project's been around a number of years now, and every 3 years it comes out with its top 10 problems in web applications. It was last updated every 3 years, and this is things like XSS attacks. These are things like security misconfigurations, all the normal things that you hear anytime that there's a vulnerability, chances are it's in their list. This is the 10 most popular things, and it changes. Frankly, it doesn't change all that much, typically every 3 years, but usually a couple drop on, a couple pop off. So everything that you're protecting against, everything we're working for, you would find in the OWASP top 10. So let's talk then a little bit about some of the vulnerabilities that cause these problems, these XSS, and we can talk a little bit about the classic PHP vulnerabilities, such as register globals. This was something that everybody used really up until way too long. Register globals, what it does is actually anything in those get variables, those post variables that aren't touched, it sets them as a regular variable. So in my example here, if get authenticated is already set to authenticated and you don't check it, and that's how you're checking for somebody if they want to use your application or not, all you have to do is put authenticated equals 1 into your URL, and it goes around it. That's register globals. It would, in this case, in this little example here, it would allow somebody to just completely bypass anything you're doing if the data's not already there. Of course, in most cases, these things are turned off. Hopefully you have this turned off, but this is one of the classic problems along with magic quotes. A lot of people don't realize what magic quotes actually was. Magic quotes was an attempt by PHP to make things easy. Its idea was, let's sanitize everything for you, in theory, before it even hits your script. And this was a very common method. Frankly, in some ways, it might be considered a good thing. A lot of people historically at one point did consider this a good thing until people stopped using it. Once you stop using it, what's going to happen? Well, you relied on it, so then you take out the sanitization you would do manually. So what it leads to with what the problem was with magic quotes was lazy code. So instead of using your proper sanitization and everything, we relied on PHP to do it for you. Again, this goes back to PHP's initial mission. Let's make it easy versus let's make it secure first. Now, the plus with these two things is they're not really as relevant anymore in most cases. Both of these were, of course, deprecated in PHP 5.3 and removed in PHP 5.4. However, because we still have to, in many cases, develop for PHP 5.2, maybe not for long, and if you have any kind of plugin of any size or theme of any size, anything that's public, you're still developing for PHP 5.2. These are still something to look out for. Another thing that you have to watch out for is if you've developed with things like magic quotes in the past, and hopefully not too many people in this room just because of the nature of how we all progress in our careers. I'm guessing most of the people in this room have been here a while. But if you're developing with things like magic quotes, and it really does add a little bit of a disadvantage to you as you're getting involved with things like security. So that's just something else that you have to consider as you move forward. So those are some of the classic PHP vulnerabilities. Once we get past that, then let's look at some of the PHP functions themselves that tend to cause people problems. Many of us have seen something like this appear in a theme. In the bottom of your WP config file, or the bottom of your whatever theme file, this was actually taken from a hacked site. And what I want to demonstrate here is actually two pieces of information in this. The first one being the base64 encode and base64 decode. Another very valid PHP function. You see things similar like this even in CSS when people are encoding images so it can be passed with the CSS. Very similar type of techniques that we use if we want to pass any kind of binary data as text. In WordPress, we tend to see it a lot in cases of people trying to obscure their code. Hey, it's GPL, but I don't want anybody to know what I'm doing, so if I wrap it around, somehow people will never figure out how to decode it. I do see that type of thing a lot. You'll see it in things almost always with different types of hacks. You'll see it in conjunction with one form of hashing or another where people are actually using it to hide a hacked code. So it's a type of thing that you need to use or you need to watch out for. One of the alternatives you can do with it is make sure that anything, binary, we're all trying to save HTTP requests. So you're watching out for things, and that's where a valid use of this. On WordPress, it'll flag almost any security scanner out there. And in most cases, it's simply something that can be avoided just by re-architecting your code just a little bit. And that's a pretty popular one that you see in hacks. And then, of course, the other one is the eval. This executes code in PHP. Anything you pass to it, and I've actually seen plugins that'll pass functions in things like JSON or whatever came in, get variables, post variables, straight to eval to be evaluated and run as PHP code. So anything PHP can do at that point, access your database, delete your database, add users, remove users, anything else like that can be done with eval. It executes remote code. Really, there's no reason to use it right anymore. If you're using something like this in your plugin, you're probably doing it wrong. There's very little reason for this to appear, especially in the WordPress space, when there's alternatives available now. APIs, SaaS services, all sorts of things that can execute whatever you need to do remotely and then send it back to you, avoiding the types of problems that would be caused by using the eval function. Another place you'll see this, and this is another eval type thing, is I've actually seen people do this. Now, if you were to actually write this and expect it, or the way people typically mess this up is they forget about where the slashes need to go in the preg replace. This is a regex function with a /e at the end. And what it does is it actually tells regex to evaluate whatever it pulls out. So it's another example of running eval accidentally. A lot of people don't realize that when you're evaluating regex, you can even do this. You can tell it whatever it pulls out, whatever you're matching in your regex expression to actually evaluate the code for you, which can, of course, be fairly dangerous. And because it's something as simple as adding a /e to your regex, which sometimes is the result of people just mistyping where the slashes go, it can cause some problems on that type of thing. There are alternatives, and in fact, this has been deprecated in PHP 5.5, but again, where so many of us are developing for older languages, that things like preg replace callback, where you actually assign a callback to process the data, just like you would in JavaScript or other things, any type of callback you would use. While they're available now, it's still something that we need to watch out for in some of the older code that we're writing. Another popular one is create function. You see this done a lot in some of the more advanced plugins. I've seen this. Usually not the most advanced developers, frankly, and thankfully, but you do see a lot of custom plugins that are trying to create a function based on some sort of dynamic variable. We pass whatever it is back to PHP, and we're trying to create a function that we want to execute with it. So before anonymous functions like what JavaScript uses, this was a good way of achieving the same result. Call a function as a variable, but it also uses eval. So again, it's another very valid piece of technology that we all know. I think most people in this room have probably heard that the idea that eval is evil. Well, here's another way you can actually access eval without ever typing eval, just using the create function that you still see. And in PHP 5.3 or greater, you can actually use a true anonymous function, very similar with, of course, different syntax to what you would use in something like JavaScript and some of the other things. So there's new ways to get around that very easily. This one's common, especially in plugins or themes. Include a variable .php file. Pass it whatever name, execute the file, and of course, anytime you run an include, it's going to execute that code within your PHP. These slides are awfully slow. That's kind of interesting because it wasn't supposed to. Why use it? Link to other PHP files. This is a very common thing. If you have more than one PHP file in your code or theme, you need a way to load those files. So we want to include things. But if you're generating those names dynamically, you can lead to another remote execution. So what it really comes down to is another aspect when you need to hard code file names. And if you need to access something remotely, you need to access something dynamically, this is another good alternative where you want to start looking at things like the JSON APIs and other data services, other data connectors to connect to that information remotely and use it as such. Now this also applies to require once, include once, and functions like that. Another commonly misused item with WordPress. I see this a lot for people who aren't familiar as well with the WordPress API. It's file get contents, pretty basic. You're trying to pull in data from a remote site via a very common PHP call, file get contents. There's a problem with that, though. It doesn't actually check to see if the SSL, if you use it for an SSL site, is valid. It doesn't care. If it's a signed, self-signed certificate, or if somebody's hijacked that site and is using something else in between, it's allowing that type of function to be subject to a man-in-the-middle attack. It's not just this function. This actually applies to pretty much anything in PHP that you're using streams or sockets for. So this is one of those items where you really want to make sure that you understand the WordPress API pretty well, because you could use curl, but WordPress API gives you two very good functions to replace this with. It's WP remote post or WP remote get, which by default will actually verify SSL and things like that. So if you ever want to pull anything back from an SSL site, which more and more of the web is going to, understanding and using what WordPress has for you is going to be a very, very advantageous thing. Of course, you can actually disable that in curl. You can set these. You see this a lot with people developing test sites. Your test server has a self-signed certificate, so remote post, remote get, curl is going to fail. Okay, so let's disable the certificate checking. A very valid thing to do in test and dev, and then it gets left there when the thing launches. We see this, I see this quite a bit. You see this again, and just about any types of services, when you're developing a service that is connected to these APIs, you're going to see it quite a bit. So we can turn off things like verify host, make sure that it's, which is going to tell it's the host for the certificate we want, or verify peer we can turn off. Why change them? Self-signed certificate, forced connection. Of course, the better way is just to fix the SSL certificate for $9, or next year, hopefully free, or maybe that's this year when they're supposed to be coming out with the free SSL certificates. There's ways around this very easily. You can also do the same thing here with WP Remote Get and WP Remote Post. And this is where I see most people get in trouble with those two functions, is they both take an array of arguments, args, with the SSL verify option. By default, it's on true. But of course, if you're testing things, it's very easy to set it to false and wind up getting yourself in trouble simply because, oh, well, I needed to test this against my dev server. I didn't want to pay that $9 for a certificate, and then you just leave it in there. So there's something that you have to watch out with, even with valid methods that you use. Filter var, another common one. By default, PHP tries to validate a URL. The problem is PHP doesn't care what protocol the URL has, whether it's HTTP, HTTPS, JavaScript, or something else. In the case of my example here, I'll jump back for a second. JavaScript, whatever it is, alert 1, that is a valid URL according to PHP. So it's an example of watching what's going on. You need to be aware that just because you think that your URL should be HTTP or HTTPS, executing that valid URL with that JavaScript there won't actually do anything. Now you've just exposed yourself to an XSS attack or a similar type of attack where things are going to run for you that you may not want to have. Or another common one, and there's actually some really large plugins that use this directly. I won't say which one I got this code from, but it's out there, is unserialize. Well, nowadays we're moving into JSON REST API. That'll be in core at some point. It's something a lot of us are familiar with. I'm sure there's a talk somewhere on the schedule for it today or tomorrow. It's a new but very common way to get data. Historically, we've used serialized data. Very valid way to transfer data. It works, but it's got one problem. It executes the code that it receives. So if there's a constructor, if there's a wake-up function in the PHP it receives, it'll actually execute that code as it tries to instantiate the object that it receives. Once again, you've just exposed yourself to running code on your server that you didn't know. As opposed to JSON, which whether it's an object or an array or whatever you're receiving, it won't actually run anything for you. It won't try to run a constructor. It won't run any kind of wake-up calls, leaving to much safer execution, much safer way to receive that data. Yeah, this unserialized one is actually still really common. I've actually had plugins of mine flagged, not because I use it, but because I allowed for other plugins that did. So it's still a very big thing, even in .org today. Sometimes it's considered a security vulnerability just by itself, but because it is a valid way of doing it, it's typically, I haven't seen the plugins being removed for it yet. So the better thing to do now is just use JSON. It's a mature enough technology. Of course, then there's WordPress functions to watch for as well. And I'm going to talk about the two big ones that have happened just in the last few weeks. The first one being isadmin. A common misconception of isadmin thinks, well, are you an administrator? It's not, are you an administrator? It's is the page part of WP admin for all practical purposes. So admin post, which anybody can go to, would execute an isadmin call. There are a number of, again, very large plugins, very large services connected to WordPress that were using just that for basically validation. Instead of using it that way, you always want to double check. The way to get around this is use current user can. So if you want to see that the person's actually an administrator, current user can manage options. Current user can insert post, whatever it might be there. So it's another type of thing where a very valid function, without the understanding of what it's from, can get you into trouble very quickly. Add query arg. We just saw this one recently. It was 2-3 weeks ago. A number of plugins, a whole lot of plugins actually got in trouble and were flagged for the way they used add query arg. Again, another very valid thing. What this function does, if you haven't used it, is you can take a number of values and it'll append it to your URL and format everything for you. So if you had a get variable, you wanted to add foo equals bar to the end of your URL, you would add it here, and it would take care of adding the question mark or the and symbol or whatever it is that you need, and it'll do it for you. Catch is, it doesn't actually sanitize the URL itself. So that last parameter where you add the URL, especially if nothing's provided there, it'll use the server element to actually pull in whatever's under your server superglobal, and it'll spit that back out, and it'll attach your query args to it. Another item that can get you in trouble. That's exactly actually what happened there. It was a misunderstanding in the documents, and the documentation in the WordPress codex that led to all kinds of people using this that wasn't quite in a way that it was intended. They were assuming, it's been assumed that this was sanitizing data, and it wasn't. So again, sanitize everything being passed. And the bottom line is here, there's a lot, and I could go, I had a few people review these slides before, and they kept saying, add more, because I could talk about these for hours. There's all sorts of functions in PHP and WordPress that if you don't understand how they're used, if you don't understand why they're used, can lead you into just as much trouble as not sanitizing data or the other types of things you would do on a daily basis. So the big bottom line here is don't assume the function you're using is handling the security for you. And I missed that it was not Johnny Appleseed. I missed that when I switched themes, so that's my apology. But don't assume the function you're using is handling the security for you. It isn't. A function does one thing and one thing well, hopefully. Often what you want it to do is not security. If you're calling something to format text, if you're calling something to concatenate arrays or manipulate arrays, its mission is not to sanitize that array for you or to sanitize that data. Its mission is to do something else. So think beyond the immediate functionality of anything you're trying to use. And this gets us in trouble so often in WordPress. Of course, sanitize early, escape at input into DB or output onto page. No matter what it is, even if you assume that the functions that you're manipulating your data with are going to handle this for you, test it, watch that, escape it anyway, sanitize it anyway. And of course, unit testing. We've heard about unit testing and things like that here already. Make sure that anything, things like filter URL. If you had a unit test running on that function and making sure and you're passing valid data, or you're passing the right kind of tests to it, that's the type of thing that you're going to discover very quickly is, oh, wait a second, that JavaScript that's being passed into that isn't valid. My test just failed. These are a very valid reason to make sure that you're using things like unit tests on a regular basis. It's one of those things that we often overlook, and one of those things that can get us into trouble very quickly. Finally, some resources to get you a little further. That was a very quick way of saying don't trust the documentation when it all comes down to. But there's a lot more documentation that can actually build on that and are very valid resources to take things like the codex a step further. The first one is the WP vulnerability database. It's basically a database of all the vulnerabilities found in different WordPress products, kind of an aggregate source. There's the RIP scanner, which you can get from SourceForge. It's a nice way of scanning your code and looking for a lot of these common misuses of functions, common misuses of various techniques that can get you in trouble. A lot of false positives, but especially on smaller code or a project where you're putting it together quickly, it can give you a lot of ideas of what to look at and focus on that maybe you just didn't realize it was being used that way and can cause you problems. There's the PHP security cheat sheet, which is on OWASP. Another excellent resources with different things to make to kind of remind you, hey, double check this, watch out for that. And finally, wpscan.org. I'm always a little hesitant to put up this last item. What wpscan.org is you give it a website, and it'll scan for vulnerabilities in that WordPress site. Please don't use it on somebody's site unless you have permission or it's your own site. It gives a lot of information. It can pull users from WordPress sites. It can tell you what plugins are vulnerable. It can go back on all sorts of different things just to see where you're at as a site as a whole. So it's a great way to determine if that site you're about to launch for a client is still using something that might have been overlooked, like you missed it in the vulnerability database or something like that. And that's what I have for you guys today. I know it's quick. I'll be happy to talk with anybody else after the conference if anybody else wants to talk on the topic. Thank you very much.
When you're ready to go.
Okay, real quick before Naomi's talk, I failed to remember that one of our great sponsors, Due to Mobile, they're the ones who have added some of these cool functions to our site, like the super convenient schedule and showing who's streaming live, and it's all time-based and everything. Pretty handy. They've been doing a lot of work in the WordPress space recently, and they've got a couple minutes to talk to you about some of the new stuff they're doing, and yeah, recent developments they've had. So this is Itai.
Thanks, Ryan. Hi, everyone. My name is Itai Sedan. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Duda, and we're creators of the new plugin called Insight. So this is our first WordPress conference or event, and it's great being here and speaking to you guys, getting the feedback. This is the reason that we've been working for many months to get to this actual day of launching the Insight plugin. It's right now in beta, and we are here really to just show it to you guys and get your feedback. So what's Insight? Insight is what we think is one of the easiest ways to make your website personalized, dynamic, and to drive higher engagement and conversion at a very little time. Basically, what Insight does is it triggers a change in your WordPress site. So I'll give you a few examples. You could define different triggers. A trigger could be something that is time-based, based on the device that a person's entering your website, based on a URL that someone's coming into your website, or, for example, if it's a first-time visitor, maybe you want to show them a video tutorial explaining your product or service. If it's a third-time visitor coming to your site, maybe you want to offer them to like you on Facebook or join your email subscription list. So this is exactly what Insight allows you to, is to choose different triggers and associate different actions or changes to your website. So we're here. I ask of you just 3 things. Please come outside. We have a table there. We'd love to talk to you. We'd love to get feedback and show you Insight. You can also download it. It's available on insight.io. That's INSITE.io. You can download the plugin there, play with it. It's still in beta. I recommend using Chrome right now. And third thing, just come grab a beer with us this evening, and let's talk. Want to get to know all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Itai. Naomi, we are now going to hear from Naomi Bush.
This talk is about the latest development methodology called LDD that it just came out 2 days ago, and within 2 days I had the most magical WordPress development process that made me a 10x developer with a job offer from Google, Microsoft, SiteGround, Jetpack, WooCommerce, Pantheon, 10up, crowd favorite. All right, I'm just kidding. LDD isn't an actual thing. And I really don't talk like that. My friend asked me what would happen if I got up on stage and got overcome by stage fright. So yes, I make a really bad comedian, but now that I have your attention, let's talk. So what I really want to talk about is Frosted Flakes and orange juice. Okay. So this is incredibly cheesy, but you only have to bear with me for 25 minutes. Okay, so when I say journey, it would make me feel incredible if you could say after me, love the journey. Okay, so when I say journey, you say love the journey. All right, so let's practice. The destination is important. We get paid for the destination, but the journey, yes, is just as important. The journey is where you grow. The journey is where you move from just good enough to mastering your WordPress skill area. The journey is where you develop your superpowers that enable you to run through the wall of your current development level rather than hitting it and giving yourself a concussion, which, by the way, I have actually physically done. Okay, if you're really interested in that story, just ask me afterwards. All right, so in West Philadelphia, born and raised, is where I spent my, okay. All right, so not really West Philadelphia. I'm actually a Jersey girl, Jersey Shore, but I had an interesting childhood financially. All right, my mother hates it when I use the P word, all right, and she just might be watching this live stream, so I'm not gonna use it, but it made us resourceful. Okay, when there were no more pennies to count to send me to the corner store for a gallon of milk for our cereal, we used orange juice. Okay, when I was introduced to the computer and how to build web pages, because that's what we called them back then, all right, it was just a web page, and I wanted a computer of my own, I entered a web page contest and won my first computer, a Packard Bell. Okay, it was decent, you know, no gateway. Of course, having the internet was out of the question financially. All right, so I would create web pages just so I'd have something to look at in my beloved Netscape browser. Rest in peace. I would collect dial-up modems just in case, holding out hope, until the AOL CDs appeared at the grocery store. Then I could try to find a time when my mother wasn't using the phone, all right, plug up and pray for a local number that wasn't busy. Okay, until my mother picked up the phone to try to use it and I got kicked off. Can anybody relate? Anybody? Okay. All right, so when high school came, I would spend every moment that I could in the computer lab. All right, I even regularly, got excuses from gym class. And when the computer lab wasn't open, I was at the library as soon as it opened at 6 a.m. playing Civilization. Okay, imagine my surprise when I was sat down for an intervention, okay, because my mother thought I was leaving the house so early in the morning because of drugs, okay, narcotics, substance abuse. That's what she thought, so I was sat down. She didn't believe that I was going, to school to play on the computer. And then there's the time that I fell in love with the basic go-to command, and I got suspended for writing a program that said not so nice things about each of my classmates. All right, so what does all of this have to do with WordPress development? The destination is important. We get paid for the destination as developers, but the journey is where you grow in your WordPress development skills. My childhood taught me to explore, to seek and find the boundaries and push them as far as I could, to not allow my lack of resources to prevent me from getting the solution I wanted. Remember the orange juice for cereal? It may be a little unconventional, but it wasn't actually that bad. Yes, I ended up being accepted to a computer engineering program, which was great, but the tools I used for learning were forged in my journey to get there. In the journey is where you find yourself moving from just good enough to mastering your WordPress skill area. I learned about this blogging thing in college. Everyone was using movable type. And I remember some other engines like Xanga and LiveJournal. Then came WordPress. 5 minutes? I was still doing client sites by hand with my trusty old text editor. But if they wanted a blog, maybe WordPress would be a good idea. My first full site on WordPress used the earliest version of the first WordPress e-commerce plugin. Painful, painful. My client begged me to never have them use WordPress again. So I spent thousands of dollars flirting with other CMSs for a couple of years, including a proprietary one, but didn't find one that I could marry. By considering and playing with other systems, I learned why WordPress was, most of the time, the best tool for the job I was doing. It wasn't perfect, but at least I could customize it. It's easy to find yourself just regurgitating another article you read about why WordPress or this code style or this development methodology is best without even asking or knowing why or trying anything else. I arrive at some of my best and most creative solutions when we're out of milk and I start seeing the possibilities with the orange juice. The destination is important. We get paid for the destination, but the journey is where you grow. Try other things. Learn why, not just what. Assembling sites was good, and with each new project, I tried to stretch the boundaries and do something I'd never done before. The size of the project or even what I learned didn't really matter, as long as I kept pushing forward. Sometimes I needed a plugin to do something just a little differently. I wasn't confident enough to write my own plugins, so I started looking behind the scenes at the code and tweaking other people's plugins, trying things just to see how they worked. Growing in your craft is not rocket science. It's all about the journey. I used tweaking other people's plugins as a springboard to creating my own. I took a job as a plugin developer to learn more, and I learned the powers of a debugger. I have to admit, it amazes me when I ask other developers how they debug their code, and either they don't or they use print statements. That is just amazing to me. Using a debugger was the single tool that caused me to grow exponentially in my understanding of the WordPress code base. Now, I happen to build WordPress products that power thousands of sites. That's not a lot, but it's a long way from where I came from. And I still have an incredible amount to learn. I see code that I wrote last month and I kind of cringe. Anybody else? When you see old code, it's just like, oh my gosh, what was I thinking? The destination is important. We get paid for the destination, but the journey is where you grow. But how do I find the time? Especially when you feel like you're always in over your head or always drowning in work. With each new project, I purpose to learn one new thing. It doesn't matter how big the project is or how big what I learn is. You know, sometimes we compare ourselves to other developers that we see, and we think that, you know, we have to make, leaps and boundaries in what we learn, but sometimes it's just that one new thing per project. Because the journey is important. Just taking a step forward is enough. When I start a new project, it's kind of like going for an early morning run. All right, I just kind of take a breath. You breathe in that breath, that fresh, cool air. All right, and I look around. All right, I'm in the moment. No copying and pasting. I question everything. Why am I doing this way? From the structure of my files, the structure of my code. Seriously, every new project, I question it. It doesn't take forever. It doesn't mean I'm changing things up all the time, but I'm always asking myself, why am I doing this? Is there a better way? Each project. So you may say, well, doesn't that make you inefficient? No, it makes me purposeful. I learned how to be resourceful a long time ago. So when I'm looking at an API or someone else's code and wonder what they were thinking when they did something the way they did, instead of asking right away, I embrace the journey. I keep searching. Sooner or later, I'll start to do something with that code, and I'll run into the same problem that they ran into, and then I learn why they coded it that way. It's always more satisfying to discover the answer on your own than just take it at their word, because you learn for yourself. You now have experience, and you aren't just regurgitating what someone else told you that they found. You found it yourself, and now you know it to be true. I personally think that a lot of ego tripping could be curbed this way as well. Well, why did they do that? That's dumb. Anybody ever see somebody post that on Twitter or somewhere else? By working with the code yourself, you learn why. Oh. You start learning more empathy instead of just calling someone a bad coder right away. Just give it a minute. I don't know if anybody saw the article, it was a while ago, by Jason Fried, Give It 5 Minutes. And he talked about how he was at a conference and he was speaking, and someone else was on stage, and while they were speaking, he was coming up with rebuttals for every point. And so he approached them afterwards, and they said, just give it 5 minutes. You know, I just finished talking. And so that's something that we can do. Just give it a minute before you try to get someone else to solve your problems. The journey, love the journey, yes, is just as important as the destination. You learn so much about the world around you as you journey through the code looking for your answer. So take it in. Don't shortchange yourself and your process. On a regular basis, I find myself, every time I look at a piece of code, when I open up WordPress and I'm debugging something and I'm going through something, I will actually walk through the code piece by piece, all right? And I always tend to find something that I never saw before, all right? The destination is important. We get paid for the destination, but the journey is where you grow in your WordPress development skills. All right, thank you.
Our next talk is going to start we're going to start actually at 5:10, so, which is a couple minutes earlier than we have on the schedule, but that'll give you a little bit more of a break between the last session and dinner. So a couple details about dinner, actually, while we're talking about that. It starts at 6 o'clock back in the Baraka room, where you can, the whole dinner is going to be in there, and then it goes from 6 to 7:30, and the party starts pretty much immediately after that, out by the pool. We're going to have stage and all that set up out there. So yeah, we'll be back in 10 for Ryan McHugh teaching us how to build an API for 23% of the web. We are going to get started now. I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, Ryan McHugh, Senior Web Engineer at HumanMade. He's going to be talking today about how to build a REST API for 23% of the internet. So without further ado, Ryan, time is yours.
Thank you. All right. Hi. How's everybody doing late in the afternoon? Anyone tired? I'm starting to get a bit tired. So, hi everybody. As mentioned, I'm a senior engineer at HumanMade. It's lovely to be here speaking to you guys today about how to scale an API to 23% of the web. But we'll get back to that in just a sec. First, I want to start out, what API are we actually talking about here? So we're talking about the REST API project that's intended for WordPress core. We're aiming to get it merged in sometime in 2015 is the hope. If you haven't heard of the API before, this slide tells you pretty much everything you need to know about the API. Obviously, we have lots of sharks, castles, rainbows, just everything you need. If you seriously haven't heard of the API, there's a great introduction over at Post Status, written by Brian Kroesgaard, that very nicely summarizes the entire project, the history, everything that we're trying to do with it. I'm going to go off the assumption that most people have kind of heard of the API at least, which is kind of a bit self-centered, but yeah, whatever. So, still talking about what API here, I want to give you a bit of an intro to how the project actually works. With the project, we have quite a few contributors. So firstly, there's myself and Rachel Baker. We're the lead developers on the project, and we make the sort of bigger decisions and things like that, and lead the project. We also have a number of contributing developers, Daniel Buckhuber and Joe Hoyle, who are both here at LoopConf. Our main contributing developers for version 2. And we have 53 total contributors, which is pretty decent. So the main version that everybody has pretty much used of the REST API is version 1. So version 1, obviously, is the first version of the API. Version 1 was intended to be our proof of concept. Basically, it's proving out all the ideas that we have in the REST API, making sure that it, can actually work in production, that it's useful and things like this. And it seems like, we actually did a pretty good job. It's being used in production at places like New York Times and Wired. It has full backwards compatibility across every 1.x release, sorry. So 1.1 is fully backwards compatible, 1.2 likewise, following the same sort of process that WordPress core does. And that's kind of painful for us because we actually have to deal with both internal compatibility with our PHP APIs, as well as external compatibility with the JSON and the REST part of that. So just recently, we released version 2 of the API. So version 2, despite it being a new major number, is actually the next iterative version of the API. And it's the exact same code base, but just modified further. Can you guys hear me correctly? It sounds like my breathing might be coming through a bit, so apologies for that. So with version 2, we're asking ourselves, what did we actually learn from version 1? What's the feedback that's coming back to us from plugin and theme developers? And what have we heard from client authors as well? Basically, we're trying to work out what works and what doesn't, and what can we actually improve. So with version 2, we went and rethought a bunch of the internals of the API. Basically, it turns out that the external version, all the stuff that clients interact with, is actually pretty great. But the internals needed quite a bit of work. And that's to get things like plugins and themes using the API a little better. So some of the things we did there were standardizing internal naming. Before we had quite a few functions, but they were named similarly and not the same. And we tried to converge those to a more consistent sort of scheme, I guess. And we've tried to make the internals more extendable and reusable for plugin and theme developers, with the idea that basically if you want to go and build things on top of the REST API, you don't have to reinvent a lot of the work that we're already doing. And we're also trying to force ourselves to use our own best practices. And to do that, we've restructured some of the internals so that it's impossible for us to write things that don't follow best practices. With version 2, we also broke backwards compatibility intentionally. So version 1 is completely backwards compatible. Version 2, however, we had a chance to throw away a few of the things in version 1 that we didn't like. So one of the key things here is actually with the term split that happened. Originally, I actually screwed up what the plan was there. And because of that, some of our routes were slightly incorrect. So with version 2, we took the opportunity to remove some of that cruft, and so that we're not left with it moving forward into the future. But that's not to say that we're not going to ever have backwards compatibility. The plan is to release a final version 1 branch that is essentially just a wrapper around version 2 and lets people keep working with their version 1 code using the version 2 core of the API. The other major change that we made with version 2 was moving everything to a more standardized model. So there's this concept of hypermedia in APIs where basically you have all of your resources, so things like posts, users, stuff like that, and those link out to other things. So it's similar to hyperlinks in HTML. With version 2, we tried to standardize on what the general APIs out there in the world are doing. And we decided to use HAL, which is the Hypertext Application Language, which is a quite nice specification that lets clients interoperate nicely. And it was quite similar to what we were already using on the API. We also built more schema data into the API. Basically, the schema data lets clients understand what the response is that they're getting back. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later as well. And we also took inspiration from the PSR 7, which is the PHP standard recommendation, which is being developed at the moment by a group of different frameworks in the PHP world. And so we're actually using some of that already. But I know what you're all thinking. Wasn't this talk about scaling an API? Yeah, it was. So sorry about that. So let's get on to the meat of the subject. How do we scale an API? So I need to clarify for a second what scale actually means in this context. Obviously, I'm not talking about this sort of scaling. This is not really relevant to anything that we're doing here, so let's not talk about that. But also, I'm not talking about performance scaling. So if you want to hear about performance, go speak to Zach Tolman. I'm sure he would love to take your questions. But this is not about how to handle performance with the REST API. What we are talking about is scaling across sites, across add-ons, which is plugins and themes, and scaling across clients. So how do we interoperate with all of these things that come into the long tail of 23% of the web? These are all different focuses, and sometimes they're actually at odds with each other, which can make balancing them quite a tricky task. So the first one I'm going to speak about here is consistency, which is scaling across the different sites. When we launch this API, it's going to be pretty useless if the sites don't all speak the same API. If they don't do this, sites can't talk to each other, clients cannot talk to all of the sites without having special code for each site. So this is a very important one. So the aim with making the API consistent is you want to be able to write your clients once and have them work everywhere. So no matter what site you're connecting to, it should be consistent across the board. Obviously, in an ideal world, every site would just install the plugin and the API would look completely the same. But of course, in reality, that's not true, because sites can remove things. So plugins can go and remove endpoints that they don't like, replace them with their own instead. Themes can remove data that they don't need. Or site owners might decide to remove data because of privacy concerns. So the question is how we deal with this. Attempting to lock down this data wouldn't work. The problem is that we don't really control the entire system. We're a plugin running on WordPress, but there's so much involved with actually serving up this site. So if we decide to lock it down, people will just work around it. In the worst case scenario, people will output buffer the entire page, JSON decode it, delete what they want, JSON encode it again, and then push it out. And we really don't want that to happen, but there's no way that we can prevent it. So instead, we need to rethink this. Rather than locking it down, how do we make it so that people are discouraged from doing this? So what we've mainly done in version 2 is we have introduced schemas as a standard way to describe data. Basically, this is a machine-readable way of understanding what you're going to get back. It tells you what the types of different things are. It includes human-readable documentation as well. And it's essentially like making our own specification, like HTML or CSS. We've actually had schemas around since day one, but originally they were part of the documentation with the API. This meant that they often fell out of date with the current state of the API. With version 2, we're trying a slightly different tack with that by baking them into the endpoints themselves. And so they're actually used in part of generating the responses, ensuring that essentially they can't fall out of date. Obviously, those schemas aren't perfect. They don't solve all of our problems. They aren't a magic bullet. They describe a perfect scenario. They're still describing best case scenario, what you get back from the API. But they don't tell clients how to handle failures. If I go and remove parts of that data, how should a client handle that? And so we need to tell clients essentially how we're going to handle this data and what to do essentially when an error occurs. You can see the same sort of thing happen with the HTML5 specification, which codified all of the error handling built into browsers previously. We want to teach clients to expect the worst, but obviously be pleased when you get the best. With consistency as well, we also need to structure to encourage best practices across all of our own code and across all of the plugins and themes that are going to be extending this. So instead of forcing plugin and theme developers to go and learn REST and redo the things that we've done, we try and make that as easy as possible. Rather than having to learn about what get and post and put and patch and delete do, instead we have helpers. So you can mark things as readable, editable, creatable, or deletable, which is pretty understandable for pretty much anyone. And that removes a lot of the pain of having to learn all of these things that we're already doing. We also try and encourage people to do things the right way. So for example, adding new routes or endpoints has a nice easy helper. You just call a function and it's done. Removing routes, on the other hand, requires low-level hooks. So you actually need to look at the internals of the API to work out how to do it. It's possible, but it's not easy. And we're trying to make it easy to do the right thing and possible to do everything else. We're also very much leading by example here. So in all of our own endpoints, we have full schema usage. As I said, we're baking that in, and we're making it so that the schemas can't fall out of date with our endpoints. We also act as an example for people who want to go and implement APIs on top of it. So we sort of describe the best way on how to version things and how to structure all of your internal code. So the second part of how we scale an API is talking about extensibility. So extensibility is making sure that things work across all of the plugins and all of the themes that you're going to go install. Extensibility is obviously very much related to the best practices that I was just talking about, but it also has concerns of its own. So one important point with extensibility is how we encourage discovery. Essentially, if I'm running a plugin on my site, how does the client learn that I'm running that plugin? If I have WooCommerce, how does it work out that the WooCommerce API is available? In version 1, we had a very basic form of this discovery. So we just listed out all of the routes that were available on the site. And that's kind of okay most of the time, but the problem is that that's not really that flexible. We're still working out in version 2 how we're going to do this. We've got some ideas. We're adding further things to the next betas coming up. We're also looking at what people do in the wider universe as well. So looking at APIs that already exist and that already have to tackle some of these problems. So we have to be careful with these, not to bite off more than we can chew. There's a lot of problems that can come into here, and it's very tempting to try and attempt to fix all of them at once. There's this concept in the hypermedia world of having clients that can auto-generate UIs based on types. And that's great, but it's also somewhat unrealistic. At this point, we haven't invented artificial intelligence, so we can't have clients that automatically learn things like this and they don't understand human-readable language. We can certainly help them out, but that doesn't mean that we should try and solve all of these problems at once. We need to balance what we're actually doing with the time and the effort that we have available. One thing that helps us do that is the core fields API and the associated UI. So some of you might know this as the metadata fields UI. Essentially, this is trying to create a system of named fields for core that will add UI automatically for you. We can actually use quite a lot of the stuff that they're doing there because essentially they have name types and we want to have name types too. And so by leaning on that team instead of trying to do it ourselves, we remove a lot of the issues related to that. It also helps us make sure that WordPress core at the end of the day is coherent. We don't want to have 5 different types, 5 different styles of types in core. Hopefully someday we'll end up with clients that can generate UI automatically, but this is not really realistic right now. We need to be careful to avoid that. So the third component of how to scale an API is talking about usability. So usability is working out how do we get everything to work across all of the different clients. Having clients be able to auto-generate UI would be great, like I said, but they can't right now. So in the meantime, we need to help them work with the data that we have right now. So usability has a number of concerns. One of the main ones is network data. One of the key differences between desktops and mobile applications is the network. With mobile networks, you have a lot more latency. You have a lot of speed issues as well. And so obviously you don't want to send and receive more data than you actually need. So we've had quite a few feature requests in version 1 for including or excluding individual fields. We don't really want to bake that into the API right now, but instead what we're looking at is creating essentially a feature plugin for the REST API, so a feature plugin for a feature plugin that would add this ability for including and excluding fields into a separate plugin. And we can test that out, work out how it should look, essentially, and then integrate it in at the end of the day if we like it. One other thing that mobile apps have to deal with is trying to minimize the number of requests they have. So the latency issue comes into play here. If you have to wait 100 milliseconds for any request, then getting a post and then getting the author data and then getting further data from that is going to take the minimum amount of time it can take is the latency to and from the server. And so batch requests were another thing that was asked for quite a bit in version 1 of the API. Batch requests are essentially trying to do multiple requests in a single call across the network. So we haven't added batch requests in, but what we have done is something similar, which is called enveloping. It's called embedding. And so embedding essentially allows you to get a single item, like a post, and then also get everything related to that. So a post author, the terms associated with that post, and get all of those back in a single request. We may actually add full batch requests someday, but we haven't quite worked out how that should look yet. And so again, we're trying to leave that until we actually need it. So enveloping is another technique that we have, because essentially a lot of people can't rely on HTTP. If you're in a browser, for example, and you send a request, that browser will automatically follow any redirects. And that's great most of the time, but when you have things that rely on that URL not changing, it can break. So OAuth, for example, for authentication, breaks immediately as you try and do that. Enveloping helps us get around that. And essentially with enveloping, we say that we don't trust the HTTP client that you're actually working with. So what we do is you can send a request that sends an override method. So obviously here we're sending a post request, but we're also saying override this and set it to put. Internally in the API, this actually gets changed to a put request. And all of the API endpoints can't actually tell the difference between these two. We have the same concept on the output as well, where we also don't trust the HTTP client. So instead, we can pass in an envelope parameter, and that lets us take the request, the response that we have, and essentially ignore the real data. Instead, we embed it a level deep and keep it all in the actual data itself, and just always return a 200 OK. So the idea here is that rather than browsers handling it, you can handle it a level higher at the application layer. One of the other things with usability that we have to deal with is authentication. And so right now we have OAuth 1.0a. This is not the latest version of the specification. The latest version is version 2. But version 2 currently relies on SSL. And SSL is not actually available across all sites. We cannot depend on that for something that's going out to 23% of the internet. So instead, we have to use 1.0a. And that's quite a lot harder to use, but it's the only way for us to get interoperability across all of these sites. But we do some nice things with OAuth. So essentially, if you have any parameters that you need to pass in for the authentication, you can pass those either in the authorization header, which is the standardized way of doing it, or in the URL, which is a way essentially of saying that, if you don't have access to headers, you can send it this way instead. It's still not entirely the greatest to work with. We know about this, and we're definitely trying our best to try and improve it. So finally, I'd like to talk about future problems for WordPress. We haven't actually fixed all of the issues that exist with using an API, and there's going to be some important changes that need to be made in the future of using the API and using WordPress as well. We're going to have to, as developers, go through some structural and mental shifts. So one of those is dealing with enqueuing and conditionals. Essentially right now, the best practice is that you shouldn't enqueue a script unless it's actually used on the page. But with a REST API in play, you don't know what the page that you're on is. You could start out at the home page and then browse through to the archive page without the scripts ever getting loaded back in. And so we need to deal with what happens when our conditionals lie to us, essentially. Maybe we need to introduce concepts of enqueuing and conditionals on the client side. One of the other things that we need to deal with is hooks. So again, people use conditionals inside of hooks. This is not the worst practice, but it's definitely going to start breaking when you start using the REST API. It's also going to break with people that rely on hooks inside themes. So the Theme Hook Alliance back in the day had I think it was after content hook, that would let you output buttons or whatever you'd like after the content had been fired. The problem is with a REST API, you don't actually know when that's going to be. That's kind of a pain. We're going to have to deal with clients rendering it on the JavaScript side as well as on the PHP side, and things will become a lot less predictable here. We also need to start thinking about privacy implications. So a lot of the data well, in fact, all of the data that the API currently exposes is already public, but people don't necessarily know this. So the API, for example, exposes author data for every post, and that includes a lot of data that they might see as private. But the thing is, this is already exposed in things like RSS feeds. And I think moving forward into the future, WordPress is going to have to be better at exposing the implications of what you're actually posting. Perhaps we need to add admin UI that tells you whether something is visible in the RSS feed or something like that. So we haven't solved all of these problems, but we're going to have to eventually. All of these things are going to happen at the end of the day. We can't stop it. And so we're going to have to change our best practices and our way of thinking and things like that. So, I mean, I don't have all the answers. I'm hoping that some of you guys can start working that out. For everybody who is building things with the API, thank you. But we also need to be very careful about shaping the world that we want to see with the API and the future of WordPress. Thank you.
Brian, I mean, it's been a fantastic day. I know I've had mental exercise like I haven't had in a very, very long time. As far as items of business go, we do have, like I said, we do have dinner at 6 in the Baraka room. It's actually, you know, it's a full sit-down dinner, barbecue buffet, if I remember correctly. And so lots of good food there. And then 8 o'clock out by the pool, got a party, some live entertainment, drinks, all that fun stuff. So 6 o'clock for dinner, 8 o'clock. Other than that, enjoy yourselves. Go take a nap or relax or socialize, whatever you would like to do really for the next little while.